Chapter 33. Suddenly, 5 cat-like magical beasts with 3 heads, spikes on their tails, and pupils that shone with yellow light rushed out from the surroundings. Don't worry too much, these are just barbed-tail cats. Everyone hurry up and attack. Let me test the effects of your necromancy magic. Fanny breathed a sigh of relief when she saw the magical creatures appear and called out daintily. As soon as Fanny's words fell, bone arrows rapidly took shape in the air as the students chanted their spells. Following the students' instructions, the bone arrows whooshed towards the 5 barb-tailed cats. Although the 5 barb-tailed cats were very fast, 3 of them were still hit by the bone arrows. Blood instantly blossomed on their brown skin, and their speed was immediately affected. But 2 of the first to rush over actually dodged the students' bone arrows and charged straight towards them. The students released the bone arrows in their panic, but they either deviated too far or exploded midway. They repeatedly made mistakes in their haste. The 2 barbed-tailed cats were one on the left and one on the right. Fanny suddenly made her move when the one on the left was about to reach the defensive perimeter. She deployed the same bone arrow spell in her hands, and 3 bone arrows suddenly appeared in the air, landing accurately on the barbed-tailed cat's 3 heads. 3 shrill, strange cries emitted from the barbed-tailed cat's 3 heads. It didn't dare charge forward anymore, and instead hurriedly retreated in fear. The other barb-tailed cat was charging in Han Shuo's direction and had set its sights on Han Shuo. The students had been too anxious and had made a series of mistakes with their bone arrow magic. They hadn't been able to obstruct the barb-tailed cat at all. Jean had been so focused on Fanny that he'd momentarily forgotten about the threat on the right. He only reacted when Fanny had forced the barb-tailed cat back. But it was already a bit too late. The barbed-tailed cat had charged directly in front of Han Shuo, and its 3 fanged heads and sharp claws attacked viciously at Han Shuo. "Watch out, Brian!" Fanny and Lisa cried out at the same time. Han Shuo's expression was calm when he saw that the barbed-tailed cat was already within reach. He didn't panic at all, and the corners of his mouth even curved up in a cold, harsh smile. When the cat's claws and teeth were already in front of him, Han Shuo suddenly made a move with lightning speed. He waved his left hand, and the hard wooden sticks that he'd used as the tent support blocked the barbed-tailed cat's claws. Immediately after, Han Shuo's empty right hand suddenly stabbed out. From afar, everyone saw that a bright red line seemed to streak through the air. Then, they saw Han Shuo's right hand land on the barb-tailed cat's lower abdomen, pausing for a moment before suddenly withdrawing it. At the same time, the 2 bone arrows that Jean had used to rescue finally landed on the barbed-tailed cat's body, belatedly. 3 strange, mournful cries suddenly came from the barbed-tailed cat's 3 heads. Then, with a thud, the barbed-tailed cat fell powerlessly to the ground, never to move again. As the barbed-tailed cat collapsed powerlessly, the 4 injured barbed-tailed cats beside it seemed to be frightened. They screamed and hurriedly fled, disappearing without a trace in the blink of an eye. Master Jean's bone arrows are so powerful, they killed the barbed-tailed cat in one go. The bone arrows that Master Fanny and I shot at the barbed-tailed cat only injured it, they didn't have such great power. Amy exclaimed lightly and looked at Jean in surprise. The others also found it odd after Amy's words, and even Fanny looked at Jean in surprise. She said with some confusion, "The bone arrow spell is only the most basic attack spell. It's quite incredible that you could use this spell to kill a barbed-tailed cat in one go." Jean's expression was also a bit odd at the start, and he seemed to be equally bewildered and puzzled. But after Fanny's words, Jean immediately revealed an exceedingly confident smile and nodded faintly at everyone, as if acknowledging the strength of his attack spell. "Brian, when you hit the barbed-tailed cat with your right hand just now, why did I seem to see a red line streak through the air? What's going on?" "Although Master Jean killed the barbed-tailed cat, it seems that it was because of your hit that the cat became unsteady, is that right?" Lisa had been paying attention to Han Shuo's side all this time. She thought for a moment and felt that it was a bit odd. Heh heh, Lisa, don't let your imagination run wild. Brian did hit the barbed-tailed cat, but his hit didn't have any effect at all. What harm could an errand slave like him do to the barbed-tailed cat? Bach looked disdainfully at Han Shuo and spoke mockingly. Han Shuo smiled dumbly and didn't say much. However, some of the other students also looked at Han Shuo with some confusion when they saw what had just happened. But afterwards, they all assumed that Han Shuo hadn't played any role, and that the barbed-tailed cat's tragic death was entirely caused by Jean. After all, in their hearts, Han Shuo was just an errand slave that could be bullied at will. How could an errand slave have such great strength and methods? All right, let's get out of here. The barbed-tailed cat is a magical creature that bullies the weak and fears the strong. However, these magical creatures live in groups, and if they find help, it will bring some trouble. This kind of low-level magical creature has no magical core and its flesh isn't worth much. Let's ignore it and leave this place as soon as possible. Fanny didn't seem to pay much attention to Jean after a moment of surprise. She called out to the others to pick up the things they had put down and hurried on their way. This made Jean quite disappointed. He had thought that Fanny would look at him in a different light. The group of 12 packed up their things again under Fanny's orders and continued on their way south. Han Shuo was the last to leave. He had a strange smile on his face as he looked at the 2 wounds that Jean's bone arrows had struck the barbed-tailed cat. At this moment, 2 charred smells slowly emanated from the 2 wounds. From the wounds, one could see that the barbed-tailed cat's flesh had already been charred black. The barbed-tailed cat's death had been caused by the red spell fire of the mystical glacial spell fire that Han Shuo had injected into its body with his right hand. It had nothing to do with Jean at all. He looked at his right hand and circulated his magical yuan. A fiery red spell fire suddenly blossomed from the tip of his middle finger. Han Shuo exclaimed in admiration at the terrifying power of the mystical glacial spell fire as he looked at the fiery red spell fire. He chuckled lightly and quickly caught up to Fanny and the others. It was night, and the bright moonlight passed through the lush foliage of the large trees and sprinkled onto every corner of the dark forest. Some unknown insects crooned lowly, bringing a few cheerful sounds to the quiet forest. The bonfire was bright red, causing a warm air to spread out in the somewhat cool night. Han Shuo picked up a few wooden sticks that were hung with fresh meat and continuously stirred them above the hot bonfire. As some condiments were sprinkled onto the red and glossy roasted meat, waves of tempting meat fragrance wafted into the necromancy major students' noses and mouths. It smells so good. Brian, who would have thought that you knew how to make this? Lisa wrinkled her cute, straight nose as her eyes landed on the glossy meat that Han Shuo had picked up. She exclaimed in surprise. Your performance against the barbed-tailed cat today was truly too disappointing. You couldn't even properly deploy the most basic bone arrow magic when you panicked. This won't do. And you, Master Jean, although the attack power of your bone arrow at the end was amazing, you were too careless earlier. If it wasn't for Brian's early vigilance, he would have been injured by the barbed-tailed cat. The students gathered around the bonfire. Fanny's brows furrowed slightly as she loudly admonished the crowd. She seemed to be very dissatisfied with the performance of the students and Jean today. The students all had faces full of subservience and seemed to be listening very attentively. However, their gazes would wander to Han Shuo's roasted meat from time to time, and the sounds of saliva being swallowed could be heard from some of their mouths. Han Shuo had been a full-time otaku in the past, and he usually took care of his own food and drinks. His culinary skills were very effective. The development of food in this world was far from that of Han Shuo's era. Now that he had displayed a little of his cooking skills, it immediately made these people salivate. Han Shuo involuntarily sized up Fanny as he listened to Fanny's admonishment. He was startled by Fanny's imposing manner and thought to himself that Fanny was the true person in charge of this operation. Within the necromancy major, it seemed that even Jean, as a teacher, had a lower position than her. It was no wonder that Jean was a bit afraid of Fanny. It looked like it wasn't as simple as Jean's undying love for Fanny. "Alright, that's all for now. We'll encounter even more danger later on, so I hope you won't be so careless again. Let's start eating the roasted meat." Fanny lectured everyone for a while, and she herself couldn't stand the aroma of Han Shua's roasted meat any longer. She'd walked the entire day today, and had only eaten simple bread and water before. Now that there was suddenly such a delicacy, her stomach was the first to react. "Master Fanny, this is yours. Lisa, this is yours. Bella, Bach, Jean, these are yours." Han Shua had a strange smile on his face as he distributed the roasted meat to everyone. "Ooh. Brian, you're really something. This roasted meat is really delicious." Fanny even licked her red lips after eating a piece, and praised continuously. Her beauty that stirred one's imagination caused Han Shua's heart to flutter. "Not bad, it's too delicious. Brian really does have some skill." Lisa was also full of smiles as she exclaimed in admiration. She'd already finished more than half of the large piece of roasted meat in the blink of an eye. "What rotten meat. It's so disgusting, it's not even cooked. Boo-hoo, it's really disgusting, there's no taste at all. Damned Brian, you're doing this on purpose, this meat is still raw." Bach, Jean, Bella, and a few others who held grudges against Han Shua all cursed the disgusting taste after taking a few bites. Han Shua had an innocent expression on his face as he smiled foolishly. Some might really not be cooked yet. "I'm sorry, your luck is a bit bad." Chapter 34. Han Shua's group of 12 walked for a full 8 days as they headed south. The magical beasts they encountered along the way became stronger and stronger. There was a unicorn-horned bull magical beast, a giant lizard magical beast, a magical wolf that could release wind blades, and an eagle that could spit out frost. The group had been able to deal with them calmly before, but after a day of danger, they could clearly feel the increasing pressure. In the beginning, everyone had been eating the food they had brought with them, but when they ran out of food, they would just cut up and roast the magical beasts they had hunted. These magical beasts were becoming more and more ferocious, but not all of their meat was delicious. For example, the lizard magical beast's meat had a strange odor and was hard to swallow. However, the more powerful a magical beast was, the more valuable the items on its body would be. Especially magical beasts that could release simple magic, their bodies would have magical beast cores. These magical beast cores were very precious, and depending on the level, they could be sold for a very high price. The group's gains were not ordinary. In the past few days, they had obtained a total of 4 magical beast cores, 3 from the Windblade Wolf, and 1 from the Frost Eagle. Magical beast cores were divided into 6 levels according to their level. Level 6 cores were the cheapest, and level 1 was the most valuable. It was very rare to see one. These magical beast cores could be made into some powerful magical weapons that could amplify the power of a mage's magic. There were also some that could increase a mage's mental strength, so they were very valuable. The Windblade Wolf core was a level 5 core, and the market price was about 20 gold coins. The Frost Eagle core was a level 4 core, and the market price was about 150 gold coins. Just based on the magical beast cores they had obtained, even after deducting the 50 gold coins needed to borrow the warhorses, they had already made a profit. Not to mention that apart from the cores, the flesh on these magical beasts was also valuable. The fur of the Windblade Wolf and the Unicorn-horned Bull's horn were all very valuable items. The value of all these items added together had far exceeded Fanny and Jean's expectations. After these few days of training, everyone has improved quite a bit. We are no longer so flustered when facing magical beasts. This is the most important thing in a real battle. Also, our luck isn't bad. This time, we've gained a lot from this training expedition. It's better than our previous harvests. When we return to the academy, we'll sell these things and distribute the gold coins to everyone. Fanny was in a good mood. Her dainty face carried a satisfied smile as she spoke to the students in a gentle voice. Along the way, Han Shuo had been coldly observing everything around him. Han Shuo had clearly seen how the inexperienced students had turned from panic to calmness in the face of the magical beast's training. Han Shuo's 5 senses had become clearer than everyone else's due to his cultivation of demonic arts. In the subsequent operation, Han Shuo's early warning also accounted for much of the credit. No one could figure out how Han Shuo had such sensitive 5 senses. Fanny had also carefully examined Han Shuo's body over the past few days, but had naturally come up empty-handed. Fanny was a bit dispirited and puzzled, but couldn't think of any good ideas. In the end, she could only say that when they returned to the academy, they would use some of the academy's magical equipment to give Han Shuo a detailed examination. The days of advance warning and the delicious cooking of roasted meat had caused Han Shuo's status to unwittingly rise a few notches in this training mission. Bach, Bella, and the others were still extremely unfriendly towards Han Shuo due to their bad luck of eating some food that was difficult to swallow. Some of the other students had already stopped bossing Han Shuo around. Some of the more picky students had even started trying to get along with Han Shuo in order to eat better food. Master Fanny, when can we get to the cemetery of death? Lisa immediately asked after hearing Fanny's words. Fanny's brow furrowed when she heard these words. She was silent for a moment and then sighed softly. I've only heard that the cemetery of death has been discovered in the southern depths of the dark forest, but I'm not too sure where it is exactly. Actually, the main purpose of coming to the dark forest this time is for you to be able to properly cast your necromancy magic without panic in the face of danger. According to your current results, you've all basically met the requirements. I don't know where the cemetery of death is at all, but you should all feel that the magical creatures we've encountered are becoming stronger and stronger. If it wasn't for Brian's early warning, I think some of us would have been injured long ago. But even so, when we encountered the frost eagles yesterday, it was a close shave. If we continue to head south, I'm afraid that not only will some of us be injured, some of us might even die. So, I think it's time for us to return. The students were all a bit dazed when they heard Fanny's words. Jean nodded and said, indeed, we're only here to train. We can't be sure of the cemetery of death, nor do we know if it really exists. It's normal that we didn't encounter it. Everyone has personally experienced the situation yesterday. If we go further south, I think everyone's lives will be in danger. We've already reaped great rewards from this expedition, there's no need for us to continue taking risks. Since the 2 teachers had spoken thus, some of the more cowardly students thought of the dangers of the past 2 days and couldn't help but nod in agreement. They all said, all right, then let's return to the academy. The danger has been increasing lately. Bach, you're a coward. How can there be great rewards without danger? If it wasn't for the danger yesterday, how could we have obtained the Frost Eagle's core? We should continue heading south. Perhaps we'll be able to obtain even more valuable things. This way, when we return to the academy, the other majors won't dare look down on our necromancy major. Lisa glared disdainfully at Bach, who'd spoken up earlier, and raised her head to mock him. She then turned her head to look at Han Shuo, who was minding his own business as he roasted meat. She said, Brian, don't you agree? Han Shuo originally shouldn't be the center of attention, but because of Han Shuo's performance over the past few days, all the students actually looked at Han Shuo after hearing Lisa's words. Even Fanny and Jean did the same, as if Han Shuo's decision was very important. Han Shuo couldn't help but be speechless. After a moment of hesitation, he smiled honestly and said, taking risks is a must. Since everyone isn't injured yet, why don't we walk a bit more? Who knows, maybe there'll be even more rewards. Fanny looked oddly at Han Shuo and actually nodded after a moment of silence. She said delicately, all right, since this is the case, then let's walk a bit more. We'll head back the way we came when someone is injured. Come, Come, everyone can eat. Han Shuo laughed lightly and called out. Lisa, Fanny, and the others were the first to happily rush over and grab the two largest pieces of meat that Han Shuo had handed over without a care for their manners. Deep into the night, the cool moonlight shone upon the dark forest. Some students were already fast asleep in a few crude tents, while a few others held back their drowsiness and shouldered the heavy responsibility of keeping watch. Han Shuo left by himself amidst the silence and slowly distanced himself from the students' tents, moving stealthily in the shadows of the towering trees. Han Shuo's not-so-muscular body was as nimble and swift as a cheetah in the crevices of the tree's shade, weaving through the trees with extreme ease. Han Shuo was far away from Fanny and the others' tents in the blink of an eye, heading south. Han Shuo's body abruptly stopped and he raised his hands, chanting the incantation for summoning skeletons, fallen warriors of the dead, heed the Dark Herald's call and reveal your existence. As soon as the incantation was finished, a dark, thin, and small little skull suddenly appeared in the air, bone dagger in hand. The little skull's bones seemed to be even tighter and shinier now, completely blending in with the night like an elf in the dark. As Han Shuo moved quickly, the little skull's leg bones continuously bent and bounced, but no longer made soft creaking sounds. The 7 bone spurs on his back flapped, causing the little skull to seem as if he was gliding through the air, weaving through the dark forest side by side with Han Shuo. 2 wind-blade wolves suddenly appeared in front of the man and skeleton. These 2 wind-blade wolves were tearing at the corpse of a magical creature in the shape of a wild boar. One of the wind-blade wolves seemed to sense movement as its pointy ears suddenly perked up and its green eyes darted left and right. A bone dagger glinted with a faint, sharp, cold light as it suddenly appeared in the night. The bone dagger drew a wondrous arc in the air and abruptly stabbed towards the wind-blade wolf that had raised its head and was on guard. At the same time, an agile figure suddenly rushed out from the dark shadows of the trees and dashed towards the other wind-blade wolf at high speed. A faint purple light suddenly appeared in the dark night sky, appearing so beautiful and enchanting. 2 mournful howls sounded out from the mouths of the 2 wind-blade wolves. The 2 savage and bloodthirsty wind-blade wolves were both killed before they could even react. One of the wolves died instantly after its skull was pierced through by the bone dagger, while the other fell to the ground stiffly, emitting a cold air continuously from its body. Heh, another 2 level 5 magical cores. Han Shuo smiled and muttered to himself after he withdrew his hand. On the other side, Little Skull had already started using the bone dagger to cut off the valuable fur of the wind-blade wolves. Judging from his practiced movements, it was obvious that this wasn't his first time doing this. Chapter 35. During the past few nights, Han Shuo had been moving alone, using his keen senses to hunt down the magical creatures in the vicinity. 1 man and 1 skeleton, with their tacit cooperation, had become successful in hunting. So far, they had harvested a total of 4 level 5 magical beast crystal cores, along with some valuable furs and horns. Not only did Han Shuo try to deploy magical yuan in the process of hunting the magical creatures, but he also repeatedly practiced the bone spur magic that he'd mastered. Every time, he was able to combine long-range and close-range attacks with wondrous results. Han Shuo had never encountered the panic and nervousness that the students displayed when facing a magical creature for the first time. He was just as calm from beginning to end, even numb and callous. Even Han Shuo himself didn't know why he didn't have these negative emotions in the process. He could even vaguely feel that there was excitement and anticipation in the depths of his heart during the process of hunting the magical creatures, as if he was enjoying the process immensely. I'm not a good person after all. Han Shuo thought self-deprecatingly as he accepted the magical creature cores and the wind-blade wolf fur from the little skull's hands. He patted the little skull's glossy black skull and smiled, "Let's go, we can go back now." The little skull grasped the bone dagger in his hand, his empty eyes devoid of any emotion as he followed behind Han Shuo, quickly returning the way they'd come. Han Shuo chanted an incantation midway and sent the little skull back to the other dimension. Seeing that they were about to return to the tent, Han Shuo couldn't help but slow down his footsteps, moving unhurriedly through the shadows of the trees. It was now the latter half of the night, and the sentries outside the tent had been replaced by Fanny, Lisa, and Amy. Lisa and Amy's eyes were half closed and they looked drowsy. It was obvious that they were taking advantage of the opportunity to slack off and didn't shoulder their responsibilities at all. Fortunately, Fanny understood the importance of being a sentry. Her pair of bright eyes constantly patrolled the surroundings. When Han Shuo's light footsteps approached, Fanny immediately cast her vigilant gaze in the direction that Han Shuo had come from. With her magic staff in hand, Fanny furrowed her brow, her delicate face full of vigilance. She gradually approached the direction Han Shuo had come from and softly called out, "Who is it?" "Teacher Fanny, it's me." Han Shuo said softly to Fanny as he slowly walked out from the shade of the tree. "I knew it would be you. I went to look for you just now and found that there was no one in your tent. Where did you run off to in the middle of the night?" Fanny's eyes focused on Han Shuo as she asked, full of confusion. "It's nothing, I'm just looking for a secluded place to train my magic. After I asked you about the bone arrow magic last time, I took advantage of the night to find a secluded place to train. I think that only repeated training can guarantee that I won't make any mistakes." Han Shuo scratched his head and explained in a soft and honest voice. "Brian, it's good that you're so hardworking. I'll explain this matter to the school authorities after you've grasped a bit of magic. This way, you can immediately be relieved of your errand boy status and perhaps even enjoy the same treatment as the students." Fanny looked at Han Shuo and thought for a moment. "Oh, I was sold to the Babylon Academy of Magic and Force. Could it be that I can be relieved of my status as an errand boy and slave just because I know magic?" Han Shuo was startled and asked. Nodding, Fanny said with certainty, "There has never been a mage who has been an errand boy or slave. Mages are a class above all others in the entire profound continent. Even though our necromancy major has declined, if you can prove that you know how to use necromancy magic, your status will immediately change. You won't be reduced to an errand boy who cleans and cleans anymore." "Is that so? That's wonderful. I still have many questions that I hope Teacher Fanny can answer for me. I will work hard to improve myself as soon as possible and become a qualified mage." Han Shuo's heart raced as he suddenly remembered that there were still many questions he wasn't clear about in some of the magic books he'd read before. He couldn't help but want to take advantage of this opportunity to clarify things. "No problem. In the future, if you have any questions about necromancy magic, you can ask me. I will help you. Although you're a bit perverted right now, I'm sure that you're a genius with a magical body. I will definitely help you escape from your current status." Fanny smiled faintly and said in a sweet voice. Han Shuo smiled foolishly, as if he hadn't heard Fanny's words about him being lecherous. After thinking for a moment, he started asking Fanny for some magic knowledge. After a while, Fanny cried out in surprise and looked at Han Shuo in astonishment. She said with emotion, "Oh my gosh, Brian, you already know so much about magic. Where did you learn all of this? Your questions are on par with the average mage apprentices. This is incredible. I've read all of this magic knowledge from the magic books inside when I was helping Jack clean the library. I've been trying to find out why ever since I discovered that I could cast the bone arrow magic." Han Shuo lied with a straight face and an apologetic expression as he spoke to Fanny. "Brian, I wasn't wrong after all. You really are a genius in magic." Fanny cried out in surprise again when she heard Han Shuo's explanation. At this moment, the sound of footsteps suddenly rang out in Han Shuo's ears. Han Shuo's face grew serious as he hastily said, "There's a sound approaching, but it doesn't sound like a magical creature this time. It sounds more like a human." Fanny's expression changed slightly when she heard Han Shuo's words. She reached out and grabbed Han Shuo's arm in a panic, walking quickly in the direction of the tent. She said as she walked, "There are all kinds of races in the dark forest. These races aren't all that friendly. Even some humans like us will sometimes want to kill for a high-level magical creature core. We should be on our guard. Fanny's slender hand grasped Han Shuo's wrist amidst the chaos. Fanny didn't have any other thoughts, but Han Shuo harbored ill intentions. When her hand grabbed his wrist, the smooth feeling of her 5 fingers on his wrist caused Han Shuo to become a bit infatuated. He suddenly recalled the ecstasy he'd felt on the warhorse a few days ago. Everyone get up. Lisa and Amy, you two, wake everyone up and prepare for battle. Danger may be approaching. Lisa and Amy, who had been squinting their eyes, were both startled awake when Fanny's words sounded. The two also sensed the impending danger from Fanny's panicked voice, and they both started shouting and running to the tents to warn the others. For a time, Lisa and Amy's screams came from several tents. The sleeping students all rushed out of their tents with their clothes in a mess, their eyes half open and their clothes disheveled as they hastily prepared for battle. At this moment, Fanny unintentionally glanced at Han Shuo and discovered that Han Shuo was smiling merrily at her jade hand on Han Shuo's wrist. His expression seemed to be one of enjoyment. Angry, Fanny grabbed Han Shuo's jade hand and pinched it fiercely before letting go. She said angrily to Han Shuo in a low voice, "Damned Brian, I've discovered that you're almost as lustful as Fitch." Han Shuo yelped in pain and wore an awkward and silly smile on his face, but he was speechless inside. He wondered what Fanny would think if she knew that he was the one who'd touched her but last time. In the midst of the students' panic, a few heavy footsteps gradually approached from afar, falling into everyone's ears. Han Shuo also started to calm down after being pinched by Fanny. The lustful light in his eyes disappeared without a trace, replaced by a deep, distant coldness. He looked at everything around him with the cold eyes of a bystander. Heavy footsteps, accompanied by strange wheezing noises, approached the group. Jean's brow furrowed and he said in confusion, "Such heavy footsteps, it shouldn't be humans. But magical creatures with 2 feet are rare as well. What could it be?" Fanny furrowed her brow in deep thought and then her eyes lit up. She suddenly called out, "Everyone hurry up and summon the skeletal warriors to hold the front. We've probably run into the ogres in the dark forest." Everyone started when the words, "ogres," came out of Fanny's mouth. Some of the female students shuddered as expressions of fear appeared on their faces. Jean was also startled and hastily summoned everyone to quickly form a ring of defense. He also took out a brown magic staff that looked like the root of a tree and had a cautious expression on his face. Lines of magical incantations flowed continuously from the mouths of the students and teachers. Skeletal warriors, ghouls, and zombie warriors appeared out of thin air in front of everyone, as well as the 2 enormous hate warriors that Fanny and Jean had summoned. Hate warriors were already a relatively high-level existence amongst the dark creatures. These hate warriors were enormous in size and wielded metal clubs. The fat on their bodies gave them even more strength and sturdier defenses. They were the most commonly used meat shields by necromancers. As expected, with heavy footsteps, 8 ogres that were 2.5 meters tall and had lead-colored skin appeared before everyone's eyes. They were wielding maces and spears. Ogres were social animals, and a dozen or so ogres could be considered a tribe. These ogres were lazy by nature and liked to plunder. They were all natural bandits. They knew how to use clubs and long spears. Add to that their bodies were strong and sturdy, and their close combat abilities were quite powerful. However, what frightened everyone the most wasn't the ogre's strength, but their habits. As the name suggested, ogres were called ogres because they ate humans. When they encountered humans in the midst of plundering, not only would they take everything, but they would also capture humans and eat them as food. Han Shuo and the others formed a ring of defense around them. The skeletal warriors, ghouls, and zombie hate warriors formed a defensive perimeter around them. There were necromancers with long-range attacks within the perimeter. All of them looked gravely at the panting ogres approaching. "Prepare for battle. Fanny called out loudly as she raised the magic staff in her hand. Chapter 36. Huff, huff. The 8 ogres made strange noises as they moved. The strongest and tallest ogre pointed his club at them, and the ogres suddenly began to run quickly, charging in their direction. But before the ogres could draw near, the students and teachers started chanting spells. Bone arrows shot out of the air towards the ogres, and those who were stronger than magic apprentices chanted even more powerful bone spears. Bone spears and bone arrows were both necromancy spells, but required novice mages to be able to control them. They were a bit more powerful than bone arrows. Bone arrows and bone spears flew out of the air at the same time and shot towards the 8 ogres. The 8 ogres also knew how to dodge the bone arrows and bone spears as they ran. However, ogres weren't a race that excelled in speed, and they were all hit by the bone arrows and bone spears. However, the ogres' bodies were exceedingly tough, and the bone arrows only made them squeal in pain when they landed on their bodies. They affected their running speed, but couldn't penetrate their flesh. Only when the bone spears landed on their bodies did they leave bloody holes on their bodies, leaving behind some green blood. The 8 ogres were continuously injured as they ran, but none of them had completely lost their ability to attack. They actually quickly charged into the outer defensive perimeter and started attacking inside. Han Shuo was calm and unruffled in the middle of the defensive perimeter. His face was calm as he watched the ogres quickly approach and slowly gauged the fighting strength of the ogres. Have the dark creatures attack. Fanny's face was solemn as she suddenly yelled out loudly when the ogres drew near. Everyone started directing the dark creatures on the outer perimeter to attack the ogres after Fanny's words had sounded. The summoned ghouls, skeleton warriors, zombie warriors, and hate warriors all stood firmly in place, immediately starting to attack when the ogres drew near. But the ogres were tall and strong, and their skin and flesh had exceedingly high defensive capabilities. Apart from the metal club attacks of the hate warriors, the attacks of the other dark creatures were of limited use. Especially the ghouls and skeleton warriors. Under the ferocious smashing of the ogre's wolf-tooth club, the skeletons would immediately fall apart, and the ghouls would die a horrible death. The zombie warriors' skin and flesh were sturdy enough to withstand a few hits from the wolf-tooth mace. However, after a few more hits, it would stagger and lose its ability to attack. These damned ogres are really troublesome. Xian watched as the dark creatures on the outskirts fell one by one, but the ogres remained standing despite bleeding profusely from the magical attacks. He couldn't help but feel anxious. We have to hold them off. Don't let them get close to us. Otherwise, we'll die if we face the ogres in close combat. Fanny shouted, looking a little worried. Bone spears appeared out of thin air as she chanted. They stared at one of the ogres, and one of them finally pierced through the ogre's eye socket, piercing through its skull. The ogre swayed a few times before falling lifelessly to the ground. After one of the ogres had been killed by Fanny, the remaining 7 ogres seemed to suddenly go berserk. 2 of the ogres wielding spears seemed to have been inspired as they suddenly threw their spears out with strange huffs. The spears drew an arc through the air and whistled sharply as they nailed into the bodies of the 2 hate warriors. The 2 hate warriors were the strongest meat shields in the outer perimeter. Although they didn't immediately lose their ability to move after their bodies were nailed to the ground, their movements became even more sluggish. They wouldn't be of much use after being held back by the 2 ogres. At this time, only 2 hate warriors and 6 zombie warriors were left in the outer defensive perimeter. The zombie warriors were inferior to the hate warriors in every aspect. Once the hate warriors were nailed to the ground by the spears, the pressure on the zombie warriors greatly increased. 2 zombie warriors had fallen in just a short while. What do we do? What do we do? Will these damned ogres eat us? Heavens, why are their skin and flesh so tough? The bone arrows are completely useless against them. We're done for, we're done for. We should have gone back yesterday, boo-hoo. Low cries of complaint and fear abruptly rang out from the mouths of the students. Even their magical incantations were affected in that moment. Master Jean, let's use the corpse explosion spell together. Hurry. Fanny's face darkened when she saw that everyone was so dejected, and she suddenly called out loudly. Soul of Nirvana, by my command, offer your body to me. Explode violently, corpse explosion. Fanny and Jean both chanted their incantations at the same time. After the incantations were complete, Fanny pointed at the ogre that she'd killed with her bone spear, and Jean pointed at a zombie warrior that had fallen to the ground. Two violent explosions suddenly sounded out from the bodies of the ogre and zombie warrior. The 4 injured ogres and 2 zombie warriors on the side were all affected by the shockwaves and were abruptly blown into the air. The 4 ogres and 2 zombie warriors that had been blown into the air didn't move at all. They were obviously done for. Han Shua's eyes sparkled as he stared closely at Fanny. He was very shocked by the power of the corpse explosion spell. Han Shua had clearly seen that after Fanny had chanted the corpse explosion spell, the exploding ogre's body had suddenly lit up and exploded with a terrifying force. Of the 4 ogres that had been blown to death, 3 had been killed by Fanny's corpse explosion spell. Han Shua had only heard a little about the corpse explosion spell, and understood that only adept mages could cast it. The power of the spell would vary according to the difference in magic power and the strength of the exploding object. It was the same corpse explosion spell, but Fanny's was clearly much more powerful than Jean's. This might have something to do with Fanny's magic power and the ogre's as a medium. However, it seemed that the corpse explosion spell consumed a lot of mental strength. Fanny and Jean's faces were pale and they panted heavily after casting the corpse explosion spell. Up until now, there had been a total of 8 ogres. 1 had been killed by Fanny's bone spear, and another 4 had been killed by the 2 corpse explosion spells. Although the 2 hate warriors had been hit by the ogre's spears, they still held their ground and firmly entangled the 2 ogres. Only the strongest and tallest ogre hadn't suffered much damage yet. He wielded a spiked club and charged over as if he'd gone berserk. Strange cries came from his mouth, and he even spat out the simple common language, I'll kill you all. We've just used the corpse explosion spell and our mental strength is pretty much depleted. We can't use other adept spells for now. Everyone run. Jean's face was full of panic as he called out loudly. Fanny looked at the group and urged urgently, everyone leave quickly and don't get caught by the ogre. Everyone panicked even more after hearing Fanny and Jean's words. They didn't care about the supplies around them, and were all panic-stricken as they tried to distance themselves from the ogre who was running towards them with large strides and a spiked club in hand. However, although the ogre wasn't too fast, he was still a bit faster than them. Especially when the students were panicking, they tripped over the bones of the skeletal warriors as they ran. This made their speed even slower than the tall ogre. Fanny was concerned about the students and kept urging them to leave, dragging herself behind. The tall ogre had just seen that Fanny had cast the corpse explosion spell and killed 3 ogres. When he saw that Fanny had fallen behind, he didn't think much and caught up to Fanny, raising his spiked club high and smashing it down fiercely at Fanny. Watch out, Master Fanny. Watch out, Fanny, behind you. Lisa, Jean, and the others cried out involuntarily in fear when they saw the ogre's spiked club swinging towards Fanny in their panic. Fanny heard a few people's reminders and turned around to find that the spiked club was already smashing down on her. The sharp spikes of the spiked club sparkled with a cold light, and the whooshing sound indicated just how powerful the force behind the blow was. Her pretty face was deathly pale and her beautiful legs suddenly lost all strength. She watched helplessly as the spiked club grew larger and larger in front of her eyes. A wave of desolate helplessness suddenly rose up in Fanny's heart. Sparks flew in all directions with a clang. Fanny's beautiful eyes widened as she stared blankly in front of her. Unbeknownst to her, 2 wolf-tooth maces had appeared in front of her. These 2 wolf-tooth maces had collided with each other. The sharp teeth of the 2 wolf-tooth maces had already been flattened, and there were even some metallic sparks emitting from them. Following the direction of the spiked club that had blocked the ogre's blow, Fanny suddenly discovered that on her left, Han Shua's hands were tightly gripping a thick spiked club that was completely disproportionate to his body. At this moment, the veins on Han Shua's forehead and arms were bulging, and his expression was ferocious as he glared at the ogre. Chapter 37. Brian, it's Brian. The students cried out in surprise. Fanny was also a bit dumbfounded as she looked at Han Shua as a stranger. She hadn't thought that Han Shua would be able to swing such a thick spiked mace with his 1.70-meter frame, and block one of the ogre's ferocious blows. As everyone stared dumbfounded, Han Shua's eyes were fixed on the ogre's body. He freed up his right hand and pushed Fanny, saying in a low voice, "Hurry and go." A panicked shriek emitted from Fanny's mouth. Han Shua suddenly felt his right hand press down on two soft and large cotton balls at the same time. When he pulled his hand back, Han Shua already knew that he must have pressed down on the wrong place. The nearby students all gasped softly at this moment, including Jean's loud curses, accusing Han Shua of having the audacity for lust. His heart fluttering, Han Shua turned to look at Fanny and said awkwardly, "I'm sorry, Master Fanny, I pushed the wrong place. I really didn't mean to." Fanny was exasperated and was about to open her mouth to curse Han Shua when she suddenly sensed the ogre's enormous spiked club smashing towards Han Shua's head. She hurriedly warned, "Brian, watch out." The naive look on his face was still present as Han Shua suddenly turned around and easily raised the spiked club that was thicker than his body with both hands. With a whistling sound, he once again smashed it towards the ogre's incoming spiked club. With a clang, sparks flew once again. Han Shua's body didn't move at all, standing in place like a boulder. His thin and small body grasping the thick spiked club was reflected in everyone's eyes, causing all the students to suddenly look at Han Shua with a strange look in their eyes. "Master Fanny, hurry and leave." Jean's loud exclamation suddenly sounded at this moment. Fanny had been looking at Han Shua with a face full of shock when she finally reacted. Her bright eyes were still focused on Han Shua as she walked backwards in the direction of Jean and the others. Han Shua had just used strength to resist 2 blows from the ogre, and felt a strong desire to vent all the strength in his body. A faint desire to kill also rose in Han Shua's heart, making Han Shua want to smash the ogre into a meat patty. Han Shua suddenly howled with laughter as soon as Fanny left. The simple and honest look on his face was nowhere to be found, and his expression was a bit sinister and frightening. He raised his thick mace with a dark face and actually charged towards the confused ogre. This strongest ogre couldn't seem to understand how Han Shua could block 2 of his heavy blows with such a small body. He stood there dumbly, as if deep in thought. Heavens, Brian must have gone mad. He's charging at the ogre. Bella exclaimed softly, a look of disbelief on her face. Everyone nodded in agreement when these words were spoken. They all took it for granted that Han Shua had gone mad. Even Lisa, who knew that Han Shua liked to play the fool, had a bewildered expression on her face. She was shocked by Han Shua's madness in this moment. Brian suddenly became so strong after he went mad. This is incredible. Lisa is so great, an agony of the soul spell was able to turn the cowardly Brian into such a crazy person. Amy exclaimed innocently and looked at Lisa with a sigh of admiration. "You talk too much." Lisa stared fixedly at Han Shua and replied to Amy. At this moment, Han Shua raised the thick spiked club and charged at the ogre like lightning. The spiked club whistled strangely in the air as Han Shua tightened his grip on it. He swung it upwards in an arc and smashed it towards the ogre's waist. The ogre's expression turned from bewilderment to fury when he saw the danger approaching. He repeated his previous actions and once again collided with Han Shua's club, as if he wanted to completely defeat Han Shua in terms of strength. Sounds of enormous collisions rang out continuously as the 2 maces clashed. The originally sturdy and thick maces, with their sharp spikes, were all flattened by the repeated collisions. The frail Han Shuo and the tall, muscular ogre actually fought more and more intensely as the sounds of metal clanging rang out. Fanny and the others, who had originally planned to quickly escape, were stunned when they saw that Han Shuo had such terrifying strength after going berserk, and that he was able to fight the ogre to a standstill. They all gaped at Han Shuo's strength. Han Shuo didn't show the slightest bit of fear as he wielded the spiked club that was completely disproportionate to his body. His exposed arms, neck, and forehead were actually lined with strong muscles, and his veins were bulging. Han Shuo's expression was ferocious and crazed at this moment. He had a fearless bravery that completely overturned Fanny and the students' understanding of him. At this moment, the magical yuan circulated within Han Shuo's body, and he felt an unrestrained pleasure as his strength exploded forth. The more he wielded the spiked club, the more proficient he became. Not only did Han Shuo not feel the slightest bit of exhaustion, he actually felt more and more energized. Kiki, a few strange cackles emitted from Han Shuo's mouth, his expression savage. The ogre's body involuntarily staggered backwards after a fierce attack. The originally ferocious attacks and enormous strength had become weaker and weaker after this short period of collision. My gosh, is this still the cowardly Brian? Bella exclaimed and shook her head in disbelief. I won't dare use Brian to practice my magic in the future. He's too scary when he goes crazy. Athena had a look of lingering fear as she murmured to herself. Lisa's expression was one of excitement as she clenched her small fists tightly. She screamed from time to time, beat him up. Bach and the others who held grudges against Han Shuo looked at each other with timid expressions. They looked at Han Shuo with a bit of fear in their eyes. Kiki, you can't run. Han Shuo cackled and followed closely behind the escaping ogre. He swung his thick spiked club, and with a crack, the legs of the scrambling ogre were broken. Han Shuo followed closely behind with a strange cackle, continuously smashing the ogre with his spiked club. Shrill cries of agony continuously emanated from the previously savage ogre's mouth. The ogre's tall and strong body had long since fallen to the ground. Fresh blood splattered continuously from his body. His strong, leaden body was already a bloody mess under Han Shuo's repeated blows, and its original appearance was almost unrecognizable. Such a violent storm of blows continued for a minute. Han Shuo seemed to suddenly wake up after he saw that the ogre had been smashed into a bloody mess. Han Shuo himself was startled when he stopped. He hadn't thought that Han Shuo would have such a violent side to him. This was the first time he'd killed someone, but Han Shuo didn't feel the lingering fear that a normal person would have. After his expression had calmed down, Han Shuo turned to look at Fanny and the students. He grinned honestly and said, "He seems to be dead." Contrary to Han Shuo's expectations, all the students, including the two instructors, Fanny and Jean, screamed and took 2 steps back when they saw Han Shuo turn around. Lisa then cried out in surprise and asked, "Boo! Brian, are you feeling better?" Han Shuo started and immediately reacted. He scratched his head and said with a silly smile, "What happened to me just now? I don't even know what I did. How did the ogre suddenly die? What did you do just now? Did you forget?" Fanny was also stunned and then frowned as she stared at Han Shuo. Nodding honestly, Han Shuo explained sincerely, "Yes, I felt my head hurt and then forgot what happened. When I woke up, the ogre was already dead in front of me. What's going on?" There were 2 other ogres, where did they go?" "You scared them away." Bella looked oddly at Han Shuo and answered. "Ah, no way. How could this be? Why would they be afraid of me?" Han Shuo had an innocent look on his face as he spoke in bewilderment. "Brian, you've become so scary after you've gone mad. It's like you're another person. Not just the ogres, even we're a bit afraid of you. It's a good thing you're alright now." Jean sighed emotionally and said what everyone else was thinking. Don't just stand there. Hurry up and pack up. We can't stay here any longer. 2 of the ogres have escaped, and they might cause trouble for us. Fanny was still relatively calm. When she saw that the danger had been temporarily averted, she hurriedly instructed everyone to quickly prepare for the aftermath. Under Fanny's orders, everyone returned to their original positions and picked up the items that had been scattered on the ground. This was the first time that everyone had faced a life and death crisis. After facing death head-on, the students had all become more composed. They didn't waste any words and quickly packed up everything. I think it's time to leave this place and end this trial. Jean suggested solemnly when he saw that everyone had packed up. After experiencing the battle with the ogres, everyone recognized their strength. They weren't as strong as they'd imagined, and the further south they went, the greater the danger. Therefore, everyone looked at each other and nodded in agreement after Jean's suggestion. After a moment of silence, everyone silently began to pack up, planning to return to the academy with the spoils of this trip and not continue the dangerous journey south. However, just as the crowd was about to leave, a mournful cry suddenly sounded from the south. The crowd that had just finished packing up their belongings and were about to leave were all stunned when they heard the sound. Then, excitement and greed appeared on their faces. Chapter 38. It's the cry of a frost eagle. The frost eagle is a solitary magical creature. We've already killed one before, should we kill this one as well before leaving? Jean's face lit up with joy as he looked at everyone and asked. The frost eagle's magical core was of the 4th level and was worth much more than the windblade wolf. Although everyone had expended a great deal of effort to kill one, they already had the experience of dealing with the frost eagle. Now that Jean had said this, everyone started. Fanny then looked at Han Shua and asked, Brian, what do you think? There's a huge sum of money in front of us, I think we should take it. Han Shua scratched his head and answered with a silly smile. All right then, everyone get ready. We'll take the Frost Eagle's core and then return to the academy. If our necromancy major can obtain 2 level 4 magical cores this time, the other majors won't dare look down on us. Fanny nodded and instructed everyone to move out. When the group heard this, they seemed to remember the humiliation they'd suffered earlier and began to move angrily. They followed behind Han Shua and Fanny, walking in the direction of the Frost Eagle's cry. Han Shua walked in front like he was the leader. Everyone had a matter-of-fact expression on their faces and no one had any objections. Unknowingly, they'd already begun to change their opinion of Han Shua. Now, no one dared to treat Han Shua as a little errand boy that could be bullied at will. Their gazes towards Han Shua had a faint hint of respect. The group hurried along the Frost Eagle's cry and arrived at the location of the Frost Eagle after a short while. However, they were stunned by the scene that greeted their eyes. Using the bright moonlight, everyone could see a tall, handsome young man with messy silver hair, dashing eyebrows, and starry eyes. He was holding a long sword in his hand and fighting with the Frost Eagle in the sky. He wore a simple warrior's suit, and his shoulders, chest, and abdomen were wrapped in shining silver armor. Judging from his clothes and attire, he was a knight. When the long sword in his hand danced, rays of piercing milky white light flashed and struck the Frost Eagle circling in the sky, causing it to cry out continuously. My gosh, milky white fighting aura, he's an Earth Knight. Ooh, he's so handsome. Bella exclaimed in surprise, her eyes fixed tightly on the Earth Knight's body with a look of infatuation on her face. The few female students beside her also revealed fascinated expressions, their eyes shining brightly as they stared at the Earth Knight who was easily dealing with the Frost Eagle. Han Shua furrowed his brow. He was also shocked by the Earth Knight's strength. Last time, Han Shua's party of 12 had found it very difficult to deal with a single Frost Eagle. They'd used all of their strength in the end to kill it. This Earth Knight was facing the Frost Eagle by himself. Not only did he not seem to be strained, but he even seemed to be skillful and at ease. After the milky white dough was released, the frost eagle continuously emitted low cries. A milky white fighting aura soared into the sky, heading straight for the battered frost eagle. The frost eagle seemed to sense danger and flapped its wings, intending to leave. At this moment, the Earth Knight, who had been standing on the ground, suddenly sped up and flew into the air. His long sword slashed across the frost eagle's abdomen. With a mournful cry, the frost eagle swayed and finally fell from the sky powerlessly. So cool. Bella's eyes glowed as she giggled. The Earth Knight walked next to the frost eagle's corpse and picked up the frost eagle's magical core with his longsword. He then walked with large strides to Han Shuo and the others with a smile. After sweeping his gaze over everyone, he bowed and said courteously, "Knight Clark greets the noble mages." "Hello Clark, you're so strong to be able to kill a frost eagle by yourself." "That's amazing." Bella laughed lightly in a reserved manner and spoke softly, as if she'd changed into a different person. However, Clark's gaze didn't linger on Bella's body. He kept his eyes on Fanny, seeming to wait for Fanny's reply. This made Bella feel a bit awkward. "We're teachers and students of the Babylon Academy of Magic and Force. We've come to the Dark Forest to train this time." "It's nice to meet you, Clark." Fanny's expression didn't change as she also bowed slightly in return and smiled. "So that's how it is. I've also come to the Dark Forest to train. The magical beasts here are very strong and very suitable for raising my strength. I hadn't thought that I'd run into you all here, heh. Clark smiled faintly as he looked at Fanny. There was a strange flavor to his gaze that made Han Shuo feel a bit uncomfortable. "Master Fanny, now that he's killed the frost eagle, I think we should be able to return." Han Shuo stared at Clark a few times and suddenly understood why he'd felt a bit uncomfortable with Clark's gaze. It was because Clark's gaze when he looked at Fanny was a bit similar to Jean's. Although it wasn't as exaggerated as Jean's, it already vaguely explained one thing: Clark seemed to have a favorable impression of Fanny's beauty. Yes. Master Fanny, it's getting more and more dangerous now. We should return to the academy for the students' safety. Jean also seemed to sense the threat and his gaze towards Clark was a bit unfriendly. He immediately chimed in after hearing Han Shuo's suggestion. Fanny nodded after hearing Han Shuo and Jean's words. She was about to agree when Clark suddenly smiled faintly and said, "If honored mages don't mind, I can travel with you. I think it'll be beneficial for all of us if we travel together, and the danger will be greatly reduced. Are you all willing?" "All right, if there's an Earth Rider with us, our gains this time will surely surpass those of the Light Major." Bella's face lit up with joy before Fanny could agree and she abruptly spoke up. The other female students all voiced their assent after Bella's words. Only Lisa's face was unmoved as she stared oddly at Han Shuo and sized him up. The male students didn't say anything and looked indifferent. Clark's words and Bella's incitement made Fanny, who'd been about to leave, hesitate a bit. Fanny's heart was especially moved when Bella said that their gains would surpass those of the Light Major. Don't agree. Smiling all the time isn't a good thing. This kid is obviously up to no good. Don't agree to travel with him. Han Shuo looked at Fanny and spoke continuously in his heart. All right, then we'll have to trouble you. We're all mages. If such a strong Earth Rider like you joins us, you'll be of great help to us. Fanny hesitated for a while and finally agreed. Han Shuo was extremely disappointed, but he didn't show it on his face. Instead, he cried out in surprise, "Aya, we've been chasing this frost eagle all this time. Who would have thought that you'd already killed it? A level 4 magical creature core is gone just like that." A startled expression appeared on Clark's face when he heard Han Shuo's words. He then looked at Han Shuo with some confusion and asked, "You were the ones who were chasing this frost eagle?" Nodding his head affirmatively, Han Shuo said with a face full of regret, "Yes, but I didn't think that you'd already killed it." Fanny was a bit surprised when she heard Han Shua's words and glared accusingly at Han Shua. She was about to open her mouth to explain that this wasn't the case when Clark hesitated and took out the Frost Eagle's magical core with some heartache. He forced a smile and handed it to Fanny, saying, "So that's how it is. Since that's the case, I'll return it to you. Master Fanny, you must accept it." "Accept, definitely accept." Han Shua approached with a smile and took the Frost Eagle's core from Clark's hands before Fanny could open her mouth. He then handed it to Lisa beside him and said merrily, "Heh, this Knight Clark is such a good person. He returned a level 4 magical creature core to us so readily. I think he'll be even more forthright in the trials to come." Lisa's eyes shone brightly as she also put the core away merrily with a smile. She nodded approvingly at Han Shua and secretly gave him a thumbs up. Fanny had been about to open her mouth to explain, but discovered that the core was already in Lisa's pocket in the blink of an eye. She didn't know whether to laugh or cry as she shook her head and rolled her eyes at Han Shua and Lisa, but didn't say anything else. The core of a level 4 magical creature was equivalent to over 100 gold coins. Even for a minor noble, 100 gold coins wasn't a small sum. It was no wonder that Clark would feel a bit pained when he'd taken it from Clark's hands with just a few words from Han Shua. "Master Fanny, now that we have this noble and generous Earth Knight joining us, I think we can continue heading south. There are certainly more powerful magical creatures there. If we can obtain a level 3 magical creature core, we'll be able to hold our heads high in the academy this time." Han Shua smiled faintly as he egged Fanny on. He thought that since Clark dared harbor disloyalty towards his woman, he should at least make him do some free hard labor. It would be a waste not to make use of an Earth Knight. Fanny's spirits immediately rose when she heard that they could hold their heads high in the academy. She nodded and smiled daintily. "All right, then we'll continue heading south. Noble Knight Clark, I'll have to trouble you to look after us in the future." Clark bowed modestly and smiled politely. "It's no trouble at all, I'm happy to be of service." "You insist on staying, see if I don't play you to death." Han Shua was extremely displeased when he saw Clark's appearance and quickly thought of a vicious plan. Chapter 39. The second day. The group, along with Clark, continued to head south of the dark forest. Because of Clark's addition, it was much easier to deal with the magical creatures they encountered along the way. Clark purposefully showcased himself in front of Fanny. The 2 Windblade Wolves and 1 Frost Eagle along the way were all easily killed with his great assistance. Han Shua would quickly rush over every time a magical creature was killed and immediately took out the core, handing it to Lisa as a matter of course. He treated it as his side spoils of war and didn't even leave the fur of the Windblade Wolves for Clark. In order to gain Fanny's favor, Clark still forced a smile on his face and approved of Han Shua's actions, not fighting for the cores of the magical creatures. The group started a bonfire when it was dusk and Han Shua started roasting the meat. Clark purposefully hung out with Fanny and chatted humorously with Fanny. Off to the side, Jean glared at Clark like a tiger watching its prey and continuously interjected, using words to pressure Clark. The other students dispersed to rest, chatting and laughing merrily, or silently organizing their things. Only Lisa stayed next to Han Shua and watched as Han Shua flipped the roasted meat leisurely. "Brian, I've discovered that you're becoming more and more naughty. You're very different from before." Lisa held a bright red wooden stick in her hand and unintentionally stirred it in the bonfire. Her bright eyes landed on Han Shua as she spoke. Flicking a glance at Lisa, Han Shua said faintly, "Is that so?" "I'm fine. I just feel that I've been too useless in the past and want to change myself." "What's wrong with that?" Shaking her head, Lisa said, No. I feel that you're not the same as before. I can't say what's going on either. Perhaps it really is because I used the agony of the soul on you that you became like this." Laughing involuntarily, Han Shua thought that he wasn't Brian at all and had nothing to do with the agony of the soul. Whether it was Lisa, Fanny, or the other teachers and students, they all thought that it was the agony of the soul that caused him to change. It was a bit funny. Is my change not good? Very good, much better than before. I was very angry when I saw how cowardly you were before. I treated you badly in hopes that you'd pull yourself together, but you've always been meek and didn't resist no matter who bullied you. I felt that you were very pitiful at that time and thought that you'd be in pain even if you lived, and that you'd be better off dead. Actually, I used the agony of the soul on you because I didn't want to see you continue living so pitifully. Lisa thought for a moment and looked at Han Shuo. Frowning, Han Shuo looked at Lisa in confusion and asked, "So you're saying that you used the agony of the soul to help me out of kindness?" "Of course." Lisa raised her neck and explained, "Although I've looked for you to train in magic before, I've treated you much better than the other students. It's just that you're a disappointment and live such a useless life. I couldn't stand it anymore and decided to help you free yourself. Look at you now, you've changed so much that even I can't recognize you." Shaking his head, Han Shuo didn't say much, but he still approved of Lisa's actions. That pitiful Brian had indeed lived a useless life. He'd long since had thoughts of suicide, but just hadn't had the courage to do so. However, Han Shuo still couldn't forgive Lisa's actions of helping others die. "Boo. Brian, I think we'll roast the meat ourselves, there's no need to trouble you." Bach, Bella, and the others walked over from afar at this moment and looked at Han Shuo with some fear. In the past few days, all the meat that had been roasted by Han Shuo's hands was delicious beyond compare for Lisa, Fanny, Amy, and the others, but disgusting as hell for Bach, Bella, and the others. After a few days of torment, Bach, Bella, and the others' stomachs were so uncomfortable that they'd had diarrhea for a few days. They'd originally been complaining and cursing at Han Shuo, but after experiencing Han Shuo's crazed behavior yesterday, they didn't even dare to complain or curse anymore. They were deathly afraid that Han Shuo would suddenly go crazy. They were truly a bit afraid of Han Shuo now. Smiling honestly, Han Shuo said a bit embarrassedly, "How can this do? As an errand slave of the necromancy major, roasting food is my job to begin with. It's a bit inappropriate for you delicate bodies to do these things, isn't it?" "Appropriate, of course it's appropriate. Since we've gone out to train, we should try everything. Not to mention that you saved our lives yesterday, we shouldn't let you take on so many tasks, don't you think so, Bach?" Bella forced a laugh and said with embarrassment. "That's right, we should roast our own food, we can't trouble you with everything." Bach's stomach had been upset for a few days and he knew that if he still ate the meat that Han Shuo roasted, it would be half raw and half cooked again. He hurriedly said with a fawning smile and paused, "Brian, I was in the wrong before, please don't hate me. If you keep holding a grudge against me, if you go, if you lose all reason and come looking for me, I'll be in big trouble. Alright, since you're so kind, I'll thank you. Come, you guys roast the meat, I hope you enjoy yourselves." Han Shuo was inwardly pleased as he stood up with a silly smile. He took some of the roasted meat away and handed a large piece to the envious Lisa. He picked up the remaining pieces and walked over to Fanny's side. The enticing aroma of meat slowly spread outwards. Fanny had been listening impatiently to Clark and Jean refuting each other when her eyes suddenly lit up. She licked her lips with her fragrant tongue and a mesmerizing smile appeared at the corners of her mouth. "Master Fanny, Master Jean, and Sir Knight Clark, here's your roasted meat." Han Shuo laughed softly and handed the roasted meat to the three of them. "Boo-hoo, Tui. Brian, why isn't this piece cooked today? It tastes awful." Fanny suddenly exclaimed and spat out the piece of roasted meat she'd just eaten. This time, Fanny's eyesight wasn't too good. Because Han Shuo hadn't given her the roasted meat alone and she'd chosen the wrong piece, plus she was in a hurry to eat it, she'd already eaten the roasted meat that Han Shuo had prepared for Jean and Clark before Han Shuo could even remind her. Master Fanny, that piece isn't yours, this is. Han Shuo smiled wryly and thought to himself that she was in too much of a hurry. Han Shuo then hastily handed the piece of meat that he'd meticulously roasted to Fanny and snatched the half-cooked roasted meat from her hands. He took out a dagger and cut off the piece that Fanny had bitten and handed it to Clark with a smile. He said a bit embarrassedly, "Honorable Sir Clark, this piece is yours. My skills aren't that good, so although Master Fanny has already taken a bite, I hope you don't mind." Clark said, I'll just eat bread." "How can you be like this? Bread won't increase your stamina much and you're a knight who greatly needs stamina. You must eat more meat. Could it be that you dislike Brian's cooking skills, or that you've been bitten by Master Fanny?" Jean had long since known that those who didn't treat him well would suffer greatly from the food that Han Shuo roasted. He was secretly gloating at Han Shuo's misfortune, but put on a righteous expression on his face as he tried to persuade Clark. "No, that's not what I meant. It's just that." Clark's face was full of helplessness as he awkwardly waved his hands and shook his head, not knowing how to explain. He'd clearly seen Fanny spit it out after taking a bite and naturally knew that the roasted meat wasn't tasty at all. "As a noble knight, Sir Clark, I understand that you're definitely unwilling to eat something that's been bitten by someone else. Why don't you eat this piece, Master Jean?" Han Shuo had a look of understanding on his face as he first insinuated that Clark disliked Fanny and then pushed the blame onto Jean. Jean began to panic after Han Shuo's words and shook his head with an embarrassed smile. "No, absolutely not. How can I take Sir Clark's food? Not to mention that this piece is mine, I'm going to eat first." Traces of sweat could be seen on Jean's forehead as he spoke in a fluster. He hastily took another piece of similarly half-cooked meat from Han Shuo's hands and ran towards where Bach and Bella were as if he was fleeing, obviously planning on roasting it again. "Master Jean is such a humble person. It looks like you should take care of this roasted meat." Han Shuo smiled foolishly and planned on forcefully handing the roasted meat to Clark. Clark had a pitiful and wry smile on his face. He then seemed to suddenly remember something and hurriedly said, "I forgot something, excuse me." Like Jean, Clark left the area as soon as he'd finished speaking and disappeared without a trace in the blink of an eye. "Brian, you're getting worse and worse. No wonder Jean and Bach keep having diarrhea these days, it's all because of you, isn't it?" Fanny glared at Han Shuo with a mix of anger and amusement. "Master Fanny, you've only just realized. Brian is really different from before, he's become worse than all the students." Lisa chuckled lightly and then looked oddly at Fanny, saying, "Right, Master Fanny, you clearly knew that Brian was purposefully teasing the two of them, why didn't you stop him?" "That's because I also thought that Clark and Jean were too annoying. They kept bugging me and arguing non-stop, and they even insisted on dragging me along. It was so boring. But this Clark has helped us quite a bit, he really is a good person." Fanny laughed naughtily and explained to Lisa. Han Shuo was secretly pleased when he heard Fanny's words, but he couldn't help but feel angry when Fanny said that Clark was a good person. "So that's how it is. Heh, Master Fanny, I know there's a wide pool nearby. The water there is clear and clean. We haven't bathed in a few days, why don't we go swimming tonight?" "Lisa, you didn't like swimming before, why have you suddenly taken to it recently?" Because swimming exercises the body." Lisa's delicate face flushed red when she heard Fanny's question. She turned her head to glance at Han Shuo and answered hastily. Han Shuo had an odd expression on his face as he thought to himself that Lisa didn't seem to mind on the surface when he told her how to increase her breasts last time, but she'd already taken action in secret. Han Shuo couldn't help but find it funny as he gained a deeper understanding of women's minds. Chapter 40. It was night, and the moonlight was clear and cold as it scattered across the vast and boundless dark forest. The bright, silvery moonlight added a few traces of tranquility and comfort to the dark forest. Simple and crude tents were set up on the soft grass. After a day of hard work, the students were either talking in low voices or silently meditating. Han Shua sneakily hid behind a towering tree as he chanted a magical incantation. A streak of light flashed through the air as Little Skull, wielding a bone dagger, suddenly appeared and flew silently towards Clark's tent under Han Shua's instructions. Clark's tent was a bit further away from the other students. Although he appeared to be modest and polite on the surface, apart from his genuine passion towards Fanny, his gaze towards the other students carried a hint of lofty disdain. His tent was also clearly separated from the rest of the group as he walked far away by himself. Little Skull's body was now nimble, and his pitch-black bones blended into the darkness. He didn't make a single sound when he moved, and arrived at Clark's tent in a few dozen seconds. Under Han Shua's orders, Little Skull suddenly rushed into Clark's tent. A muffled cry of pain rang out as Clark's tent collapsed with a loud crash. Little Skull's body abruptly flew out and quickly fled in the southwest direction. Clark cried out in pain and flew out of the tent in a disheveled state. He looked around with his long sword in hand, and quickly chased in the direction that Little Skull had left with a roar of anger, cursing continuously under his breath. Success! Han Shua snickered inwardly. His figure swiftly darted through the shadows of the trees as he chuckled darkly and followed closely behind Clark. Han Shua also walked in the direction that Clark had run in. In the southwest direction, there was a wide pool of water with strange, crooked trees around it. Under the bright moonlight, the water in the pool was clear and sparkled with a silvery luster. A series of splashing sounds, accompanied by waves of tender laughter, came from the pool, adding some liveliness to the quiet pool. Lisa, are you starting to develop? Your breasts seem to be changing recently. Hee, Teacher Fanny, let me tell you. Actually, swimming can enhance your breasts. I only discovered this secret after trying it. Really? Fanny cried out in surprise, then laughed involuntarily and said in a sweet voice, no wonder. I was wondering why you'd suddenly become infatuated with swimming recently. So this is the reason. Hee, then we'll have to swim a little longer today. Teacher Fanny, your breasts are already so perky. Do you still care about this? Hee, of course, there's no woman who wouldn't care about this. I see. Hee, apart from swimming, drinking milk, and massaging while bathing can make your breasts stand out. This is my experience. I've been doing this recently, and I can really feel the changes in my chest. Teacher Fanny, you can try it too. Ah, Lisa, you seem to know a lot now. But the changes in your breasts are real. It looks like your method really will be effective. Of course. Hee, you can't go wrong listening to me. Lisa laughed lightly with pride and said to Fanny. At this moment, the sound of footsteps suddenly sounded from afar. Fanny and Lisa glanced at each other and Fanny frowned, saying softly, "What's that sound?" Lisa, who had shrunk into the water with only her head sticking out, also had a face full of bewilderment. She shook her head and said, "I don't know. I discovered this place when I went to collect wood today. No one should know about it." Fanny and Lisa were a bit surprised and were about to leave and the footsteps grew closer and closer. A sweating Clark suddenly appeared at the edge of the pool and looked left and right, continuously patrolling the area. When Clark saw Fanny and Lisa in the pool, the three of them cried out in surprise at the same time. Lisa was flustered and exasperated as she hastily hid her body in the pool. She pointed a finger at Clark in a panic and shouted angrily, "Damn it, you're a noble knight and yet you're doing something like peeping. How disgusting. No, it's not what you think. I was chasing a monster and found this place." Clark was greatly agitated and hastily tried to explain. "Leave this place immediately. Clark, you disappoint me greatly. To think that you're this kind of person." Fanny also had a face full of anger and her pretty face was covered in frost as she shouted coldly. "Master Fanny, I really didn't want to come here to peep. Listen to me explain." Clark was sweating profusely. He hadn't thought that he'd see Fanny and Lisa swimming in a place like this either. He felt that something was off and explained repeatedly. Leave this place, now. Fanny and Lisa both cried out in surprise as Clark explained and yelled at the same time. Smiling wryly with resignation, Clark sighed and bowed slightly to the two in the distance. He said apologetically, "I'm sorry, I'll leave immediately. I hope you don't think of me as bad as you think, I really didn't mean to do this." Clark's face was wry as he left dejectedly with his head hung low. A string of complaints flowed from his mouth as he sighed and lamented his terrible luck. Han Shua's surreptitious figure appeared in the shadows of the trees after Clark had left. He stuck up his middle finger at Clark and said lowly with a sinister smile, "You dare steal my woman? Go to hell, noble knight." So even noble knights have such disgusting hobbies. Lisa was still quite indignant and snorted lightly with a face full of disdain. Men are all the same. Noble knights are like this, and lowly errand slaves are also like this. It's just that some people know how to disguise it, and some don't. Fanny also snorted lightly and said with emotion. Errand slave? Master Fanny, you don't mean Brian, do you? Lisa stared blankly, then seemed to think of something and looked at Fanny with an odd expression. No, I was just sighing, purely sighing. Heh, Lisa, don't let your imagination run wild. Having let the cat out of the bag, Fanny was startled when she heard Lisa's question and hastily covered it up with an awkward smile. However, Lisa's face was still full of suspicion after hearing her explanation, and her gaze at Fanny was a bit odd. She murmured lowly, "Could you really be talking about Brian?" Han Shua had been hiding in the shade of the tree and was looking at the two lustfully. He couldn't help but feel a pang in his heart when he heard their words, but before Han Shua had time to sigh with emotion, his eyes suddenly widened and he was completely dumbfounded. At this moment, Fanny was slowly walking to the edge of the pool and her body hidden in the water was slowly revealed bit by bit. The bright moonlight shone on Fanny's perfect and flawless figure. The sparkling and translucent water droplets on her fair skin were like rolling gems under the moonlight, lightly brushing past her silk-like body. Under the moonlight, her upper body was so beautiful that it made Han Shua's eyes dazzle. Her breasts were full and firm, with two captivating red pearls at the top. There wasn't a trace of excess fat on her abdomen, which was smooth and taut. Her slender arms were as delicate as snow lotuses, and her beautiful light purple hair was wet and messily scattered over her smooth shoulders. She was filled with a beauty that could steal one's soul. Starting from her lower abdomen, the lower half of her body was submerged in the water. However, the clear water still allowed Han Shua to see her shining white legs under the moonlight. This was the first time that Han Shua had seen a naked woman with his own eyes, and such an outstanding beauty at that. Under the moonlight, water droplets trickled down from Fanny's body. Her otherworldly beauty and perfect figure caused Han Shua to be completely dumbfounded. His entire person sank into a half-dazed state for a moment. A strange sound suddenly fell into Han Shua's ears. Han Shua, who had been staring blankly at a lotus rising from the water, was startled awake and began to look around. A loud, panicked yell came from Lisa's mouth. Lisa, who was still in the depths of the pool, pointed behind her in terror and screamed, "Master! Fanny, it's the deepwater venom python." Fanny paused and then turned her head. She discovered that an enormous python, 5 or 6 meters long and covered in spikes on its back, was swiftly swimming over from the far end of the pool. The python's dark green pupils shone with a cruel and merciless light, and it spat out dark green smoke from its gaping, fanged maw as it rapidly approached Lisa. "Run, Lisa, run faster." Fanny's expression also changed abruptly as she screamed in panic. But Lisa seemed to have been scared out of her wits. Her body, which had originally been swimming quickly in the pool, had actually slowed down quite a bit because of the deepwater venom python's appearance, although her hands and legs were madly slapping at the water. "Master Fanny, sob, save me." Lisa's voice whimpered as she screamed in terror and panic. She used both her hands and feet in an attempt to quickly swim to the shore, but the deep-water venom python was closing in on her. "Damn it, where's that Clark now?" Fanny cursed without a care for her emotions, and her perfect figure began to turn back in Lisa's direction. Han Shuo had completely awakened at this moment. Looking at the deep-water venom python that was closing in on the two of them, Han Shuo hesitated for a moment and finally sprinted out from the shadows of the trees, yelling loudly, "What's going on?" Deep-water venom python, I'm coming to help you." The deep-water venom python was a rank 3 magical creature. Not only did it have a powerful physical body, it could also spit out poisonous mist. Now that it was still in the water, both its speed and its threat had greatly increased. A rank 4 magical creature, Frost Eagle, was something that the group had to use the strength of 9 oxen and 2 tigers to kill. This rank 3 deep-water venom python would definitely be even more difficult to deal with. Even Han Shuo himself didn't have the slightest bit of confidence, but he couldn't just watch as Fanny was eaten, so he could only risk his life and charge out. "Damn it, let's go all out." Han Shuo took out a dagger and his body flashed like lightning, directly flying towards the pool after a flash in the darkness. Chapter 41. In the pool, the deep-water venom python raised waves that reached the sky and swam quickly towards Lisa with impressive momentum. The more flustered Lisa was, the harder it was for her to escape. The distance between the person and the python had already shrunk to 20 meters. Fanny, who had already reached the shore, threw caution to the wind and splashed the water, rushing towards Lisa like a mermaid. Han Shuo's speed was even faster, and his body didn't seem to encounter any resistance in the water as he closed in on Fanny like lightning. After practicing magical yuan, Han Shuo's bodily functions were far superior to those of ordinary people. When Han Shuo used his full strength, an astonishing amount of energy immediately burst forth. Han Shuo had also arrived at the same time that Fanny closed in on Lisa. Han Shuo didn't allow for any explanation as he reached out with both hands, grabbing Lisa with one hand and wrapping the other around Fanny's waist. He shouted fiercely, "Go!" At this moment, Han Shuo had no time to feel the smoothness and softness of Lisa and Fanny's bodies. In his panic, he only had the thought of leaving this place as quickly as possible. His legs moved like a fish in the water, and with the help of Fanny's hands and feet, the three entangled as they swam towards the shore without a care for anything else. Except, if it was just Han Shuo alone, he might actually have been able to escape the deep-water venom python's pursuit. But with the addition of Fanny and Lisa, Han Shuo's speed was greatly affected. It was hard for him to recover his previous speed, and he could only watch as the deep-water venom python came closer and closer. Lisa's frightened cries and whimpers didn't stop for even a moment. Even Fanny was powerless at this moment as a look of shock and panic appeared on her face. Even summoning dark creatures to fight in the pool wouldn't be of much use. The deep-water venom python's skin was extremely thick, and normal necromancy magic wouldn't be able to stop it. If they stopped and chanted an incantation, they would be bound to be entangled by it and then inevitably be eaten by it. Boo-hoo! What do we do? What do we do? Are we going to be eaten by it? Lisa whimpered in panic, her hands slapping the surface of the water more and more powerless. Fanny also didn't know what to do. She could only watch helplessly as the deep-water venom python closed in on her, but she couldn't find a way to dodge or escape. She could only desperately swim. After a moment's hesitation, Han Shuo hardened his heart. A resolute expression suddenly appeared on his face as he grabbed Lisa's right hand and abruptly exerted force. He gathered all his strength and flung Lisa's naked, dainty, and beautiful body shot out of the water. She streaked across the air for 3 meters and flew straight towards the shore. His left hand, which was originally on Fanny's waist, suddenly pressed on Fanny's beautiful buttocks. Before Fanny could scream, Han Shuo had already used all his strength to help Fanny, who was swimming at a fast speed. This made Fanny's swimming speed suddenly increase, and she stabbed towards the shore like an arrow. "Hurry and go!" Han Shuo roared and suddenly turned his head, facing the deepwater venom python that was already in front of him alone. "Brian, Master Fanny, hurry and save Brian." Lisa's desolate voice cried out in alarm from afar. "Lisa, hurry and get ashore. Only when we're ashore can we help Brian." At this moment, Han Shua's gaze was cold and severe. He gripped the dagger in his hand tightly as he watched the deepwater venom python's tail wrap around him. Unexpectedly, Han Shua advanced instead of retreating. Before the deepwater venom python's tail could wrap around him, he actually dashed out at high speed towards the python's head. Han Shua understood that no matter how fast he swam in this pool, he still couldn't compete with the deepwater venom python in terms of speed. Now that he was stuck close to it, there was only death awaiting him if he continued to throw caution to the wind and flee. The deepwater venom python's entire body was hard and thick, and only its neck was soft. If he wanted to escape this disaster, close combat was the only way to survive. The deepwater venom python probably hadn't anticipated that Han Shua would counterattack instead of fleeing. After that enormous tail wrapped around him, it only made a rather large arc, but didn't touch Han Shua. The deepwater venom python's dark green eyes flashed as if it was mocking Han Shua's ignorance. A mouthful of dark green smoke shot out from its large, dense, fanged maw as it raised its neck and sprayed towards Han Shua's head. "Brian, be careful of the smoke it's spraying out. That smoke has a slow, paralyzing effect. It'll cause a person's body to stiffen until they're unable to move." At this moment, Fanny called out loudly from afar, reminding Han Shua to pay attention to the dark green poisonous smoke that the deepwater venom python was spewing out. Startled, Han Shua quickly swam on the surface of the water and held his breath before hastily diving into the water. Using the clear water, he identified the deepwater venom python's position and suddenly charged over. After dodging another sweep of the deepwater venom python's tail midway, Han Shua had already appeared directly under the python's neck. Han Shua's body and the dagger in his hand shot out of the water at the same time. The dagger flashed with a cold light, drawing a trace of silver under the moonlight as it fiercely pierced towards the soft flesh of the deepwater venom python's neck. With a poochie sound, the dagger disappeared completely, and blood spurted out. The deepwater venom python let out a mournful wail, and after twisting its neck, its huge body began to writhe madly. Han Shua was startled and hurriedly pulled out the dagger, pressing his right palm fiercely against the python's neck. The red flames of the mystical glacial spell fire flashed and disappeared, instantly landing on the python's neck. After being invaded by the red flames of the mystical glacial spell fire, the deepwater venom python became even more berserk, and shrill cries rang out incessantly. Before Han Shua could react, a cloud of dark green smoke had already spread to Han Shua's body. Wisps of strange gas seeped into Han Shua's body through Han Shua's pores. Han Shua felt his entire body go numb, suddenly numb and powerless. Even the dagger seemed to have become as heavy as 1,000 kilograms. "Oh my God, Brian's been sprayed by the poisonous smoke. What about Master Fanny, what's going to happen?" Lisa had already reached the shore, and when she saw that Han Shua had been sprayed by the poisonous smoke, she abruptly yelled out loudly and urgently. "Oh, endless darkness, transform into the bone spears of destruction. With my will, destroy everything in front of me, bone spears." The sound of Fanny chanting an incantation suddenly sounded at this moment. 3 sharp bone spears suddenly materialized out of thin air and pierced towards the frenzied deepwater venom python in the pool with whooshing sounds. Fanny's bone spear magic was indeed extraordinary. All 3 bone spears hit their mark, and 2 of them stabbed into the python's forehead, causing 2 blossoms of blood to blossom. The last bone spear landed on the python's ghastly maw, which had buried its head to devour Han Shua, and broke a few of its sharp fangs. This caused the python's gaping maw, which had been about to devour Han Shua, to be lifted backwards. At this moment, the magical yuan within Han Shua's body abruptly circulated at high speed. Wherever the magical yuan circulated, the numbing feeling instantly disappeared without a trace. Han Shuo, who had originally been powerless, once again regained his strength. As the deep-water venom python reared back from Fanny's bone spears, Han Shuo's body quickly closed in, the dagger in his hand stabbing twice like lightning, and then he swam towards the shore without a care for anything else. The deep-water venom python suddenly howled in agony, stirring up waves in the pool. When it raised its head again, Fanny and Lisa saw that the python's two dark green eyes were completely overflowing with thick blood. "Oh my God, Brian can still move, and he's even blinded the python, ahaha." Lisa stood on the shore and shouted loudly. Her previous panicked whimpers had magically turned into excited screams. However, it was precisely because of the deep-water venom python's frenzied rampage that its enormous tail had coincidentally lashed out at Han Shuo, causing Han Shuo's body, which had been running at high speed, to be struck fiercely. His body flew through the air and fell towards the shore. At the same time, Fanny continued to cast necromancy magic, greeting the weak points of the python's beautiful eyes on the python's neck. Having lost its eyes, the python had no way of dodging Fanny's attacks. The gaping maw on its neck and its eyes were repeatedly pierced by bone spears, setting off increasingly louder and louder waves in the pool. It looked like the python was becoming more and more powerless. The frenzied deep-water venom python didn't know that it should flee at this moment, but rather followed the sounds and tried to approach the shore, as if planning on devouring all of its attackers without a care in the world. It was a pity that as its injuries became more and more severe, the python's frenzy became more and more powerless and pale. In the end, the python collapsed powerlessly. Han Shuo's body slowly floated up after falling into the water. His clothes had split open from his chest to his abdomen, and his right cheek was a fiery red. It seemed that he'd been injured by the python's tail. Lisa, who'd been yelling excitedly just now, and Fanny, who'd been reciting incantations, both exclaimed in surprise at the same time. They disregarded their naked bodies and abruptly swam towards the pool at the same time. The two moved quickly and hurriedly dragged Han Shuo onto the shore. They saw that Han Shuo's abdomen was swollen, water was flowing from the corners of his mouth, and his cheeks were puffed up, as if he'd swallowed quite a bit of pool water. Fanny actually knew a few rescue measures. She immediately pressed her slender hands against Han Shuo's chest and squeezed continuously, attempting to squeeze out the pool water that Han Shuo had swallowed. Lisa did the same, and under the combined efforts of the two, large mouthfuls of pool water continuously gushed out of Han Shuo's mouth. "Why hasn't Brian woken up yet?" After a while, Lisa revealed an anxious expression and looked worriedly at Han Shuo. "Maybe he swallowed too much water and his throat is already clogged. Why don't you try to help him breathe?" Fanny looked at Lisa and suggested after thinking for a moment. Lisa's face reddened and she looked at Fanny, saying, "Master Fanny, I don't really understand. Why don't you do it?" Fanny started and furrowed her brow in thought. She hardened her heart and gritted her teeth, saying, "Brian saved both our lives. Forget it, I'll help him try." Fanny lowered her body as soon as she finished speaking. Her tender cheeks were flushed with embarrassment, and her fragrant red lips moved towards Han Shuo. In actuality, Han Shuo had woken up a long time ago and had waited patiently for this moment. His heartbeat quickened, and he could still feel the smooth and clean skin of Fanny's arm in his chest. Han Shuo was inwardly overjoyed. A wisp of faint fragrance accompanied by a slippery sensation was reflected in Han Shuo's mind. Fanny's fragrant tongue reached in and pushed Han Shuo's teeth apart. Their mouths and noses touched, and their lips pressed tightly together. Fanny began to help Han Shuo breathe. A wonderful feeling of ecstasy instantly spread through Han Shuo's entire nerves. Han Shuo only felt that this time's adventure hadn't been in vain. He didn't want to wake up, and carefully savored this incomparably wonderful feeling. Fanny lifted her head and exhaled after taking a breath. She paused for a moment and was about to continue when her bright eyes inadvertently saw that a small tent had strangely risen from the base of Han Shua's legs. Fanny was stunned for a moment before she suddenly reacted and screamed at a high decibel level. Fanny's jade hands pressed down on Han Shua's neck and shook him violently, cursing in exasperation, "Damned Brian, I'm going to kill you." Chapter 42. Pa. Han Shua spat out a few mouthfuls of saliva and his face flushed red. He hastily pried Fanny's hands off his neck and didn't know what had happened. He hastily said with a pained expression, "Master Fanny, what are you doing? I'm already like this, can't you be a little gentler?" Han Shua's eyes suddenly widened as soon as he'd finished speaking and stared fixedly at Fanny and Lisa in front of him. The two were completely naked from the waist up and their fair, dainty beauty was completely revealed. Fanny's body was full of grace and beauty and Lisa's chest was beginning to bulge as she revealed her upper body to Han Shua's eyes without reservation. The two wore undergarments that were as thin as cicadas' wings in the most crucial area of their lower bodies. The wet water soaked the thin and narrow undergarments. Although he couldn't see the entirety of their bodies, this kind of faintly discernible allure was even more fatal. It caused Han Shua's brother, who had been about to droop down in shock, to once again stand up tenaciously. "Aya, Brian, you've finally woken up." Master Fanny, why are you doing this to him?" Lisa was also at a loss as she walked over quickly and said anxiously. "Look at his lower body, if he really fainted from the suffocation, why is there a reaction down there?" Fanny's face was full of irritation as she spoke to Lisa with a red face. She then exerted force without further explanation and cursed lowly, pinching Han Shua's body here and there. Han Shua was immediately dumbfounded when he heard Fanny's words. His eyes continued to stare fixedly at the two's bodies as inspiration flashed through his mind. He didn't care if his logic was correct or not and immediately quibbled, "I was hit by the python's poisonous smoke just now and my entire body is stiff and powerless. My lower body is stiff as well, how can you blame me?" Fanny and Lisa looked at each other when these words were spoken and then suddenly realized that the other was still naked. They exclaimed in surprise and screeched loudly at the same time. "Shut up, don't quibble with me. I've never heard of anyone's lower body stiffening after being hit by the deep-water venom python's poisonous smoke. Oh, close your eyes as well. Don't peek. Lisa, let's put on our clothes before we deal with him." Fanny yelled angrily and ran away with Lisa, shrieking. Han Shua immediately shut his mouth. When the two of them turned around, a pair of shifty eyes suddenly opened, greedily lingering on Fanny's plump and perky buttocks. After a while, Fanny and Lisa, who were dressed neatly, walked over from afar with flushed cheeks. Fanny came over and sized up Han Shua with a gloomy face. She snorted coldly and said, "Why is it such a coincidence that you would suddenly appear here?" I came over to gather wood and happened to hear your cries for help. That's why I threw caution to the wind and came to your rescue. Master Fanny, I'm injured, and I didn't mean to look at you. My entire body is stiff and I can't move. The python's tail whipped me from my chest to my right cheek and it hurts terribly. This was all to save you too." Han Shua's face was bitter as he lay there facing the sky. His entire body was as stiff as a wooden puppet, and only his mouth and eyes seemed to be able to move. "Master Fanny, although Brian is indeed suspicious, he just saved our lives. Now that he's like this, why don't you let him go?" Lisa looked at Han Shua from afar and rolled her eyes fiercely at Han Shua when she saw that Han Shua's lower body was still firmly erect. She spat lightly and turned her head to plead with Fanny. "Lisa, I was violated by him." Fanny glared at Han Shua when she saw that Lisa was pleading for leniency and said a bit anxiously. "Only the three of us know about this. I won't say a word, and Brian definitely won't say a word. Just pretend it never happened. He also saw my body. Although I hate him, he just threw his life away for us. We can't just kill him. Lisa paused and thought for a moment before speaking to Fanny with a wry face. I didn't see it, I didn't see anything just now. I promise, Master Fanny, please don't kill me to silence me. Han Shua's face was full of panic as his eyes spun rapidly and he spat out a string of crazy words. Shut up! Fanny shouted angrily and then had a look of helplessness on her face. She thought left and right and stomped her foot fiercely, saying hatefully, this won't end so quickly. I'll let you off today because you're injured, but I'll settle the score with you sooner or later. I haven't settled the score with you last time, but this time it's nothing. Fanny suddenly realized that she'd let the cat out of the bag again halfway through her words and hurriedly changed her words when she saw Lisa looking at her suspiciously again. Master Fanny, you wouldn't be. Lisa looked oddly at Fanny and opened her mouth to speak. No. Fanny immediately cut off Lisa's words fiercely and then explained softly with a sheepish smile, Brian kept making trouble during the last experiment. That's why I said I wanted to settle the score with him. Don't get the wrong idea, isn't that right, Brian? His eyes darting, Han Shua hastily agreed, yes, that's exactly what happened. Lisa, keep an eye on Brian. The python is already dead, I'll go extract the magical core from its body. It's a level 3 magical core this time. We'll be able to hold our heads high when we get back. Fanny didn't dare linger here for fear that she'd let the cat out of the bag again. She hurriedly ran away and swam towards the pool of water, but this time, Fanny didn't undress. After Fanny had left, Lisa, who had distanced herself from Han Shua, moved closer to Han Shua and sighed softly, saying lowly, Brian, I didn't think you'd be so stupid. I know that you risked your life to fight the python this time because of me. I only half believed what you said in the trap before, but after this incident, I truly believe you. Brian, I'm actually a bad girl, I'm not worth your sacrifice. Han Shua. Lisa looked at Han Shua's dazed expression, and because she'd hit right into Han Shua's heart, she shook her head and gritted her teeth, Brian, you should give up now. We really aren't suited for each other. Because the difference in status between us is too great, my family will never allow us to interact. I'm sorry, Brian. Han Shua. Brian, what's wrong? Why aren't you saying anything? Are you sad? Lisa still had a self-righteous look on her face, thinking that she'd played the role of a heartless person as she spoke frantically. Han Shua didn't know whether to laugh or cry as he watched Lisa speak conceited words to herself. He really didn't know how to respond, and finally froze for a while before shouting out in pain, don't say any more. Pausing for a moment, Han Shua saw that Lisa seemed to have been scared silly and hurriedly sighed, saying with a distressed expression, I understand in my heart. I only need to watch you silently from afar and won't bring you any trouble. If you like someone, then you shouldn't be a burden to them. You should consider everything for them wholeheartedly. Lisa, don't worry about it, really don't. I'll take good care of myself and silently bless you. Han Shua had heard these words from a few third-rate soap operas, and when Han Shua said them in succession, even Han Shua felt goosebumps all over his body. He felt that he really was a bit too sinister and shameless. I've never heard anyone say such nice words before, boo-hoo. I'm sorry, Brian. Contrary to Han Shua's expectations, Lisa actually started sobbing softly when she heard Han Shua's words. Her tears flowed endlessly, and it looked like she was incredibly touched. At this time, Fanny walked over from the pool in the distance, her body dripping wet. Fanny's expression changed when she heard Lisa's sobs and she glared fiercely at Han Shua, pouting coquettishly, Brian, haven't you bullied us enough? Boo-hoo. Master Fanny, it's not about Brian, it's just that I'm a bit scared when I think about what happened just now. It has nothing to do with him, really. Lisa hurriedly wiped away her tears when she saw Fanny blame Han Shua and forced a smile as she explained. She looked suspiciously at Lisa, and then looked at Han Shua, who was lying there stiffly, seemingly not moving at all. Fanny snorted lightly and said, "I doubt he'll dare bully you again." Fanny had walked out of the pool, her clothes clinging tightly to her perfect body. Although nothing could be seen, her exquisite curves were still a feast for Han Shua's eyes. He clicked his tongue in admiration. Not only was Fanny beautiful, but her figure was of the first class to commit crimes. It's a bit odd, the python's neck to its head has already been charred. I wonder what's going on. It looks like the python's quick death isn't solely due to the effects of my magic, but the charred state of its brain is the key. However, my bone spear magic doesn't have the miraculous effect of burning a person's body from the inside out. Just what is going on, Brian? Fanny looked Han Shua up and down and asked a bit oddly. Laughing dryly, Han Shua hurriedly said, "Who knows? I only stabbed it a few times, I don't have the magic or fighting aura that can burn its body from the inside out. It's no use looking at me." "Is that really the case? Why do I feel that you're quite suspicious?" Fanny frowned and her bright eyes looked Han Shua up and down, full of suspicion. Think what you want. I'd love to have such miraculous magic and fighting aura, but I don't have the strength." Han Shua laughed heartily and said with a bit of self-deprecation. The magical arts that he practiced weren't something that should exist in this world. This was a secret that would never be revealed to anyone, and this was something that Han Shua would never admit even if he was beaten to death. "Master Fanny, you must be thinking too much, or perhaps you've seen wrong. Your eyes really aren't that good sometimes. Brian just saved us, why would he lie to us? Besides, if he was that strong, he wouldn't have needed to continue working as an errand slave a long time ago." "Perhaps." Fanny smiled faintly and nodded, saying happily afterwards, "We've obtained the magical beast core. Let's go, we can return to the tent. This swim was quite a close one, but we've really struck it rich with a third-level magical beast core. Brian, can you move now? Why don't I call one of the male students to carry you back?" Lisa looked at Han Shua and said worriedly. "According to what I know, the deep-water venom python's poison mist will only temporarily paralyze the enemy and then make it easier for it to eat them. It's been so long, Brian, you should be fine by now, right?" Fanny snorted angrily and rolled her eyes at Han Shua, speaking with a cold face. Han Shua cried out in surprise when he heard these words, "Ah, it really is like that. I can completely move now. Let's go, let's hurry back." Lisa started and then looked suspiciously at Han Shua. She also said with a bit of anger, "Brian, you could move a long time ago." Without the slightest bit of awkwardness, Han Shua explained seriously, No, I only knew that I could move after hearing Master Fanny say so. Let's go. If we delay any longer, they'll be sure to worry about us." Han Shua abruptly stood up and didn't wait for Fanny and Lisa to ask any more questions after he'd spoken. He rushed quickly towards the tents where the students had set up camp. "Damn it, he's been faking it all along. I found it out as soon as I tried. Brian, stop right there, I won't let you go." Fanny was exasperated as she yelled and pulled Lisa along, chasing after Han Shua. Chapter 43. When Han Shua whistled all the way to the tents where the students were camped, he suddenly noticed that Jean hadn't gone to sleep, but was instead sitting outside the tent, bored to death. Brian, have you seen Fanny and Lisa?" Jean immediately stood up and asked when he heard Han Shua's footsteps. Nodding, Han Shua said faintly, "I've seen them, Master Fanny and Lisa will be here soon." "Master Jean, why haven't you gone to sleep yet?" "Oh, it's because Clark suddenly left for some business and asked me to apologize on behalf of Fanny." This Clark, he didn't give any reason and just left. It's a bit baffling." Han Shua's thoughts raced when he heard Jean's words. He immediately understood that it must be because Clark's rash actions in the pool just now had angered Fanny and Lisa. Clark knew that he wouldn't be able to explain himself, so he left so abruptly. I see. Master Jean, I still need to gather a few things nearby. When Master Fanny and Lisa arrive, tell them I'll be back before dawn. Han Shuo didn't care if Jean agreed or not after he'd spoken and quickly headed south, disappearing without a trace in the blink of an eye. Although Han Shuo's body wasn't stiff and powerless, he had been whipped by the deep-water venom python's tail earlier and had indeed suffered some injuries. Han Shuo knew that when Fanny and Lisa returned, they would certainly come to pester him again. In this way, he wouldn't be able to use magical yuan to repair his body. Therefore, he might as well avoid them for now and wait until tomorrow, when the two's anger would have dissipated by at least half. At that time, there shouldn't be any problems. On a tall, towering tree in the south, Han Shuo sat cross-legged on a thick, lush, and leafy branch about 10 meters above the ground. He held his breath and concentrated, silently using magical yuan to refine his body over and over again. Time flowed by without him realizing it. Han Shuo's body, which had originally been in slight pain, slowly became less painful under the circulation of the magical yuan. Every inch of his skin, flesh, tendons, and bones seemed to be filled with a surging strength. As Han Shuo sank into a state of concentration, a faint trace of pain first radiated from his mind and then spread to his entire body. The violent pain suddenly exploded, forcing Han Shuo to howl in pain with 10 times the intensity of the pain. Crackling sounds of explosions rang out from Han Shuo's body, accompanied by Han Shuo's agonized howls. As these sounds rang out, strands of weak, turbid air leaked out from Han Shuo's pores. Han Shuo's skin rippled as if a stone had been thrown into the water's surface. When the pores had finished draining the turbid air and harmful substances from his body, a hazy ball of black light began to faintly encircle his body. This state continued for an unknown length of time before Han Shuo felt the pain all over his body suddenly disappear without a trace. He flew down from the 10-meter-tall tree with a thud, his body terrifyingly nimble. Success! He had finally broken through the first level of magical yuan, the solid realm. From now on, Han Shuo's body could be said to have been reborn. Whether it was strength, flexibility, or toughness, they had all far surpassed that of an ordinary person. After passing the most basic, solid, realm, Han Shuo's future training was bound to yield twice the results with half the effort. With a single thought, the magical yuan flowed unimpeded, not only to his limbs, chest, and abdomen, but even to his head. Han Shuo looked at his exposed skin and saw that the scars that had been left on his body had now disappeared. His flesh was smooth and strong. Moving his body, Han Shuo could clearly feel that his height had increased by another centimeter or two. Lifting his head to look at the sky, Han Shuo discovered that it was still late at night. At this moment, Han Shuo was intoxicated by the joy of being reborn. He continuously circulated the magical yuan to his limbs and bones, excitedly feeling every change in his body. Suddenly, a thought struck Han Shuo as he remembered the pouch and jade box that he always carried with him. Last time, he had used the strange object in the jade box to meditate on his mental strength. In the end, his mental strength had almost been completely sucked away. Afterwards, because the magical yuan had flowed into his brain, he had averted the danger and reaped a great harvest. Now that he had broken through to the solid realm, Han Shuo could already autonomously mobilize the magical yuan and circulate it to any part of his body, including the brain, which was the most difficult to reach. Thinking back to the enormous benefits he had previously reaped, Han Shuo could no longer suppress the desire in his heart. He immediately sat down cross-legged and took out the pouch that he had kept close to his body. When he opened the box, the eyeball-like orb was still as strange and unfathomable as ever. As Han Shuo's mental strength began to slowly condense into the orb, the same thing that had happened last time repeated itself. The orb instantly emitted a misty green brilliance, with a drop of blood red within, giving off an oppressive and uncomfortable feeling. Han Shuo's mental strength rapidly flowed into the orb in the jade box, as if a whale was sucking in water. As the mental strength in his brain continuously flowed out, the pain in Han Shua's brain became more and more intense. Finally, just as Han Shua felt that his brain was about to explode, his thoughts moved and the magical yuan that had sunk into his lower abdomen suddenly flew to his brain. A rumble sounded in Han Shua's brain, and as the pain intensified, Han Shua instantly let out a wretched howl. At the same time, the surging mental strength rolled back like an avalanche, flooding Han Shua's brain in an instant. Han Shua abruptly collapsed to the ground, panting heavily. His entire mind was a bit muddled. This state persisted for a while before Han Shua slowly returned to normal. He felt that his mental strength had indeed greatly increased. In his joy, Han Shua couldn't help but stare at the orb. Suddenly, Han Shua saw threads of green light appear within the orb. These lights continuously intertwined with each other, as if a brush was sketching a picture. After a while, a pattern was revealed from within, a strange, grayish-brown castle. After the green line appeared for a moment, it suddenly disappeared without a trace. However, a bright red dot that resembled a drop of blood continuously flashed and formed the shape of a red arrow. After stopping for a moment, it actually pointed straight to the south. What did this mean? What did the direction of the red arrow mean? Han Shua fell into a daze for a moment as he stared blankly at the red dot in the middle of the ball. His mind raced, and he finally confirmed one thing: the red arrow in the ball was pointing in a direction, and seemed to be leading to a destination. After hesitating for a moment and looking at the color of the sky, Han Shua's curiosity was completely piqued. In the end, he grabbed the jade box and quickly headed south in the direction indicated by the jade box. During this process, Han Shua could clearly feel that the further south he went, the more sounds of large magical beasts moving could be heard. The path was filled with danger and thorns. Han Shua was a bit nervous, his eyes staring at the orb in his hand from time to time. He discovered that the arrow in the orb was constantly changing directions, as if pointing out the correct path for Han Shua. After a long while, the red arrowhead in the ball in Han Shua's hand disappeared, and the drop of dark red that was like fresh blood flashed once again. The green light of the ball grew stronger and stronger, and strong magical pulses emanated from within. Han Shua looked around after he stopped, and discovered that this was an ordinary area with tall, overgrown shrubs and weeds. There were a few enormous, unknown tree branches tangled together in the distance, drawing out grotesque shapes on the ground under the illumination of the moonlight, like the shadows of enormous monsters in the darkness. When Han Shua focused his attention, he suddenly noticed a trace of peculiarity. In other parts of the dark forest, no matter how quiet it was, there would always be the sounds of insects. However, after arriving here, Han Shua discovered that this area was almost deathly silent. There weren't any strange sounds from insects, and he couldn't feel a trace of life in the surroundings. Strange, under the ordinary appearance, the entire area made Han Shua feel traces of an inexplicable aura. This aura made Han Shua feel vaguely familiar and intimate, as if it was something he had long since gotten used to. But after thinking about it carefully, Han Shua realized that he had no idea what was going on. Just as Han Shua was at a loss and thinking hard, the orb in the jade box in his hand suddenly flew out of thin air. Lines of magic were outlined on the surface of the orb with green light. Han Shua could feel a strong magical pulse instantly emanating from the void. As the orb shone with the green light, the magical pulse became more and more intense. After paying attention, Han Shua suddenly noticed that the surrounding area where the green light shone was undergoing changes that made Han Shua's jaw drop. Where the green light shone on the ground, the weeds and shrubs on the ground instantly disappeared without a trace, turning into a grayish-brown dry ground with piles of white bones on the ground. Some of the towering trees with lush branches and leaves on the side also underwent strange changes under the illumination of the green light, turning into the skeletons of some large undead creatures. If Han Shua remembered correctly, those huge skeletons should be the most terrifying of the dark creatures, the bone dragons. Death. A desolate and empty expanse. Under the illumination of the green light, the entire area seemed to have instantly turned into an eternal and unchanging kingdom of the dead. There was a huge grayish-brown castle in the middle. Half of it was suspended in midair, while the other half was buried deep underground. Some strange, sharp thorns circled around the castle, and patterns of dark creatures were carved on all sides of the castle walls. Han Shuo looked at it in shock for a long time, and finally murmured in horror, This can't be the legendary cemetery of death, can it? Chapter 44. The Cemetery of Death was the legendary holy land of necromancers, and also the extravagant hope of everyone on this trip to the dark forest. Han Shuo surveyed his surroundings and connected the dots to Fanny's description from before. He was already certain that this place was the Cemetery of Death that had been transported. No wonder Han Shuo had felt a vague sense of familiarity when he was here just now. This was all because Han Shuo had also trained in necromancy magic. There were strong magical pulses of the air of death in this area, as well as the scent of bones that had been transformed. These were all things that Han Shuo was extremely familiar with. Han Shuo furrowed his brow as he stared closely at the entire area. He thought to himself that those who had seen the Cemetery of Death in the legends would all die in the end. Now that he was standing here, should he go in or not? The Cemetery of Death had been a place where powerful necromancers had researched necromancy magic during their golden age. Afterwards, these mages had all died, and the Cemetery of Death had also disappeared without a trace. However, since this Cemetery of Death had once been a place where necromancers had researched, there must be some secrets of necromancy magic here. This was an enormous temptation for a rookie like Han Shuo who had just entered the halls of magic. Han Shuo had no choice but to seriously consider whether or not he needed to take the risk. After a while, Han Shuo's expression was resolute as he started to walk over the eerie white bones towards the Cemetery of Death. After Han Shuo had walked a few steps and entered the depths of the area, the dark green ball that had been suspended high in the air suddenly fell back into the jade box. The green light in the entire area instantly disappeared without a trace. Han Shuo started and looked around in shock. He discovered that the scene in the surrounding area that Han Shuo's eyes were looking at had once again changed, returning to the scene that he had seen when he had first arrived. However, the surrounding area of the Cemetery of Death, all the way to the soles of Han Shuo's feet, was still a gloomy scene of death. Looking at the round ball in his hand, Han Shuo understood that this ball was definitely a crucial item in the Cemetery of Death. It seemed to have the ability to open the Cemetery of Death. The entire Cemetery of Death seemed to be shrouded in a concealment barrier. If one looked at this area from the outside, they wouldn't be able to detect anything strange or peculiar. It wouldn't be able to attract anyone's attention. However, with this sphere, the true side of the Cemetery of Death could be revealed, and the entire Cemetery of Death would be shrouded in the desolate silence of reality. The eerie white bones beneath his feet creaked as he walked. The sudden appearance of this kind of sound in the deathly stillness of the surroundings made Han Shuo's hair stand on end. It was a good thing that Han Shuo's magical arts had just broken through to the solid realm. Only then did he have the courage to walk towards the Cemetery of Death without any hesitation. After a while, Han Shuo finally stood in front of the Cemetery of Death. He saw that there was a ring-shaped ravine in front of the door, with ink-black water flowing in it. A small bridge made of black threads and white bones stood alone on top of the ravine. Without hesitation, Han Shuo clutched the jade box with the round ball in his hand and treaded on the bone bridge, slowly walking towards the entrance of the Cemetery of Death. The bone bridge was swaying, causing Han Shuo's body to become a bit unsteady. He didn't know what was in the ravine below, but Han Shuo felt his hair stand on end when he saw it. He kept feeling that the ink-black water in the ravine was very dangerous. When Han Shuo walked onto the bone bridge, the round ball and the jade box started to emit a strange green light again. This seemed to be some kind of miraculous medicine that could calm the swaying. After the green light emitted from the round ball, the originally swaying bone bridge strangely stopped swaying. The connection between the black threads and the bones seemed to instantly become incomparably sturdy. Finally, Han Shuo arrived at the entrance. In front of the two large grayish-brown doors made of an unknown material, there were two tall evil knights and the skeletal remains of a warhorse on each side. Evil knights were extremely powerful existences among dark creatures. Without an archmage-level necromancer, one shouldn't even think of summoning evil knights. From the skeletal remains of the two evil knights in front of the door and the shape of the warhorses, Han Shuo could already faintly tell that these two evil knights were the cream of the crop. The two grayish-brown doors had some complicated magical patterns on them. There was a circular groove at the intersection of the two doors. Judging from the shape of the groove, it seemed to be the key to open the door. At this moment, the dark green round ball in Han Shuo's hand suddenly shot out a beam of green light that went straight to the circular groove in the middle of the two doors. Han Shuo's heart moved and he immediately understood what was going on. He took the jade box without hesitation and placed the round ball against the groove, slowly embedding it. During this process, Han Shuo didn't touch the round ball with his hands. This was because Han Shuo knew that this round ball wasn't something simple. Even Han Shuo didn't know if there would be any negative changes if his skin or flesh came into contact with it. Therefore, he avoided touching it as much as possible. After the round ball had embedded itself into the groove, a rumbling sound rang out and the door suddenly split open with a creak. The groove automatically split apart as the door opened. The round ball that had originally been inserted remained in the jade box without any changes. It was a patch of dusky darkness. Dust flew out from the inside as the door opened, causing Han Shuo to cough a few times before he calmed his mind and began to size up everything within. There was a large hall within the cemetery of death, and there were 6 rooms with closed doors around it. The entire hall was incomparably vast, with an oddly high ceiling that was the size of a basketball court. There was an enormous hexagram magic matrix in the middle that was about 80 to 90% similar to the one that Han Shuo had ridden in Zajoski City and the Academy of Magic and Force. There were a few simple and unadorned magical patterns drawn in the center of the hexagram magic matrix. Apart from the hexagram magic matrix, the surroundings of the hall were empty. There were only a few magic stone pillars that supported the enormous building, as well as some broken bones in the corners. There was a thick smell of decay in the air. Han Shuo stood in the doorway for a while and only slowly walked in after he felt the smell of decay slowly spread out with the opening of the door. Apart from the hexagram magic matrix, there was a tall ceiling and the 6 rooms with closed doors corresponding to the 6 corners of the hexagram. He walked in and searched the hall, but didn't find anything of value. Han Shuo immediately focused his attention on the 6 rooms with half-closed doors. 1, 2, 3, after searching all 6 rooms, Han Shuo still didn't find anything. From the shape of the 6 rooms, he could tell that they were only 6 warehouses, but there was nothing in the warehouses. Han Shuo's mind started to recall after he returned to the hall. From Fanny's words from last time to his observations of the outside, Han Shuo gradually recalled that only a small part of the cemetery of death was exposed to the surface. The majority of it was buried deep underground. The true secret must be hidden beneath the cemetery of death. However, after Han Shuo searched the entire hall and the 6 rooms, he didn't find any passageways or stairs that led underground. This greatly puzzled Han Shuo, and he sank into deep thought for a moment. After thinking for a long time, Han Shuo still felt that the ball in his hand was the key. He immediately stood up and circled the entire hall, including the 6 rooms. Finally, in the corner of one of the rooms, Han Shuo found another notch. After Han Shuo was overjoyed, he put the ball in. There was a rumbling sound, and the wall of the room suddenly tore open to reveal a dark passageway. On the first step of the passageway, there were 6 shiny silver rods made of a strange material that was neither stone nor wood. The 2 corners of each rod seemed to have joints, as if the 6 rods could be pieced together. Apart from the 6 rods, there was only a thin piece of paper with some scribbled words written in ancient magical characters. Han Shuo held the thin piece of paper. After reading the magical characters carefully, Han Shuo understood that the 6 magical rods could be pieced together to form a hexagram, and could be used to teleport directly to the magical formation in the hall. He also understood that there was a boundary at the entrance of the passageway, and that one wouldn't be able to enter without sufficient mental strength. Apart from this, Han Shuo didn't obtain any other useful information from the thin piece of paper. After thinking for a moment, Han Shuo put away the 6 magical rods, and started to walk down the passageway with a frown. A layer of invisible boundary suddenly appeared, and a green ripple flashed, abruptly sending Han Shuo flying. Han Shuo felt an abnormal headache during this process, and thought to himself that the words on the thin piece of paper were true. It must be because his mental strength was too weak that he couldn't enter the passageway to reach the underground building. Cursing under his breath, Han Shuo connected the 6 magical rods according to the records on the thin piece of paper, and then formed a hexagram on the ground. Afterwards, Han Shuo stood in the middle of the miniature magical formation, and infused his mental strength to activate it. Soon after, a white light flashed, and Han Shuo appeared in the middle of the spacious magical formation in the hall. Using the same method, Han Shuo infused his mental strength into the teleportation formation in the hall, and after activating it, he returned to the previous room, where he set up the miniature hexagram magical formation. Frowning and thinking for a moment, Han Shuo understood that he wouldn't be able to enter the passageway to investigate the situation within the cemetery of death for the time being. It was a good thing that he had obtained the 6 magical rods and the round ball, which allowed Han Shuo to enter this place from anywhere with great ease. This made Han Shuo extremely happy, and he was already treating this place as his secret base. Since he was temporarily unable to uncover the secrets of this place, Han Shuo didn't plan on staying any longer. After thinking for a while, he rolled up the 6 magical rods and carried them on his back. He also put the thin piece of paper into his pocket, and walked out of the cemetery of death with the jade box in his hand. When Han Shuo walked out safely and looked back, he discovered that the scene was exactly the same as when he'd first arrived. The towering weeds and shrubs, the lush trees that reached the sky, were still the same, and the surroundings were still deathly silent. With a satisfied smile on his face, Han Shuo understood that this trip to the dark forest could be considered to have come to an end for now. He had also discovered the legendary cemetery of death by sheer luck. The secrets of the cemetery of death would belong to him, and no one else, including the necromancy students and teachers. Chapter 45. After exiting the cemetery of death, Han Shuo retraced his steps back. However, the sky was already completely bright by the time he reached the halfway point. When Han Shuo arrived at his original encampment according to his memories, he discovered that the necromancy students had long since left. Just as Han Shuo was about to curse out loud, he abruptly took note of his surroundings. He discovered that the traces of charcoal in the place where the bonfire had been kept didn't seem to be from last night, but rather from a few days later. There had been many resources stored in Han Shuo's tent, but there was nothing left now. There were only a few stones piled up next to it, forming a triangle. His thoughts raced. Han Shuo quickly walked to the tent and took out a dagger. He carefully fiddled with the stones and picked out a piece of yellow paper after a while. "Brian, we discovered traces of the 2 ogres in the vicinity the day after you left. We didn't wait for you because we were afraid that the ogres would come back for revenge. After you read this note, return to the academy on your own. Perhaps we'll meet on the way. I hope you're safe and sound. Fanny." The note had been left behind by Fanny. Han Shuo slapped his head after reading it and cursed inwardly. After reading this note, Han Shuo finally understood that a long time must have passed unknowingly when he'd been training his magical yuan. It definitely hadn't been just a day. It looked like the appearance of the 2 ogres had caused Fanny and the others to panic. Add to that the fact that they were deep south of the dark forest, and without Clark's protection, they had no choice but to return the way they'd come. Up until now, Han Shua's status as a slave hadn't been removed, and the woman Han Shua wanted was still within the academy, as well as some necromancy books. Han Shua wouldn't be able to leave the academy in the near future. With the 6 magic wands in hand, Han Shua could enter and exit the cemetery of death at will. When he returned to the academy, Han Shua could use the transportation matrix to make the cemetery of death his personal territory. He could use the entire southern part of the dark forest as a training ground in the future. Whether it was magical yuan or magical yuan training, it would yield twice the results with half the effort in such a place. After a moment's thought, Han Shua quickly ran out of the dark forest according to Fanny's instructions on the note. After a day of non-stop travel, Han Shua didn't feel the slightest bit tired. He weaved through the uneven paths of the dark forest. Han Shua's speed was as fast as lightning, as swift as a magical beast chasing its prey. Han Shua arrived at a place overgrown with rocks at dusk. Han Shua's group had camped here once before. Before Han Shua could approach this place, the sounds of metal clashing could be heard from afar. Han Shua's heart jumped. Could it be that Fanny and the others were being attacked by the ogres? When his thoughts traveled here, Han Shua's speed abruptly increased as he flew towards the area overgrown with rocks. Along the way, he encountered many forest troll with oily green skin, wielding knives, forks, and clubs. They continuously attacked Han Shua, but Han Shua easily dodged all of them. The forest troll was a race within the dark forest. This race was the mortal enemy of the elves, and had always been suppressed by the elves. Within the dark forest, the forest troll were even more frightening bandits than the ogres. Not only were they strictly disciplined, but they imitated the way humans use troops. They were divided into forest troll warriors, forest troll hunters, and forest troll priests who could use some simple magic. Legend had it that the forest troll had evolved from plants and trees. Like humans, they possessed high intelligence. Within the forest troll had a few unique advantages. They used these advantages to wantonly plunder the resources of other races within the forest, including the goods of some traveling merchants. They were as notorious as the ogres for being bandits. Han Shua listened carefully to the sounds of battle and quickly dashed forward according to the direction the sounds were coming from. As he sprinted, several long spears were thrown out by the forest troll hunters, whistling towards Han Shua's back. Han Shua's 5 senses were exceedingly sensitive as he sprinted. His ears twitched as his body repeatedly changed directions, easily dodging the long spears. A few troll warriors wielded large, sharp axes in their hands and shouted loudly as they rushed towards Han Shua from the side. However, before they'd even gotten close to Han Shua had already nimbly dashed past them and continued running towards the center of the battle. After tens of seconds of sprinting, Han Shua finally arrived at the center of the battle. He saw a line of a dozen or so people wielding longswords, defending against the attacks of the forest troll. The clothing of these dozen or so people clearly belonged to a certain mercenary group. Every one of them was riddled with scars, and it looked like they'd all sustained some sort of injury. There were dozens of forest trolls surrounding them. The troll warriors at the front were engaging in close combat, while the dozen or so troll hunters behind them continuously threw long spears and javelins. The last 5 forest troll priests were releasing simple healing magic and fire of the soul that strengthened the body, healing the injuries of the troll warriors and troll hunters and increasing their physical strength. Looking at the situation, the battle had already been going on for a while. The dozen or so human mercenaries had extraordinary combat abilities, but it was a pity that the forest troll had more people. There were also the troll hunters who threw long-range weapons, and the troll priests who healed and restored physical strength. These 3 combined to deal with the mercenaries that only consisted of warriors, and with their advantage in numbers, they obviously had the absolute advantage. Behind the mercenaries was a short, stocky fatty with a face full of fat. He cursed loudly as his bean-like eyes darted back and forth, as if searching for a way to escape. So it wasn't Fanny and the others. It looked like this had nothing to do with him. Han Shuo thought for a bit and immediately ignored the situation here. He didn't have any thoughts of drawing his sword and helping out, and directly planned on passing these people and continuing on his way out of the dark forest. Except, although Han Shuo didn't have any thoughts of helping out, the forest troll didn't seem to want to let Han Shuo go. A few particularly valiant troll warriors at the front had already raised their enormous battle axes and rushed towards Han Shuo, throwing a few sharp javelins as well. "My apologies, I'm just passing by and will leave immediately. You guys continue to steal from them, it has nothing to do with me." When he saw the troll warriors rush over, Han Shuo didn't want to cause unnecessary trouble. He suddenly called out loudly, planning on avoiding them and leaving. "Humans are the most cunning and evil of all races. Kill him." The troll leader of the operation suddenly yelled out harshly in the common language of the continent, next to the troll priests on the perimeter. The troll warriors who'd been momentarily stunned by Han Shuo's words no longer hesitated when they heard their leader's orders. They raised their battle axes and rushed over. "Fuck, they're asking for it." Han Shuo was also a little angry. He'd just dodged a few spears when he saw the tall troll warriors rush over with battle axes. It was obvious that they were planning on taking care of him as well. Grabbing a spear beside him, Han Shuo exerted force and grabbed the spear in his hand. Without waiting for the troll warriors to approach him, Han Shuo had already flown up. The spear in his hand was as fast as lightning streaking through the air. There was a soft, poochie sound as the spear pierced through the chest of the first troll warrior. It even nailed the troll warrior that was nearer to him. The two troll warriors only had time to let out two miserable howls before they were pierced by the spear and died instantly. Casually grabbing the battle axe in the hands of one of the troll warriors, Han Shuo yelled out, "If you're asking for it, then don't blame me." After experiencing the incident with the ogres last time, Han Shuo no longer had the slightest bit of timidity when it came to killing people. There was even a faint, inexplicable sense of excitement. Towards these bandits and villains, Han Shuo knew that kindness and begging for mercy were of no use. Only cruel and callous methods would be able to intimidate them. The more timid and weak you were, the more they wouldn't have any scruples. Thus, this time, Han Shuo's actions were extremely vicious, and he faced them with ruthless slaughter. Indeed, after Han Shuo's cruel methods were used, the other four troll warriors that had surrounded him revealed panicked expressions on their oily green faces. At the same time, they timidly took a few steps back. The forest troll leader looked at Han Shuo with a bit of fear in his eyes, and a hesitant expression appeared on his face. "Brave warrior, I beg you to save me." It was at this moment that the short fatty that had been blocked by the mercenaries suddenly yelled out in excitement. He looked at Han Shuo with a fiery expression, as if Han Shuo was his savior. "Not interested." Han Shuo flatly refused. He picked up the battle axe in his hands and planned to leave after a cold snort. When the short fatty saw that Han Shuo was about to leave, he immediately paled in fright and yelled out in a panic, "Brave warrior, if you can save me, I'm willing to pay handsomely and guarantee that you'll be satisfied." Han Shuo had already taken a few steps when these words were spoken. He suddenly stopped and turned to look at the fatty with a smile, "Honorable sir, how much are you willing to pay?" The fatty started and then hesitated for a moment. He clenched his teeth and stomped his feet, yelling out, 50 gold coins. "I'm sorry, you should find someone else." Han Shuo thought to himself, if it was before, he might have really been tempted by 50 gold coins. But now that he'd entered the dark forest, Han Shuo had discovered that he was completely capable of capturing the Windblade wolves on his own. He no longer felt that 50 gold coins was worth the risk. When he saw that Han Shuo was about to leave, the fatty panicked and yelled out again, 70 at most. Han Shuo didn't even turn his head back as he continued walking forward. 80, 100, 120, 150, 200, 200. Han Shua's walking body abruptly stopped as he suddenly turned around and quickly rushed back. He opened his mouth and said, "All right, 200 it is then. Count it as me taking a bit of a loss and making friends is fine." "Oh my gosh, 200 gold coins. You're robbing like them. 200 gold coins can buy dozens of slaves. Damn it, hurry up and save me." The fatty yelled with a pained expression. Chapter 46. When Han Shua arrived at the fatty's side, he noticed that the strongest of the dozen or so mercenaries behind the fatty were 2 journeyman warriors, followed by 6 beginner warriors, and a few trainee warriors. These people were all riddled with wounds, and the 2 strongest journeyman warriors had the most serious injuries. They'd almost lost all ability to fight by now. "Mr. Fabian, we're the ones who are protecting you." The journeyman warrior, who had a bloody hole in his ribs and was still dripping with fresh blood, couldn't help but reveal an anxious expression when he saw Han Shua swiftly approach. He spoke to the short, stocky fatty. "The situation now is quite obvious. You've already lost all ability to fight and are unable to provide effective protection for me. I've already paid half of the gold coins to your mercenary band before, but because you haven't been able to safely escort me back to the Empire, I won't be paying the remaining half." Fabian spoke with a face full of resignation, and then a genial smile hung on his face. He bowed to Han Shua and said, "Brave warrior, please take me away from here. I'll pay you 200 gold coins." "All right, give me 100 gold coins first and I'll start immediately." Han Shua was unperturbed and also smiled as he spoke. At this moment, the troll leader saw that Han Shua didn't seem to have any intentions of leaving. He finally roared out in fury, "Crafty, evil human, kill them all." The troll warriors, hunters, and priests, who had been standing there blankly a moment ago, once again yelled out a few strange words in the forest troll's language as soon as the troll leader's words had sounded. "All right, here's 100 gold coins. I'll give you another 100 gold coins when you take me away safely from here." "Damn it, they're already charging over, you better hurry up and move." Fabian hastily took out a money pouch and poured out 100 gold coins, handing it to Han Shua as he watched the forest troll charge over with a sinister expression and a weapon in his hand. As soon as the 100 gold coins were in his hands, Han Shua suddenly smiled and rushed towards Fabian. Before Fabian could react, Han Shua had already carried him on his back and pulled out a few strips of gauze from an open pocket on the side, tightly wrapping them around Fabian's back without any explanation. "Let's go. I'll bring you out of here safely. You must hold on tight to me. Don't blame me if you fall off on your own," Han Shua hurriedly ordered. He threw away the battle axe in his hand and grabbed a spear from the side. Then, he suddenly rushed towards the periphery. 7 troll warriors had long since blocked the way. Behind them were some troll hunters and 2 troll priests. As soon as they saw Han Shua rush over, their spears and javelins had already been thrown out, whistling towards Han Shua. Even with a fatty on his back, Han Shua still seemed very relaxed as he maneuvered through the rugged path. Nimbly changing directions, Han Shua easily dodged a few spears and javelins. When Han Shua had rushed to the side of the 7 troll warriors, the troll warriors, who had been waiting for a long time, rushed over with large strides, wielding their battle axes. Tightly gripping a spear in his hand, Han Shua's body swiftly closed in, the spear stabbing towards the chest of the first troll warrior. A flower of blood suddenly blossomed on his chest as the troll warrior's body trembled and fell backwards. At this moment, the troll priests in the back started chanting healing and fire of the soul magic. Several streaks of green light were cast onto the troll warriors. The troll warrior that had fallen earlier stood up shakily. After the other troll warriors had been covered by the magic of the fire of the soul, their originally hard green skin seemed to have been coated with a layer of iron. It actually flashed with a kind of metallic luster. Then their speed and strength increased at the same time, and they rushed over with loud roars. Hurry up and get me out of here. Fabian was pale with fright as he cried out frantically on Han Shua's back. The expression on his face didn't change as Han Shua turned a deaf ear to Fabian's screams. The spear in his hand was suddenly thrown out, piercing the troll warrior that had shakily stood up through the neck and nailing him to the ground. He then pulled out the spears and javelins that had been stabbed into the ground and threw them one by one at the priests hiding in the back. A troll priest couldn't dodge in time and was pierced to death on the spot by the javelins. 2 other troll hunters were also pierced through the chest and died. At this moment, Han Shua casually pulled out a spear and began to fend off the troll warriors that had already arrived in front of him. The fire of the soul magic had been cast on the troll warriors, and all of their bodily functions had received an upgrade. However, Han Shua's magical training had been somewhat successful, and the toughness and agility of his body still far exceeded theirs. As he danced with his spear, he flicked the battle axes into the air. During this process, the troll warriors would also pull out the javelins and spears that had been stabbed into the ground after their battle axes had slipped and flown out of their hands, firmly blocking the way as they tangled with Han Shua. With a fatty on his back, Han Shua was fighting 1 against 6. Even though he was able to dodge very quickly, he still couldn't completely deflect all of the damage. Whenever danger approached, Han Shua would very evilly use Fabian on his back as a shield, using Fabian's fat body to minimize the damage on his own body. Damn it, you can't do this. Otherwise, don't even think about getting the next 100 gold coins. Fabian's butt had been pierced by a spear, and a few bloody wounds had also appeared on his back from the javelins. He continuously cried out in panic on Han Shua's back. It was a pity that Han Shua had already completely ignored Fabian's complaints. He pulled out the spear that had been stabbed into the chest of a troll warrior, and fresh blood suddenly sprayed out, spraying all over Han Shua's body. Han Shua's expression was already sinister and severe to begin with, and he looked even more like the reincarnation of the Grim Reaper after being sprayed with fresh blood. Fabian, on the other hand, immediately froze in shock and didn't dare say anything else. He only sobbed on Han Shua's back. Kill him, kill him. Let's go together. When the troll leader saw that Han Shua had killed quite a few forest troll in a row, he suddenly roared in rage. Even he himself raised a battle axe and rushed over from behind. Now, Han Shua was fighting 1 against 5. Although it didn't seem particularly strenuous for him, it was still very difficult for him to charge out of the encirclement of the 5. When the troll leader's words fell and more troll warriors rushed over, Han Shua dodged the attack of a battle axe and took a few steps back. Fallen warriors of the dead, heed the Dark Herald's call and reveal your existence. Han Shua suddenly chanted the undead summoning incantation as he spread his hands. Oh, my gosh, you're actually a mage as well. Fabian, who had been sobbing softly, was instantly dumbfounded when he saw that Han Shua had actually chanted a magical incantation. He looked at Han Shua with a confused expression, and let out a strange cry. The troll leader in the distance was also shocked, and then rushed over even faster, roaring loudly, "Kill him, hurry and kill him." The little skull wielding the bone dagger suddenly appeared in front of Han Shua. Its thin and small body stood there all by itself, and its empty eyes scanned the surroundings blankly. No way, why is it just a little skull, and such a skinny one at that? What's the use of this? Fabian couldn't help but cry out in alarm when he saw that Han Shua had only summoned a skeleton. Waha, so it's just a skeleton. That gave me a fright, kill them. When the troll leader realized that it was just a little skull after his initial shock, he immediately started jeering and ordering the forest troll warriors to quickly approach. Han Shua's eyes were cold, and the corners of his mouth also curved into a mocking smile. He immediately gave the little skull the order to attack as soon as the troll leader's words fell. When the little skull received Han Shua's order to attack, its calf bones bent and straightened, and it suddenly shot out like a sharp sword. The bone dagger in its hand drew a dark streak of light through the air, flying out first. With a poochie, the troll warrior that had rushed over first was directly pierced through the forehead by the bone dagger like a piece of paper, and fell backward stiffly. The little skull didn't stop after it pierced through the skull of a troll warrior. It whistled through the air under the control of the little skull, as if it were a ghost seeking death. It made an ear-splitting howl as it moved in a mysterious and unpredictable arc, piercing through two troll warriors in a row. When the little skull neared these troll warriors, it automatically returned to the little skull's hand. The moment the bone dagger left his hand, 3 troll warriors had lost their lives in the blink of an eye. After the little skull's attack, the extremely disappointed Fabian and the loudly mocking troll leader were both dumbfounded. They stared closely at the little skull, who was like a tiger entering a flock of sheep, in disbelief. The little skull grasped the bone dagger in his hand and nimbly began to reap the lives of the troll warriors. Oh my gosh, am I seeing things? Is this really just a skeletal warrior? Fabian finally reacted and screamed in excitement. If it wasn't for the gauze wrapping around him, he might have fallen to the ground from the excitement. Don't go near him. Everyone, stay away from that skeleton. Use spears, javelins, and battle axes to kill that little skull. After the shock, the troll leader commanded loudly with a face full of fear. His originally approaching body stopped abruptly and he began to retreat timidly. The troll warriors that were still close to the little skull all retreated. As soon as they left, the sky full of spears, javelins, and battle axes of the troll warriors flew out at the same time, smashing and stabbing towards the little skull. Han Shuo was startled and thought that no matter how strong the little skull was, he would probably be hit by such a fierce barrage of attacks. It would be too late even if he chanted the incantation to withdraw the dagger now. Han Shuo was secretly anxious and began to truly worry for the little skull. However, the little skull's unimaginably flashy performance completely overturned Han Shuo's knowledge and understanding of him. Chapter 47. At this moment, the 7 bone spurs on Little Skull's back suddenly swayed with a creaking sound. When the sky full of javelins, spears, and axes were about to fall on Little Skull's body, the 7 bone spurs instantly detached from Little Skull's back and spiraled out, whistling as they intertwined and spun above Little Skull's head. Little Skull stood where he was, holding the bone dagger in his hand. His little body danced as if he was having an epileptic fit. Under Little Skull's control, the 7 bone spurs drew mysterious arcs in the air as if they were being waved by invisible hands. Pa 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 sounds rang out continuously. The flying javelins, spears, and axes were all broken by the crisscrossing 7 bone spurs. None of them could get close to Little Skull's small body. Han Shuo pinched his own waist. After feeling the pain, he realized how real this moment was. Not only could the little skeleton wield the bone dagger in battle, but he'd also been able to wield the 7 bone spurs on his back, turning them into terrifying weapons that could claim lives. This made Han Shuo feel that the little skeleton at this moment was inconceivable. The method of demon control was a demonic cultivation method that allowed one to control demonic treasures to attack. The last time Han Shuo had inexplicably transferred those memories to the little skeleton, he'd seen the little skeleton control the bone dagger and fly. This was already enough to astonish Han Shuo. But now, the fact that Little Skull could even control the 7 bone spurs on his back had completely shocked Han Shuo. In order to use the method of demon control, apart from understanding the method of demon control, one also needed to have a demonic treasure that was connected to one's life. Only when one's mind and spirit were connected to the demonic treasure, would one be able to use it naturally. It looked like the 7 bone spurs and bone dagger had unknowingly become Little Skull's personal demonic treasures under the continuous forging of magical yuan. Without a demonic treasure in hand, Han Shuo still couldn't use the method of demon control. Who would have thought that the Little Skull, a dark creature, had already walked ahead of Han Shuo and successfully activated it first? Oh my gosh! What kind of monster is this Little Skull? Fabian moaned in excitement and nervousness, exclaiming in a low, dumbfounded voice. The forest trolls were also completely dumbfounded after the javelins, pikes, and battle axes that had been flying towards them had all been smashed to pieces. The 7 bone spurs that had been circling around the little skeleton abruptly shot out in all directions, piercing through the 7 forest trolls that were standing there dumbly. "Demon, this is a demon with a skeleton body, run!" An extremely panicked scream suddenly came out of a forest troll's mouth. This seemed to be a signal to retreat. When the forest trolls heard this, they all began to flee for their lives in all directions like stray dogs. Even the forest troll leader from before didn't utter a single word as he fled without a care in which direction he went. The development of a situation was always so unexpected. Han Shua, who had only planned on breaking through the encirclement and escaping, hadn't expected that the 7 bone spurs of Little Skull would have such terrifying power. By the time Han Shua had come to his senses, apart from a dozen or so forest troll corpses, there wasn't a single living forest troll left. "Wahahaha, good boy, good boy." Han Shua suddenly felt a sense of relief and couldn't help but laugh wildly. At the same time, the 7 bone spurs circled once in the air and accurately returned to the Little Skull's back. Little Skull then bent his legs and raised the bone dagger in his hand, starting to loot the first forest troll's corpse with practiced ease, taking away everything apart from the clothes on their bodies. "Give it to me, the other 100 gold coins." Putting Fabian down, Han Shua had a faint smile on his face as he asked for the rest of the reward from the dumbfounded Fabian. At this moment, Fabian's gaze was still roving over the Little Skull's body, and he only reacted when Han Shua's voice sounded. Fabian was about to take out the gold coins when he suddenly thought of something and glared at Han Shua. "No way. You used me as a shield when you were fighting the forest troll just now. Your actions have completely harmed your employer's interests, and you still want the other 100 gold coins." Han Shua's face instantly grew cold as his cold gaze roved over Fabian's body. He casually pulled out a javelin beside him and said faintly, "Mr. Fabian, are you trying to renege on your debt?" On the other side, the Little Skull, who was collecting the spoils of war, also suddenly stopped and looked at Fabian with its empty eye sockets. Fabian suddenly felt a chill run down his spine and his heart trembled. He hastily squeezed out a smile and backed up a few steps, saying, just kidding, just kidding." "Ha ha, ha. Here's 100 gold coins, not a single one less. Thank you for your hard work." Putting away the 100 gold coins, Han Shua gave a faint mm and didn't waste any more words. A carefree feeling rose in his heart as he thought to himself that he was indeed successful in every endeavor when he had unyielding strength. "Honorable warrior, the items on those forest trolls' bodies, mine, they're all mine." Han Shua had already cut off Fabian's words before he'd even finished speaking, taking those items as his spoils of war as a matter of course. Forcing out an awkward laugh, Fabian said repeatedly, of course, they're all yours. What I meant was that I can buy the items that were looted from the forest trolls' bodies." Creasing his brow, Han Shua looked suspiciously at Fabian and then hung a smile on his face again. He mimicked Clark and bowed courteously, saying, "Mr. Fabian means that you plan on using gold coins to buy these items? This face sure changes quickly." Fabian cursed inwardly and nodded with a similar smile on his face. "Indeed, I'm a merchant. I enter and exit the Dark Forest in order to purchase some items from the Dark Forest and then bring them back to the Empire for profit. The forest troll are notorious bandits in the Dark Forest. They should have some things that I need on their bodies. If you don't mind, warrior, I plan on buying them." At this moment, the Little Skull silently walked to Han Shua's side with 8 bags hanging from his 2 hand bones. Under Han Shua's orders, the Little Skull put down the 8 bags and used the bone dagger in his hand to open them one by one. Han Shua also placed the items from his journey on the ground and looked at Fabian, awaiting his valuation. 8 magicite cores of magical beasts of the 5th rank, 6 of the 4th rank, and 1 of the 3rd rank. 3 windblade wolf pelts, 3 venomous lizard fangs, 1 young deepwater venom python egg, and 5 stalks of moon feeder grass. I can pay you 1,000 gold coins for all of these, how about it? Fabian silently calculated after categorizing these items and lifted his head to smile at Han Shuo. Shaking his head, Han Shuo said sarcastically, not much. The deep-water venom python is a level 3 magical creature. Just one of its eggs should be worth quite a bit, not to mention the core of a level 3 magical creature. Do you think I'm an idiot by only offering 1,000 gold coins? Han Shuo knew that the price of a level 3 magical creature wouldn't be low. Because he didn't know the exact price, Han Shuo hadn't clearly stated the exact number of gold coins. However, it was inevitable that the merchant's asking price would be far lower than the market price. Therefore, Han Shuo naturally wouldn't let him take it so easily. The deep-water venom python is a level 3 magical creature, but the chances of nurturing a deep-water venom python from its egg are pitifully small, and it might not even recognize its master. Therefore, the price can't be too high. How about this? I'll offer 1,500 gold coins, what do you think? Han Shuo didn't say anything and only looked at Fabian with a slight smile. 2,000 gold coins, that's my bottom line. If you really aren't willing to sell, then forget it. I'll leave right now. Fabian gritted his teeth and finally raised the price by another 500 gold coins. Seeing that it was about right, Han Shuo chuckled lightly and said faintly, 2,000 it is. The items are yours now. Where are the gold coins? These items would definitely be worth more than this if they were brought to the Empire. However, Han Shuo was still in the dark forest right now and didn't have a space ring. It wouldn't be convenient to bring these items with him. In addition, Han Shuo's identity was only an errand slave of the Babylon Academy of Magic and Force. It would be difficult to deal with him once he arrived in the Empire. It would be more convenient and direct to hand it over to Fabian. This is a crystal card with 2,000 gold coins on it. Take this crystal card and you can exchange it for gold coins at any savings merchant. Oh, right, what's your name? I can help you print your name onto the crystal card. Fabian took out a thin golden crystal card and asked Han Shuo. Brian. Oh, alright, Brian. After Fabian took out the crystal card, he also took out something that looked like a thin needle and lightly drew it across a thin slit in the corner of the crystal card. A faint golden light flickered and the crystal card returned to normal. Han Shuo had been in this world for a period of time. After purposefully understanding this world, he understood that crystal cards were like the bank cards of his original world. Gold, silver, and copper coins were all items with weight. No one could carry thousands upon thousands of gold coins on their person. This kind of crystal card was a necessity for nobles. It could be used to store and withdraw gold coins from the ubiquitous savings merchants of the Empire. Here you go, Brian. From now on, this crystal card is yours. Fabian smiled faintly after handing the crystal card to Han Shuo. He looked at Han Shuo and said, I'm Fabian, a member of the Empire's Boost Merchant Guild. If you have anything to sell or buy in the future, you can find me at the Boost Merchant Guild. This is my address, keep it safe. The Boost Merchant Guild was one of the largest merchant guilds in the Empire and was controlled by the Boost family. Even with Han Shuo's ignorance and inexperience, he had heard of some of the Boost Merchant Guild's remarkable abilities. Now that he heard Fabian's words, Han Shuo immediately put away the hard piece of paper that Fabian had handed over and said with a smile, Mr. Fabian, it's a pleasure to meet you. Perhaps there really will be a time when I'll need your help in the future. The forest troll won't dare disturb you anymore. Our business ends here, goodbye. Han Shuo didn't say anything else after he'd finished speaking. He gave the little skull an order, and the man and the skeleton quickly disappeared into the distance. Hey, brave mercenaries, I think our business can continue. Fabian couldn't help but cheer when he saw Han Shuo suddenly leave. He walked towards the mercenaries who were tending to their wounds in the distance. Chapter 48. After leaving Fabian, Han Shuo headed straight for the outskirts of the dark forest, taking the same paths he had taken before. Han Shuo continued to train his magical yuan along the way. After his body had been reconstructed in the solid realm, Han Shuo could be said to have been reborn anew. His training in magical yuan was now fruitful, and his magical yuan could circulate to all parts of his body as he willed it. There were 9 levels to training in magical yuan, and Han Shuo had now reached the 2nd level, opening the meridians. The training of opening the meridians was a bit different from the solid realm. It mainly focused on the process of expanding the meridians of the entire body, greatly increasing the width and toughness of the meridians. Every time he trained, the process of opening the meridians was extremely painful, as if there were bugs gnawing at his meridians. The first 3 levels of demonic magic, the solid body, the opening of the meridians, and the molded spirit were the most basic parts. The further one progressed, the more difficult it would be to train. However, with the experience of training in the solid realm, Han Shuo had already understood that the training of demonic magic was accompanied by pain and inhuman torture. The inhuman pain of the opening of the meridians level was also within his expectations. He harnessed his unyielding will and used his magical yuan to expand his meridians over and over again. After 12 days of training and hurrying on his way, Han Shuo didn't run into Fanny and the others along the way. He finally walked out of the dark forest alone and once again arrived at the town of Droll in the evening. Compared to a month ago, Han Shuo's strength, spirit, and appearance had all undergone tremendous changes after experiencing the trials of the dark forest. Han Shuo was now a bit over 1.7 meters tall. Although his body wasn't very muscular, he no longer appeared thin and weak. After the baptism of fresh blood, Han Shuo's courage and knowledge had all greatly increased. His entire temperament had also undergone some mysterious changes. Han Shuo himself didn't even know that he was slowly changing. At dusk, the town of Droll was brimming with a relaxed and cheerful atmosphere. Many adventurers had returned from the dark forest. Some had faces full of sorrow after losing their companions, while others had satisfied smiles on their faces after obtaining abundant items. They planned on spending a good time in the town of Droll. When Han Shuo returned to the town of Droll, he first went to where Jean and the others had stored their warhorses. Han Shuo observed from afar and discovered that the warhorses they'd rented from the military were still there. He immediately understood that Fanny and the others hadn't returned to the town of Droll yet. Although they'd spent gold coins on the warhorses, the necromancy teachers and students still only had the right to use them. They still had to return the warhorses to the city guards of Zajoski when they'd returned to Droll. Since the warhorses were still there, this meant that Fanny and the others hadn't left yet. Han Shuo naturally knew that he would be much faster than Fanny and the others if he'd hurried on without stopping. Perhaps Fanny and the others would encounter magical creatures along the way and be delayed. Therefore, it was within Han Shuo's expectations that Fanny and the others hadn't returned. When he arrived at the small hotel that Fanny and the others had stayed in, Han Shuo walked up to the owner's counter and said with a slight smile, "I'd like to stay." The shopkeeper was squinting his eyes as he ate his fruit. He lifted his head to look at Han Shuo and said lazily, "It's you. Give me 10 copper coins. That storeroom is always empty. You can go over now." Last time, when Han Shuo had come with Jean and the others, Jean had specially rented a warehouse for Han Shuo and had been looked down upon by the owner. Therefore, when the owner saw that it was Han Shuo, he naturally assumed that with Han Shuo's status, he could only rent that warehouse. Not angry, Han Shuo smiled faintly and took out the money pouch from his waist. He shook it with a clatter and poured out a gold coin onto the round wooden table. He flicked a glance at the owner and said, "I don't want to stay in the warehouse." The owner, who had been lazy just a moment ago, suddenly sat up with a whoosh and picked up the gold coin on the round table. A professional smile quickly appeared on his face and he said loudly, "Of course, of course. How could a warehouse be worth 1 gold coin? Cute little fellow, just tell me which room you'd like to stay in. 1 gold coin is only more, no less." The treatment of gold coins was completely different indeed. Han Shuo smiled faintly and nodded. I'd like the room that the female teacher stayed in last time. You make the arrangements. No problem at all. Here's the key, 1 gold coin is enough for you to stay there for 5 days. Do you have any other requests, little fellow? The owner was all smiles as he merrily took out a key from the drawer behind the table and handed it to Han Shuo, asking with a flattering tone. Nothing else, go back to your work. Han Shuo took the key and headed straight for the room that Fanny had stayed in before. He thought to himself that the power of money had the same miraculous effects no matter which world he was in. It looked like gold coins were the most indispensable thing in order to establish a foothold in this world. When he arrived at the room that Fanny had stayed in before, Han Shuo put down his belongings and took a nice, hot bath in the bathtub. Thinking back to his encounter with Fanny last time, Han Shuo felt a wave of flames steaming out of his body. His lower body was already uncontrollably becoming hard. Cursing inwardly, Han Shuo stood up completely naked and picked up a dry towel from the side to wipe his body. He was about to leave the bathroom when he saw his well-built body in the large mirror on the side. In the mirror, Han Shuo's muscles bulged and his body was well proportioned. His skin had taken on a bronze color after this period of exposure to the sun, looking healthy, powerful, and full of masculinity. It was a world of difference from his previous frail and skinny self. Pinching his chest muscles that were neither too big nor too small, he struck a few poses in front of the mirror. Han Shuo narcissistically pointed at his reflection in the mirror and praised, "Little fellow, you're quite handsome." After leaving the hotel, Han Shuo first went to the clothing store and spent 1 gold coin to purchase a set of soft, first-rate underwear. He wore it under the errand boy uniform that the academy had previously distributed. Afterwards, Han Shuo went to the weapons store and spent 10 gold coins to purchase a dagger of even better quality. He spent 4 gold coins to buy 15 sharp steel needles to pin to his thighs, and 6 gold coins to buy a miniature crossbow to hide in his sleeves, fully arming his body. Afterwards, Han Shuo went to the medicine store and took out 40 gold coins to buy some potions and powders. Apart from some simple medical supplies, there were also some anesthetic and hallucinogenic aphrodisiac powders, and a bottle of poison. Some of these things were prohibited from being sold in the Empire's Asan city. Even if Han Shuo had the money and didn't have the connections, he still wouldn't be able to get his hands on them. However, in the town of Droll, they could be openly sold because adventurers needed them. Since Han Shuo had come here, and now that he understood the importance of strength, he naturally had to buy some in case he needed them in the future. After all these things were in his hands, Han Shuo finally sighed with emotion at how good it felt to be rich. After walking out of the medicine store, even Han Shuo's spine was straighter than usual. With gold coins in his purse, it seemed that everything suddenly went smoothly. On the way to the hotel, Han Shuo's stomach churned when he saw a few big and small taverns with bright lights. Afterwards, Han Shuo complied with his body's needs and turned into one of the taverns. The tavern was extremely noisy and the neon lights flickered chaotically on the roof. A few adventurers and merchants gathered in groups of 3 to 5 on the tables and chairs in the hall, talking loudly about their adventures. These people's faces were flushed red and they held wine cups in their hands, shouting and chatting without the slightest scruple in their drunken stupor. Delicacies were placed everywhere on the tables, and a few young male and female attendants shuttled back and forth among them, serving them fine wine in dishes. Han Shuo walked straight to the only empty table in the corner of the hall and sat down. A bashful young attendant quickly walked in front of Han Shuo and asked politely, "Excuse me, what would you like?" "Good wine, good meat, give me some." Han Shuo took out a gold coin and flicked his thumb onto the attendant's plate, casually opening his mouth to instruct. When the attendant saw the gold coin land, his eyes immediately lit up and he bowed even more respectfully. Without batting an eyelid, he put away the gold coin and said softly with a smile, "All right, please wait a moment, it will be served immediately." Since he had a gold coin, he should enjoy it to the fullest. Han Shuo leaned lazily against his chair and narrowed his eyes as he sized up the various adventurers and merchants in the hall. Some of them had just returned from the dark forest, while others were about to enter. Some had just escaped danger, while others were planning on entering unknown dangers. All of them were letting loose their inhibitions and releasing their energy, thoroughly enjoying the depravity of the town of Droll. After a while, a bottle of light purple wine, 3 large plates of roasted meat, and 2 plates of fruits were delivered to Han Shuo's table by the bashful attendant. This is purple Leilon, the most famous wine in the town of Droll. All adventurers love to drink this, I hope you will be satisfied. The attendant pointed at the bottle of light purple wine and introduced it after setting down the items, then bowed and retreated. Han Shuo couldn't wait any longer as he grabbed the roasted meat and started wolfing it down. Although the taste wasn't as delicious as when he'd roasted it himself, it was still pretty good. Twisting open the bottle, a large mouthful of purple Leilon flowed down his throat. The luscious sweetness carried a hint of fiery heat, and the mellow aftertaste lingered in his mouth after entering his stomach, giving Han Shuo a different kind of enjoyment. Good wine indeed, Han Shuo praised. When he lifted his head to look around, he suddenly saw 2 familiar faces walk in from the doorway, Claude and Irene. Claude and Irene looked around, as if searching for an empty seat. Their gazes fell upon Han Shuo at the same time. After a moment of surprise, they actually started walking in Han Shuo's direction at the same time. Chapter 49. Isn't this the necromancy major's errand boy? Claude walked up to Han Shuo and looked at Han Shuo in surprise, frowning as he spoke. Necromancy errand boy Brian, I didn't think I'd run into the 2 of you here. Han Shuo nodded and drank another mouthful of purple Leilon, responding with a slight smile. It looks like there aren't any seats left. Claude, why don't we go somewhere else to eat? Irene swept her gaze over Han Shuo with a trace of disgust in her eyes. No need, many of the taverns in Droll should be packed at this time. There's only 1 seat for Brian anyways, and since we're all from the academy, I think Brian wouldn't mind if we sat down. Isn't that right, Brian? Claude smiled faintly at Irene and then stared merrily at Han Shuo. Of course, if you don't think that sitting with an errand boy like me is beneath your dignity, I'd be very happy to sit with you. Claude had injured his little skull in order to curry favor with Irene last time. Perhaps Claude hadn't taken this matter to heart, but Han Shuo had silently noted it down. Now that his strength had increased, Han Shuo had less and less scruples in his actions. He'd been fretting about how he couldn't take revenge on Claude, but now that he'd delivered himself to his doorstep, of course he wasn't going to let him go. I hate those from the necromancy major, and errand boys are no exception. Irene frowned and flicked a glance at Claude, saying coldly. Claude started and then shot a meaningful glance at Irene, smiling faintly at Han Shuo. Brian, weren't you with the necromancy major? How come I don't see them, and you're the only one here? Oh, to think that an errand boy like you would be able to enjoy such sumptuous food and fine wine. How surprising. Irene also looked at Han Shuo in surprise after hearing Claude's words. She seemed to be very concerned about Claude's question, and was in no hurry to leave. Claude noticed Erin's interest and politely wiped the dust off the chair in front of her. After gesturing for Erin to sit down, he calmly sat down and looked at Han Shuo. Tearing apart the roasted meat in his hand, Han Shuo sent it into his stomach as if nothing had happened. He took another gulp of wine and burped. He rubbed his stomach in satisfaction and said with a smile, Master Fanny and the others should be back soon. They were afraid that I would drag them down, so they gave me some gold to wait for them here. Is there a problem? No, no. So that's what happened. By the way, Brian, how was your harvest this time? Did you hunt any high-level magical beasts? Claude asked Han Shuo with a smile, winking at Irene again. Irene revealed an attentive expression and also looked at Han Shuo, seeming to be quite concerned about the necromancy major's harvest. Shaking his head, Han Shuo said, "I don't know," I returned midway. "I don't know if they had any great harvests, but I think they've gained quite a bit this time." "Humph. What harvest could they possibly have with those people? At most, they could hunt some 5th-level magical beasts. I'm afraid they'd have a hard time killing 4th-level magical beasts." Irene looked disdainfully at Han Shuo and snorted coldly. Han Shuo only flicked a faint glance at Irene's mockery and didn't say much. Claude had already called over a waiter at this time and also used a gold coin to purchase some wine and meat. Han Shuo was thinking about how he could retaliate against Claude. After thinking for a while, a trace of an evil smile appeared on his lips. He threw a banana peel from the plate in front of him at his feet without batting an eyelid. When a waiter quickly walked over with a plate, Han Shuo pushed off with the tip of his right foot and the peel suddenly flew out from under the table. The waiter quickly walked over with the plate in his hand. He stepped on the peel of the fruit and staggered forward with a cry of surprise. The plate in his hand suddenly flew out and landed on Claude and Aaron's backs. Claude and Irene moved upon hearing the noise and suddenly turned around. Claude's right hand suddenly raised high and blocked the plate that was flying towards him. At the same time, Han Shuo's left hand shot out like lightning and flicked his pinky. The gray-white psychedelic aphrodisiac powder had already soundlessly landed at the bottom of Claude's wine cup. "Be careful when you walk." Claude frowned at this moment and passed the plate in his right hand to the waiter who'd stood up again after falling down. He spoke with displeasure. "Thank you, noble knight. I will definitely be careful in the future." The waiter took the plate from Claude's hand with trepidation and quickly left after bowing. Han Shuo was unperturbed and lowered his head as he held his wine cup, drinking as if nothing had happened, as if he hadn't noticed what had just happened. Claude and Irene didn't say anything else to Han Shuo afterwards. Claude chatted attentively with Irene and drank cup after cup of purple Leylon mixed with psychedelic aphrodisiac powder. Irene's expression was cold as she responded to Claude in a half-hearted manner. It looked like she hadn't accepted Claude's affection yet. "Enjoy your meal, I still have matters to attend to and will be leaving first." Han Shuo saw Claude drink a few cups of purple Leylon and knew that the psychedelic aphrodisiac powder must have already been absorbed by Claude. He immediately stood up and spoke. Claude and Irene had always looked down on Han Shuo to begin with and didn't think much of a minor errand boy like him. They wanted nothing more than for Han Shuo to leave as soon as possible so that he wouldn't be an eyesore to them. When Han Shuo had spoken thus, the two waved their hands at the same time, indicating that Han Shuo should leave earlier. After drinking a bit of wine, the disdain on their faces was no longer concealed. After leaving the tavern with a faint smile, Han Shuo stood alone in a street corner next to the tavern and waited for a while. Claude's face was flushed red as he walked out shoulder to shoulder with the slightly blushing Irene and headed towards the north of the town of Droll. The sky was already dark at this time, and the town of Droll was brightly lit. It was the busiest time of the day. Groups of adventurers and merchants drunkenly yelled as they passed by. Han Shuo silently followed behind the two and saw them enter a luxurious tavern. He then stood on the side of the street, waiting to watch them make a fool of themselves. From what Han Shuo had observed just now, Claude probably hadn't moved Irene's heart yet. If, at this time, Claude, under the influence of the psychedelic aphrodisiac powder, did anything improper to her, he would definitely be beaten up by Irene. Clutching a handful of fruits in his hand, Han Shuo ate leisurely as he thought viciously. After a while, there was still no movement from within the tavern. Just as Han Shuo grew a bit impatient from waiting, Claude suddenly walked out of the tavern with a flushed face and hurried steps towards the street. Han Shuo's heart jumped. He hadn't thought that Claude's willpower would be so strong, and that he hadn't completely lost his reason even now. But looking at Claude's current appearance, Han Shuo knew that he wouldn't be able to hold on much longer. He hurriedly followed Claude's footsteps from a distance. Indeed, he'd only walked a dozen or so meters when an older woman with heavy makeup and revealing clothing waved at him. Claude couldn't hold on any longer and huffed heavily as he made his way into the alleyway. It looked like he was planning on taking care of his physical needs nearby. Was that Claude just now? A cry of surprise came from the side of the street. Han Shuo turned his head to look and was suddenly overjoyed. He thought to himself that the heavens were helping him. He saw the light major teacher, Beecher, pass by with a few light major students. One of the sharp-eyed female students just happened to see Claude and the seductive, revealing woman make their way into the alleyway and couldn't help but cry out in surprise. No way, how could Claude be this kind of person? He's a noble knight and wouldn't come to a place like this to fool around. Besides, Claude is currently pursuing Irene, so it's even more impossible that he would do this. Beecher furrowed his brow and said doubtfully, not quite believing it. It really is him, I'm sure I didn't see wrong. If you don't believe me, let's go in and take a look. The female student who had spoken before thought for a moment and said with certainty. Let's go, Katie, this isn't your business. Don't be a busybody. Beecher was silent for a moment and urged the students to leave quickly. Katie looked angrily at the alleyway, thought for a moment and stomped her feet. How can this be? I'll go tell Irene right now. If Claude isn't in the room right now, then it must be him. I won't allow Claude to deceive Irene's feelings. Katie ran off with a huff as soon as she'd finished speaking and sped towards the hotel where Irene was staying. The other light major students looked at each other when they saw Katie leave and didn't know what to do for a moment. Han Shuo almost couldn't restrain himself from laughing out loud. He hadn't thought that things would be so coincidental. Han Shuo had originally planned on making a move himself and thinking of ways to trick Irene into coming here. He hadn't thought that Claude's luck would be so bad. It looked like it would be difficult for him not to be unlucky today. After a while, a frosty Irene and a fuming Katie quickly walked over from afar. One could tell from Irene's expression that she was absolutely furious. Claude had no way of explaining himself now. Claude really isn't in the hotel. It looks like my eyes weren't deceiving me at all. It must have been him just now. Irene, I think we'll be able to catch him red-handed if we go in now. Claude is too disgusting to do such a despicable thing as a noble knight. Katie looked angrily at the alleyway when she'd arrived. Irene nodded with a cold face and didn't waste another word. She pulled Katie and rushed into the alleyway. Beecher and the others were afraid that something would happen and followed after a moment of hesitation. When they'd all gone in, Han Shuo finally walked unhurriedly towards the entrance of the alleyway with a malicious smile on his face. Chapter 50. Moonlight spilled into the dense forest, and there were only the soft cries of insects in the surroundings. However, with Han Shuo's sensitive ears, he could hear Claude's low breathing as he suppressed his anger. Damned lowly servant, pig, who do you think you are to trick me? Claude's suppressed rage finally exploded as he looked at Han Shuo fiercely. His usual sunny demeanor had already disappeared beyond the highest heavens. A barrage of attacks rained down on Han Shuo's body. Han Shuo covered his head with his hands and didn't make a move to block, forcefully enduring Claude's thunderous rage. He finally curled up and fell to the ground, looking like he couldn't take any more heavy blows. Han Shuo, who had been thinking with a wry smile, was caught off guard and stumbled to the left from a slap to the face. It was a good thing that Han Shuo's body was far stronger than the average person's, and he steadied himself amidst the chaos. After regaining his footing, he held his cheek and looked at Claude with a wry smile. Little fellow, what are you doing here? The skinny mage looked at Han Shuo and asked with a slight smile. All right. Han Shuo thought carefully for a moment. He knew that he was in trouble this time and had already prepared himself to be beaten up by Claude. He followed behind Claude and gradually walked out of the town of Droll, arriving in a dense forest to the southwest of the town. I'm the son of the chief of the Griffin Legion. You damned errand slave, how dare you hurt me? Claude's body was in so much pain that it felt like it was going to split open, and he shouted angrily in a weak voice. The old mage nodded and thought for a moment with a frown. He said to the female elven archer beside him, "Blanche, go investigate and see if it's the orcs' wolf riders. Every year when it's almost winter, they always send out wolf riders to plunder the border villages of the empire. How is it? Painful, isn't it? But I won't let you die so easily. Do you know who I am? I am Claude Asher, the son of the commander of the Griffin Legion, Bob Asher. You damned errand slave, how dare you scheme against me and ruin the good time between me and Irene? I will make you suffer and die slowly, ahaha." Claude viciously stared at Han Shuo. He sneered as he drew his long sword and walked towards Han Shuo step by step. However, the geography of the town of Droll is special, and there are large numbers of adventurers and mercenaries inside. Over the years, the orcs have never sent wolf riders to attack the town of Droll. Why is it so strange this time, and there's still a long time until winter? Erin's face was full of rage as she glared at Claude and scolded him. She said hatefully, "Claude, you're disgusting. I don't want to see you ever again. Katie, let's go." After Han Shuo had walked away, Felix stared oddly at Han Shuo's back and thought for a while before murmuring to himself, "I must be overthinking things. There's no way that this kid's senses are stronger than my wind archmage's." Han Shuo had thought that he would at most be beaten up by Claude for this kind of prank, but the results now finally made Han Shuo realize the cruelty of reality. Not only did Claude want him dead this time, but he also wanted him to die in extreme pain. This was the cruel reality. Because the process of training this magical yuan was often accompanied by unbearable pain, this caused Han Shuo's personality to change from the casual attitude of the past to one of unyielding determination. Han Shuo had greatly improved both in terms of willpower and endurance towards pain. From the two's cautious attitudes, Han Shuo understood that they should have also sensed the abnormalities in the south. After thinking for a moment, Han Shuo bowed slightly and responded, "Honored mage, I've separated from my companions. They said that they'll be back in a few days, so I've been waiting here." Pa! The sound of footsteps traveled from the distance, coming from the intersection of the town of Droll and the dark forest to the south. From the deep and rhythmic sound of the footsteps landing, Han Shuo could determine that it should have come from a type of swift magical beast. These magical beasts were definitely heavier than warhorses, and there should be quite a few of them as well. Now that things had progressed to this point, Han Shuo knew that his goals had been achieved and there was no longer any need to stay. When he saw Erin and Katie quickly walk in his direction, he hurriedly concealed himself and leisurely made his way back to the hotel. "Little fellow, the town of Droll isn't very peaceful. It's late at night, you should go back and rest early. Your companions should be looking for you when they return. There's no need to keep waiting like this." Felix smiled faintly as he looked at Han Shuo and advised him in a gentle voice. "Thank you for letting me know the cruelty of reality. It's because of your noble status that I'm not only going to hurt you, I'm going to kill you." His heart trembling, Han Shuo had a faint sense of foreboding. Han Shuo could feel Claude's repressed anger from his body. Although Claude's gaze was calm when he looked at him, Han Shuo could still feel the strong undulations of his emotions from the slight chewing of his teeth. It looked like a beating was inevitable. Han Shuo smiled wryly, but he didn't feel that it was too frightening. Han Shuo had gotten used to being beaten over the past few days, and Han Shuo was well aware of the state of his body. He knew that ordinary beatings wouldn't hurt him at all, so he was quite calm. When Claude wanted to dodge, he suddenly let out a shrill scream. Several steel needles had pierced into the backs of his feet, directly nailing his feet to the ground. A bone-piercing pain came from his lower abdomen. Claude looked down and discovered that there was a dagger in his abdomen. Han Shuo was looking at him with a callous and apathetic face, and the look in his eyes was very unfamiliar to Claude. Frowning, Han Shuo thought for a while and walked out of the hotel. He slowly walked in the direction of the magical creature's roar, wanting to see just what was going on. As Han Shuo made his way back to the hotel, he saw a few people walk out from the nearby taverns and hotels with the same expression of surprise on their faces. They quickly made their way to the South Street. It looked like they'd also sensed the commotion and wanted to see what was going on. "All right, Mr. Felix." The female elven archer named Blanche immediately headed south when she heard Felix's words, floating past Han Shuo like a gust of wind. "Brian, I have something to discuss with you. Come with me." On the way back to the hotel, Han Shuo ran into Claude on the street leading to the hotel. Claude's face was currently clouded, and he looked to be in a terrible mood. Unknowingly, Han Shuo's entire personality and mentality had been constantly changing as he trained in magical yuan. As his strength gradually increased, the previously cowardly and timid Han Shuo had undergone tremendous changes. His perception and understanding of things were vastly different from what he'd originally thought. It was only now that Han Shuo finally understood that he'd been making a mistake all this time. Whether it was Fitch or Bach, his methods were immensely dangerous. With his status as an errand slave, no matter who killed him, they wouldn't have to bear much risk. Even if Bach killed him, he would at most be reprimanded by the Babylon Academy of Magic and Force and compensated with a few gold coins. First, there was a burst of ear-piercing screams, followed by all sorts of noises coming from a house on the left side of the alley. After a while, a dazed and disheveled Claude was forcibly dragged out by Beecher and the others. "I will cut you into a few pieces, and let you howl in agony as you bleed. You will slowly taste the agony before you die. Remember your identity in your next life. You're just a lowly servant pig. Never try to challenge the temper of those above you." Claude jeered maliciously as the long sword in his hand stabbed towards the chest of Han Shuo, who was curled up on the ground and seemed to have lost all ability to resist. Han Shuo said these words indifferently, and another steel needle appeared in his right hand amidst Claude's terrified screams. He directly pierced Claude's throat. Staring blankly at Claude, Han Shuo's thoughts raced. At this moment, Han Shuo already understood that his actions in the tavern just now had been too rash and impulsive. After Claude had regained consciousness, he must have noticed the state of his body, and must have guessed that the purple Leylon he'd drunk in the tavern was a problem. Claude wasn't an idiot. There had only been Irene and him at the table at the time, and Irene definitely wouldn't have done such a thing. Thinking back to the waiter's sudden fall, Claude must have already guessed what had happened. It was at this moment that the incessant howls suddenly disappeared. Han Shuo's curled-up body suddenly moved, rolling towards Claude's feet. His speed was so fast that Claude was a bit unprepared. Just as Han Shuo had left the tavern and arrived at the South Street of Droll, two figures rushed over with faces full of panic. It was an old, skinny mage, and a female elf archer with sharp ears and green hair. When the two arrived, they took a look at Han Shuo and both had surprised expressions, as if they hadn't thought that Han Shuo would be here. It was also at this moment that Han Shuo truly understood what kind of world this was. Status and class were deep-rooted existences. The enormous difference between the two statuses allowed Claude to kill him without any qualms, and didn't need to bear too much responsibility. Claude had called him to this deserted forest only because he didn't want to ruin his noble status and aura. Even if they were in the busy streets of the town of Droll, no one would find it strange if Claude wanted to kill him. Then I'll be going back first." Han Shuo responded calmly and walked back to the tavern after he'd finished speaking. When he arrived at the tavern, Han Shuo washed up and sat on the bed, starting to train his magical yuan. As the magical yuan opened up his meridians inch by inch, Han Shuo clenched his teeth and experienced the heart-wrenching pain as he circulated his magical yuan over and over again using the opening meridians method. A dull thud suddenly sounded in Han Shuo's heart. Han Shuo suddenly stopped training his magical yuan and held his breath, concentrating his attention. His entire body's functions instantly sank into a state of stillness. Growth always came at a price. Han Shuo lay curled up on the ground, still loudly begging for mercy. His heart, which had originally only had a few evil thoughts, slowly began to turn cold and hard. Chapter 51. This wasn't the first time Han Shua had killed someone, but compared to killing those forest troll, killing Claude on the spot was a huge blow to Han Shua's mentality. After all, the forest troll and he weren't of the same race, and they were notorious bandits. Han Shua felt that killing them was as natural as killing magical beasts. But Claude was completely different from them. Han Shua had no choice but to kill him, because Han Shua knew that if Claude didn't die, he wouldn't be able to live in peace in the future. Watching Claude fall limp in a pool of blood, Han Shua felt a bit numb for a moment. There was a feeling of emptiness in his heart. Han Shua hadn't hesitated at all when he'd made his move. It was only now that Claude had died in front of him that Han Shua felt a sense of nervousness. Claude was a noble, and the youngest son of the commander of the Griffin Legion. If this matter was exposed, only death awaited Han Shua. Han Shua stared blankly for a while as he stared at Claude's corpse. His originally panicked gaze became more and more resolute, and more callous. Finally, Han Shua straightened his clothes and stood up. He walked to Claude's side with a calm expression and rummaged through Claude's clothes. He poured out a few dozen gold coins, a crystal card, and some scraps of medicine from Claude's money pouch. After thinking for a bit, Han Shua only put away the few dozen gold coins. The crystal card and Claude's other items that could expose the matter were placed on the other side by Han Shua. As soon as the incantation ended, a little skull holding a bone dagger appeared in front of Han Shua. Han Shua found a secluded clearing, and one man and one skeleton wielded the bone dagger, spending a few minutes to dig a deep hole. After burying Claude in the deep pit, Han Shua carefully cleaned up the traces of blood left behind by Claude. Even the traces left by Han Shua when he fell and rolled over were slowly covered up by him. After circling around the dense forest and discovering that there weren't any more traces left, Han Shua didn't return the way he'd come. Instead, he made a detour and dug a deep hole to the north of the town of Droll, burying the other things on Claude's body. Only then did he return to the town of Droll from another street. The reason why he did this was because he wanted to be cautious. On the way to the dense forest with Claude, he didn't attract anyone's attention, and this was all because of Claude's deliberate actions. Now that Han Shua had killed him and carefully buried his corpse, logically speaking, no one should be able to find out. Even if someone unintentionally discovered Claude's body, Han Shua would take everything on his body and create the impression of murder for money. This was a common occurrence in the town of Droll, and should be able to cover up the original cause of death. After Han Shua eliminated this hidden danger, Han Shua hid around the hotel where Irene and the others were staying for 2 days in a row, silently observing the movements of the light major students. He discovered that neither Irene nor Beecher and the others were looking for Claude. It looked like they must have thought that Claude was guilty and left on his own. Only Claude himself knew the condition of his body the best. Under those circumstances, no matter how Claude explained, there probably wouldn't be many who would believe him. Also, based on the time that Claude had found him and his understanding of the hallucinogenic aphrodisiac's effects, Han Shua roughly guessed that Claude would be the first to come for revenge after waking up. He didn't immediately explain anything to Irene, Beecher, and the others. After 2 days of observation, Han Shua saw that Irene and Beecher didn't make any moves to look for Claude, and only cared about spending money to visit all sorts of weapon, armor, and medicine stores. Han Shua slowly relaxed his thoughts. That evening, Han Shua didn't go out again to observe Irene, Beecher, and the others. Instead, he stayed in his room and silently trained his magical yuan, expanding the width and flexibility of the meridians in his body over and over again. Han Shua sat on the edge of his bed, completely naked. Sweat flowed down his forehead and covered Han Shua's entire body. The meridians all over his body pulsed, as if earthworms were swimming continuously on the surface of his body. He looked even more sinister and frightening than the evilest of tattoos. During this process, Han Shua's mind suddenly shook, and his entire being sank into a state of unconsciousness. He forgot himself, forgot all of time, and instantly lost all signs of life like a stone statue. Only a faint black light flowed through the meridians on the surface of his skin. Thud, thud, thud. A series of violent knocks on the door abruptly startled Han Shuo awake. When Han Shuo awoke, he thought for a moment and understood that he must have fallen into a demonic state again without realizing it. Thud, thud, thud. The knocks on the door continued. Han Shuo was a bit angry that someone outside had interrupted his training. He casually wrapped himself in a bathrobe and said impatiently, "Coming, coming." Han Shuo was startled when the door opened, and the impatient expression on his face vanished without a trace. He immediately put on a smiling face and chuckled, "So it's you guys. I've waited for you for a long time, you're finally back." Fanny and Lisa were a bit haggard outside the door, their hair a bit messy. They were clutching something in their hands and carrying bags on their backs. They looked travel-worn, as if they'd just returned to the town of Droll from the dark forest. "Damn you, Brian. You've returned to the town of Droll long ago and made us worry for a while. Yo, how did you get so much money to live in such an expensive room? If it wasn't for the owner's affirmation, I really wouldn't have believed that you were the one living in this room." Fanny's bright eyes swept over Han Shuo and she said a bit bitterly. "Brian, what happened after you left that day? You didn't return for 2 days, and I thought something had happened to you." Lisa said. "I got lost after I left, and only discovered that you'd already left when I found the original garrison. I couldn't find you, so I returned to the town of Droll first to wait for you. It's a good thing that nothing happened to everyone, that's great." Han Shuo smiled faintly and explained faintly. Fanny swept a glance over Han Shuo and thought for a moment before speaking to Lisa beside her. "Lisa, you and Master Jean and the others prepare the rooms first. I have something to discuss with Brian." Lisa looked a bit suspiciously at Fanny and said, "Master Fanny, it's been so long since that incident, and Brian even saved our lives. Do you still want to settle that debt with him?" Her face reddening, Fanny couldn't help but say with embarrassment and anger when she heard Lisa mention what had happened last time. "No, I'm talking to him about something else. Help me choose a room first, I'll be there in a moment." Lisa still seemed a bit uneasy after hearing Fanny's explanation, but she didn't say anything more and turned to leave, muttering something under her breath. Fanny swept a glance over Han Shuo as soon as Lisa left, and then looked at the room she'd once lived in. Her face grew even redder, and she snorted lightly, "Aren't you going to invite me in?" Master Fanny, please come in." Han Shuo started and turned to the side in a panic. He stuck his head out to look left and right in the hallway when Fanny came in, and closed the door tightly with a swoosh, as if he had a guilty conscience. "What are you sneaking around for? Let me ask you, just what happened after you left the camp that day? How did you get the gold coins to stay in this room?" Fanny stared at Han Shuo with a scrutinizing gaze after she'd sat down. Han Shuo was still a bit uneasy after killing Claude, and was a bit surprised when he heard Fanny's question. He smiled lightly and explained after thinking for a while, "I left the camp that day and practiced necromancy magic by myself nearby. I ran into an injured windblade wolf and chased after it, killing it when it wasn't paying attention. When I returned to where I was and discovered that you'd already left, I hurried back myself. When I returned to the town of Droll, I sold the windblade wolf's magic core and wolf skin, earning the gold coins. I thought that you'd still be resting in this hotel when you came back, so I rented this room and waited for you. That's what happened." Fanny didn't immediately speak after Han Shuo had finished speaking, but rather looked thoughtfully at Han Shuo. She exclaimed softly after a while, "Brian, you're completely different from before." Startled, Han Shuo squeezed out a simple and honest smile and scratched his head, "Am I? What's different about me?" "A lot. Your appearance, build, height, personality, and expressions when you speak are all different from the you I knew before. It looks like you've changed the most after experiencing the trials of the dark forest." The students have all changed a bit in the face of the ever-present life and death struggles in the dark forest, but I hadn't thought that you changed the most. What a surprise. Fanny looked dazedly at Han Shuo and spoke to Han Shuo with a face full of solemnity. Han Shuo understood that his views on things had changed unknowingly as his strength increased and the dangers he'd encountered in this trip to the dark forest. After personally killing Claude the day before yesterday, Han Shuo had deeply reflected upon himself and understood the cruelty of this world even more clearly. This had caused his heart to become colder and colder. Master Fanny, you left a note saying that you'd met the two ogres. Did you have any conflict in the end? Han Shuo laughed lightly and didn't explain much, instead asking about what had happened to Fanny and the others. Of course, the two ogres followed us the entire time. They even joined forces with a few forest trolls to attack us afterwards, but we still managed to escape in the end. We only deviated from our original path in order to avoid the ogres and forest troll. That's why we returned to Droll so late. Fanny responded. Nodding, Han Shuo was about to speak when his brows suddenly creased. He abruptly stood up and said with a face full of solemnity, I'm afraid we're in trouble. Attention everyone, the orc wolf riders have appeared to the south of Droll and are on their way here. Everyone prepare for battle. Loud shouts suddenly rang out from the streets outside the hotel. They were all news of the orc wolf riders' impending invasion. Chapter 52. Han Shuo had been talking to Fanny when he heard the noise from outside and immediately cried out in surprise, Master Fanny, let's hurry and meet up with them. Fanny didn't waste any words and hurriedly started walking out of Han Shuo's room after Han Shuo's voice had sounded. After Fanny left, Han Shuo tossed aside the bathrobe he'd been wrapped in and quickly put on his clothes. He put away the needles, daggers, and arrows he'd bought over the past couple of days, as well as some bottles and cans of medicine, before finally leaving the room. The figures of adventurers were everywhere on the streets, and merchants were shouting loudly. These people were either drinking wine in the taverns or enjoying themselves in places of ecstasy. When they heard the news of the wolf riders' arrival, all of them left their rooms at the first moment and surged onto the streets. Adventurers and mercenaries all lived a life of bloodshed on the edge of a knife, and had long since grown accustomed to this kind of danger. When they left their rooms, they all methodically began to organize the weapons and armor they'd fought with, and gathered on the south street according to the source of the noise. When Han Shuo walked out of his room and arrived at the door of the hotel, he discovered that even the owner of the hotel was gripping a long sword and standing in front of the door with an angry expression. It looked like the people of the town of Droll were indeed fierce and unyielding. Fanny and the others were already standing in front of the hotel door. All of the students had just put down their belongings and hurriedly walked out of their rooms. After their adventures in the dark forest, these young and immature mages had also learned to remain calm and collected, and didn't shout out in panic. Brian, come quickly. We're heading to the South Street as well. The orc wolf riders dare invade the town of Droll of the Empire, we can't let them have their way. Lisa immediately raised her hand and called out when she saw Han Shuo appear, as if afraid that Han Shuo wouldn't be able to see her. Apart from Fanny's group, there were also groups of adventurers and mercenaries at the door of the hotel. The necromancy major students walked out of their rooms one after another, all fully armed. Fanny did a head count not long after Han Shuo arrived next to Lisa. When she discovered that all the students were present, she immediately called out, follow me to the South Street, don't get separated. Han Shuo followed behind Fanny on the bustling streets and arrived at the South Street after a short while. When they arrived, Han Shuo saw that there were almost 100 adventurers and mercenaries there. Old Mage Felix and the female elf, Blanche, who Han Shuo had met last time, were also present, and it looked like the two of them were the leaders. Felix's body was suspended high in the air, and he was yelling something loudly. This old mage can use the levitation spell to float in the air. It looks like he's at least an archmage. Jean exclaimed in surprise when they arrived and then explained to the students, when a mage's training reaches a certain level, they can use the levitation spell to fly. However, only mages who have reached the archmage level are able to deploy the levitation spell. Therefore, all mages who can fly are, without exception, people of high status and strong training. Brave warriors of the Empire, the Orc Wolf Riders are making their way to the town of Droll. According to my observations, the Wolf Riders are a group of 500. Droll is the base of the Empire and will not be allowed to be trampled by these savage orcs. Brave warriors, take up your weapons and let them have a taste of the wrath of the warriors of the Empire. Felix floated in the air, his right hand grasping an intricate magic staff embedded with a sapphire. He loudly roused everyone's morale. Aren't these the necromancy major? Heh, you've come as well. At this moment, Beecher's voice suddenly sounded from the side. Han Shua turned his head and saw that the light major students were all patrolling in his direction. Hello Master Beecher, I didn't think that I'd run into you here again. I think that you must have reaped great rewards from this trip. Jean nodded and smiled faintly as he greeted them, then opened his mouth to inquire. Not at all, not at all. It's just that the students have indeed improved. Beecher smiled faintly as he responded to Jean. Muffled footsteps sounded from the south. Under Felix and Blanche's orders, the warriors had long since put on their armor and stood in front, fully armed. The mages, archers, and priests stood 5 or 6 meters behind the warriors. They all took out their magic staffs and looked towards the south with calm, solemn expressions. When Beecher and Jean saw that everyone had silently taken their positions, they didn't waste any words and moved closer to where the mages were standing. Although Han Shua's physical body had greatly improved, he wasn't foolish enough to stand out at the front. He also followed behind Fanny and moved closer to the mages. Just as everyone got into position, the muffled trampling sound was like a muffled drum that pounded on everyone's hearts. A thick and heavy aura gradually spread into everyone's hearts. In everyone's line of sight, the Orc Wolf Riders raised their long swords high in the air as they slowly revealed themselves amidst the flying dust and dirt. A somber atmosphere instantly enveloped the entire town of Droll. As soon as the figures of the Wolf Riders appeared, they had already charged forward amidst sharp howls. The long swords in their hands flashed with cold light, and the majestic aura of 500 wolf riders charging in unison immediately gave everyone a strong sense of oppression. Mages, get ready. Listen to my call and begin releasing your magic. Felix was still relatively calm as he hovered in midair and watched the wolf riders. He only started speaking calmly when they truly charged over. Everyone be careful, nothing must happen to you. Fanny was also a bit nervous at this moment as she gave instructions to the student standing beside her. When Fanny wanted to give instructions to Han Shua, she suddenly discovered that Han Shua's face was calm. There was a kind of numb, callous viciousness in his eyes, and not a trace of panic at all. A sharp dagger was grasped in his hand, and a cold, frosty presence slowly emanated from the dagger. Sensing Fanny's gaze, Han Shua relaxed. The magical yuan in his left hand, which had been holding the sword, had surged into the dagger after he'd circulated the mystical glacial spell fire, causing the bone-chilling presence of the dagger to disappear in an instant. Master Fanny, is something the matter? Han Shua looked at Fanny and asked with a smile, his face once again adorned with a simple and honest smile. No, nothing. Be careful. Fanny looked at Han Shua and responded with a bit of an odd tone. At this moment, Fanny finally knew that the simple and honest smile that had always hung on Han Shua's face was a facade. The calmness and callousness in the face of danger just now was Han Shua's true face. Damn it, you've lied to everyone. I'll make you pay sooner or later. Fanny thought hatefully in her heart as she surreptitiously sized up Han Shua. She suddenly felt that when Han Shua was calm and serious, he actually had a different temperament. Chapter 53. Release. Felix yelled loudly, drawing the curtains to the magical attack. All of a sudden, the mages beside Han Shua and the others started chanting magical incantations. Streaks of sharp wind blades, large balls of blazing fireballs, several icicles that looked like icicles, lightning exploding from the sky, and even the light sword slashes of the light major students suddenly appeared with a howl, attacking the charging wolf riders. Fanny, Jean, and the others also started chanting incantations, and skeletons and zombies trembled as they rushed out, running past the frontmost warriors and towards the wolf riders. The orcs riding the wolves suffered a painful blow under the cover of magic in an instant. As the wind blades whistled, wounds appeared on the bodies of the wolf riders and their giant wolves. The large fireballs smashed down, and several wolf riders were completely engulfed in flames. The icicles and lightning from behind also took away the lives of more than 10 wolf riders. However, there were about 500 wolf riders, and this wave of magical attacks only killed 30 to 40 wolf riders at the frontmost. The remaining wolf riders didn't show any fear or timidity because of the death of their companions, and continued to charge forward without any regard for their own lives. Just as the mages started chanting the second wave of magical incantations, the charging wolf riders suddenly had crossbows in their hands. They raised the crossbows, and streaks of sharp arrows flew into the sky like a gust of wind, passing the frontmost warriors with heavy swords and shooting directly towards the mages and archers. "Not good, everyone be careful." The elven archer Blanche's melodious voice rang out, and she also directed the archers to return fire. The mages who had been chanting spells and planning to attack the wolf riders hurriedly changed the direction of their magical attacks when they saw the arrows shooting towards them. Streaks of magic were released, all of them smashing towards the arrows falling from the sky, destroying them in midair. However, not all of the arrows were destroyed by the magic. There were still a dozen or so arrows that shot down, and the powerful force directly pierced 2 Thunder novice mages to death on the spot, while 3 other mages were more or less injured. At this time, the 3 priests suddenly began to chant healing spells to treat the injuries of the 3 injured mages. Because this wave of magic attacks were all used to deal with the arrows, the wolf riders didn't suffer any damage and rushed over even faster. The giant wolf's momentum was extremely fierce. The skeleton warriors and zombies that were the first to meet it were instantly defeated. Under the impact of the giant wolf, the lowest level skeletal warrior was crushed into pieces. It did not have any effect at all. The zombie warriors were able to hold on for a while, but under the slashes of the orcs' longswords, a dozen or so zombie warriors were instantly decapitated and collapsed on the spot. The dark creatures of the necromancy attribute are indeed unable to withstand a single blow. Irene and the other light major students couldn't help but mock when they saw that the dark creatures on the necromancy major's side weren't of much use. Han Shua wielded his dagger and was as calm as could be. His eyes gazed at the figures of the wolf riders in the distance and turned a deaf ear to the mockery of Irene and the other light major students. The wolf riders raised the crossbows in their hands and another wave of arrows rained down. The mages in the back all used their magic to defend themselves. Some of the mages with high levels of training destroyed the arrows aimed at them and continuously released magic to attack the wolf riders that were charging down. 5 sharp arrows suddenly whistled through the air, aiming straight for the teachers and students of the necromancy major. Fanny and Jean's faces changed as they released bone arrows at the same time, shattering 3 arrows in midair. One of the arrows deviated and shot towards an empty corner, while the other whistled towards Amy. Amy's expression grew panicked at this moment and she started chanting. Jean and Fanny were also a bit anxious as they quickly chanted their spells at the same time. However, the speed at which they chanted their spells was noticeably slower than the speed at which the sharp arrows pierced towards them. A dagger suddenly streaked through the air with a cold glint as it flew high into the sky like lightning. There was a crack as the arrow flying towards Amy shattered into several pieces. At the same time, Han Shua's body suddenly sprang out and stood firmly in Amy's direction, raising his hand to catch the dagger before it hit the ground. "Thank you, Brian." Amy grinned and said gratefully to Han Shua after the danger had been averted. "You're welcome." Han Shuo nodded with a slight smile and returned to Fanny and Lisa's side with the dagger in his hand. He then continued to observe the surroundings with a calm expression. Finally, after paying the price of 70 wolf riders, the wolf riders charged through the continuous attacks of magic and faced the warriors of the town of Droll head-on. A great battle suddenly erupted. 50 to 60 warriors were all armed to the teeth, wielding heavy swords and long spears. There were even a dozen or so knights wielding long spears as they engaged in close combat with the wolf riders on their warhorses. The mages started chanting spells as magnificent light flashed through the air, landing on the wolf riders in the back. The entire southern part of the town of Droll had sunk into the flames of battle amidst the violent booms. Han Shuo, Fanny, and the others remained at the back of the warriors, continuously chanting spells as bone arrows and bone spears flew out and shot towards the orc wolf riders who were charging at the warriors' defensive line. Felix, who was floating in the air, became the main target of the orc wolf riders' crossbow bolts. Felix didn't panic in the slightest as he chanted a high-level wind spell, and a 10-meter-wide tornado formed in the sky behind the wolf riders. The wolf riders were sucked into the tornado wherever it passed, and shrill screams of agony rang out continuously. After the tornado appeared, Felix waved the magic staff in his hand, and dozens of wind blades flew out in front of him, shattering the incoming arrows. At the same time, a magical shield appeared and completely enveloped him. A few sharp arrows managed to land on Felix's body with great difficulty, but were also blocked by the magical shield. Felix himself wasn't harmed in the slightest. So powerful. This is the true power of a mage. The light major students next to Han Shuo all revealed expressions of worship as they watched Felix's unruffled performance. They all sighed with excitement. Just as everyone was praising Felix's prowess, the previously unruffled Felix suddenly yelled out, "Oh no, more wolf riders have appeared in the distance, and there seem to be a few orc shamans among them. Let's retreat." Everyone split up and head for Zajowski City. Felix's words immediately had a great impact on everyone. Han Shuo was the first to react, and he grabbed Fanny's little hand, saying calmly, "Come with me, quickly." Fanny started and turned her head to look at Han Shuo's solemn and calm expression. The rebuke that had been on the tip of her tongue became, "All right, but where are you going?" "The place where the warhorses are stored. We need to get the warhorses as soon as possible. Only by riding the warhorses will we have a chance of escaping to Zajowski City. Otherwise, we'll be hard-pressed to escape the vicious hands of these wolf riders." Han Shuo's mind spun quickly at this moment, and he spoke decisively. Fanny also immediately reacted when she heard Han Shuo's explanation. She hastily yelled, "All students, follow me." Han Shuo immediately understood that Fanny had agreed to his actions when he heard Fanny speak. He turned his head to see Lisa glaring at him as he grabbed Fanny's little hand. Han Shuo's face twisted, and he also reached out to grab Lisa's hand. He then no longer looked at the two's expressions, and forcefully dragged them towards the direction where the warhorses were stored. Chapter 54. Because of Felix's words, the warriors and mages who had been working together to fend off the orc wolf riders all fell into a state of panic. All of them lost the will to defend, and instead started thinking of ways to escape. For a time, the impregnable defense collapsed in an instant. Apart from the warriors at the very front, who were still fighting and retreating, the mages and archers all scattered in all directions in a panic. Han Shuo grabbed Fanny and Lisa's wrists, forcefully pulling the two of them as he quickly rushed in the direction where the warhorses were stored. Jean directed the other necromancy major students to follow closely behind Han Shuo. After experiencing a few life and death battles, Han Shuo no longer had the same childish panic in the face of danger. He calmly and quickly advanced as he silently thought of a way to escape. The mages and archers retreated like the tide with Han Shuo and the others. If these people blocked Han Shuo's advance, they would be pushed aside by Han Shuo without hesitation. It was hard for the archers and mages to move fast in such a crowded crowd. Unknowingly, with Han Shuo as a meat shield opening the way, they had actually rushed to the front in a short while. After 15 minutes, Han Shuo pulled Fanny and Lisa, and followed Jean and the others from a distance, finally arriving at the place where the warhorses were stored. The owner of this place had also gone to the South Street to observe the situation, and only left a servant to watch over the warhorses. Han Shuo directly broke through the door and pulled Fanny and Lisa, running towards the stable in the back. "What are you doing? What are you doing?" The old servant immediately stood up in panic when he saw Han Shuo break through the door and rush towards the stable, yelling angrily. "The orc wolf riders have already attacked. If you continue to stay here, only death awaits you. We've come to retrieve the warhorses we've stored. If you want to live, hurry up and choose a warhorse and run for your life," Han Shuo calmly explained on the way to the stable. The old servant had already heard the commotion outside and only paused for a second before quickly running towards the stable as well. It looked like he'd accepted Han Shuo's suggestion. Han Shuo let go of Fanny and Lisa's little hands when he arrived here, his eyes darting around in a circle as he fixed his eyes on a handsome warhorse. He flew up without another word and landed on the warhorse in an instant. He waved the dagger in his hand and cut the ropes binding the warhorse. Turning his head to look, he saw that Jean had already rushed to the stable with a few light major students. They were all panting heavily as they searched with Fanny and Lisa for the warhorses they had left last time. "Are you all idiots? The wolf riders will be here soon, what's the point of searching now? Not to mention that the warhorses we stored last time were all of inferior quality, and there were only 6 of them. Do you all want to die?" Han Shuo finally couldn't hold it in any longer when he saw that these people were still searching among the numerous warhorses and roaring. Han Shuo's roar rang through the entire stable, and the necromancy major students and teachers who were searching for their warhorses were all scolded. They were all stunned for a moment, they'd actually been called idiots by Han Shuo. This was a bit hard for them to accept. "Then what do we do?" Lisa paused and looked at Han Shuo as she asked. "Choose the best and strongest warhorses. Each of us will have one. The lives of the others have nothing to do with us. If you want to die, then continue searching for inferior warhorses like ours." Han Shuo's face darkened as he spoke coldly and decisively. This was originally the simplest of principles, but it was a pity that these necromancy major students and teachers had always lived in the necromancy major with its many rules. To them, following the rules was a matter of course, and they didn't consider that all the rules could be disregarded at critical moments. These people were first dumbfounded by Han Shuo's cursing of idiocy. Afterwards, when Han Shuo said that he didn't care about the lives of others, it affected these well-behaved students and teachers again, causing them to furrow their brows in contemplation. The sounds of chaos outside grew louder and louder. In the face of a life and death crisis, they quickly made their choice. They no longer hesitated and ran with resolute expressions towards the most valiant and godly warhorses in the stable. When the students and teachers of the necromancy major, under Han Shuo's instigation, took all the best warhorses in the stable and rushed out, the light major students of the Babylon Academy of Magic and Force, as well as many clear-headed mages and archers, finally rushed over. "Damn it, they're riding our warhorses." The sharp-eyed Erin immediately discovered that the handsome warhorse Han Shuo was sitting on was the same one she'd sat on before. She yelled out furiously. However, Han Shuo and the others were already riding the fiercest warhorses in the stable at this moment. They were completely indifferent to the curses of Erin and the others, only leaving behind their silhouettes as they galloped further and further away. "Brian, which way should we go now?" Fanny hastily asked Han Shuo as soon as they'd left the stable and dashed onto the chaotic streets. The warriors had already retreated to the town of Droll on the streets. The orc wolf riders howled as they charged into the town, the long swords in their hands dancing in the air. The defenseless merchants were the first to suffer, and were often beheaded with a single slash. Because these wolf riders were riding giant wolves, they weren't in a hurry to chase after the scattered warriors and mages. They only followed the streets and started looting the first store they could find. Enormous bags hung from the giant wolves they rode, and all sorts of goods from the surrounding stores fell into the bags one by one. As long as it's not in the direction of Zajowski City, we can escape in any direction. Han Shuo looked all around him and swept a glance towards the eastern street. He discovered that the fewest people had fled to the northern street. He thought for a moment and called out, "Follow me," to the north. Because the town of Drol was about to fall, Zajowski City, as the most heavily defended city in the southwest of the empire, had become the most ideal target for these panicked escapees. Han Shuo observed carefully and discovered that 70% of the people in the town of Drol were fleeing in the direction of Zajowski City. However, only a dozen or so people were riding warhorses out of this 70%. When the orc wolf riders had ransacked all the stores in the town of Drol, this group of people would definitely be their first target. Wolf riders with giant wolves as steeds would definitely be faster than these people on foot. Because these people made up 70% of the population, the orcs would definitely send the most number of wolf riders. In this way, the people most likely to die would be the 70% fleeing in the direction of Zajowski City. Once he began to think calmly, Han Shuo immediately felt that his thoughts were very clear. He immediately led Fanny and the others and started galloping towards the northern street on his warhorse after a moment's thought. Han Shuo's group moved extremely quickly with the convenience of warhorses. Along the way, Han Shuo encountered two wolf riders who had made their way swiftly to the northern street. The two wolf riders' giant wolf bags were bulging, and they paid no attention to Han Shuo's group. They were planning on charging into another store and ransacking it. Snorting coldly, Han Shuo lifted the reins in his hand. The warhorse beneath him changed direction and charged towards the two wolf riders wielding their longswords without the slightest scruple. The two wolf riders started, as if they hadn't expected that someone would dare counterattack at this time. They put away the longswords they'd been planning on stabbing at the merchant below them. The two orc wolf riders leaned to the side and suddenly spread out. They waved the longswords in their hands and slashed at the charging Han Shuo. "Brian, are you crazy? Hurry up and run." Lisa cried out involuntarily from afar when she saw Han Shuo's warhorse change direction and charge towards the two wolf riders. Lisa's cry attracted the gazes of the necromancy major's teachers and students. They couldn't help but turn their heads to look in Han Shuo's direction. Han Shuo chanted a magic incantation in a low voice as he ran with dagger in his hand. A bone arrow suddenly formed in the air and shot towards one of the wolf riders with a whoosh. As the wolf rider brandished his long sword to block the arrow, Han Shuo had already charged towards the other wolf rider with dagger in hand. The dagger drew a cold glint through the air and a soft "pu" sound rang out as the dagger passed through the long sword and pierced a bloody hole through the wolf rider's abdomen. Han Shuo's warhorse arrived at this moment. He abruptly pulled on the reins and the warhorse came to a sudden stop amidst a sharp neigh. Han Shuo extended his left hand and the long sword of the already dead orc suddenly fell from his hand. Han Shuo's right hand sank down and a bloody hole appeared in the head of the irascible wolf. The originally rampaging wolf suddenly fell limply to the ground. With a flick of the hilt, the large sack hanging from the wolf's body suddenly flew off and landed directly on Han Shuo's warhorse. Han Shuo's warhorse then changed direction and charged towards the other wolf rider who had just shattered the bone arrow with a cold and merciless face. My gosh, did I see wrong? Brian just used bone arrow magic. What the fuck is going on? Jean tightly pulled on the reins of his warhorse and cried out in shock. The other students were just as shocked as he was and stared dumbly at Han Shuo, as if they were meeting Han Shuo for the first time. Damn it, what the fuck is Brian doing? Fanny knew that Han Shuo could use bone arrow magic and wasn't too surprised. She was only surprised at Han Shuo's current actions. The reality was that the wolf riders had robbed the merchant, and Han Shuo had robbed the wolf riders. Chapter 55. When the other wolf rider saw Han Shuo charge over with a long sword in his hand, a pair of large, bell-like eyes suddenly opened wide under his furry forehead. He roared furiously in the common tongue, "Sly, cunning human, you're courting death." The giant wolf beneath him howled as the orc wolf rider took out a crossbow from his back, raised it, and fired at Han Shuo. A cold, silver light flew towards Han Shuo's neck with an ear-piercing whistle. Magical yuan circulated rapidly as Han Shuo focused his attention. The speed of the whistling crossbow bolt suddenly slowed in Han Shuo's eyes, as bizarre as the slow-motion scenes Han Shuo used to watch in movies. Han Shuo's powerful senses were the exact opposite of the speed of the crossbow bolt. When the crossbow bolt was within a meter of Han Shuo, the long sword in his hand stabbed out fiercely and accurately against the tip of the incoming crossbow bolt. A crisp crack rang out as the crossbow bolt suddenly exploded into pieces. Han Shuo's speed on his warhorse wasn't affected in the slightest after shattering the crossbow bolt. Before the orc wolf rider could fire a second bolt, Han Shuo had already rushed in front of the orc wolf rider with his long sword in hand. A dark, bright blade arc rose from Han Shuo's right hand. The long sword was thick and heavy to begin with, but in Han Shuo's hand, it was as light and graceful as a feather. The orc wolf rider also raised his blade to meet Han Shuo's. Just as the two blades were about to collide, a small brown crossbow bolt suddenly flew out of Han Shuo's right sleeve. The crossbow bolt pierced through the orc's longsword with a whoosh and sank into the orc wolf rider's neck with a puff. Despicable, despicable. Blood bubbling out of the orc wolf rider's mouth, he finally spat out those two words with difficulty. The hand that was holding the long sword high suddenly lost all strength. The heavy long sword carried his robust body, and he rolled off the back of the giant wolf. It was obvious from his appearance that he was already dead. As expected of a race with low intelligence, he. Han Shuo's solemn and calm expression disappeared. With a smirk on his face, he walked to the side of the huge wolf. With a swing of his long sword, the huge wolf's pouch once again flew towards the warhorse behind him. With another stab, the huge wolf also fell into a pool of blood. Kill, kill, kill. At this moment, a wave of silhouettes suddenly appeared at the corner of the North Street. Dozens of wolf riders were roaring loudly as they desperately chased after a group of mages and warriors. Beecher and the others from the Babylon Academy of Light were among those who were fleeing in a sorry state on inferior warhorses. Let's go. Han Shuo was stunned for a moment, but he immediately reacted. He raised the reins in his hand, and the warhorse once again changed direction, charging towards the north. Fanny, Lisa, and the others were flabbergasted as they watched Han Shuo's callous and sinister black-on-black performance. When they saw Han Shuo suddenly gallop out, they understood that the current situation was anything but reassuring. They also spurred their warhorses to follow behind Han Shuo and started fleeing towards the north. After galloping madly on their warhorses for half a day, Han Shuo and the others appeared in the middle of a large canyon. The sides of the canyon were steep, and at the end was a wide river. Han Shuo and the others reined in their warhorses at the end of the canyon. They looked at the Azure River and suddenly fell into a predicament. This should be the Empire's Nerolon River. We can reach Balthazar City in the southwest of the Empire after crossing the Nerolon River. Balthazar City isn't far from Zajoski City. Although it's not as heavily guarded as Zajoski City, it's definitely heavily guarded. I think we'll be safe as long as we can make it to Balthazar City. Jean furrowed his brow in thought for a while as he gazed at the wide Nerolon River, and then suddenly spoke up. We must first cross the Nerolon River if we want to reach Balthazar City. The Nerolon River is so wide, I don't think we'll be able to cross it at all if we don't have a boat to transport us. Fanny had a worried expression on her face as she gazed at the Azure River in the distance and sighed sorrowfully. Han Shuo didn't open his mouth to speak after arriving here, and only minded his own business as he flipped through the 2 large bags on his warhorse. The shops in the town of Droll had been prepared for adventurers and mercenaries to begin with, so the surrounding shops were mostly filled with items needed for battle. Han Shuo made an inventory and discovered that there were a total of 4 high-quality crossbows, a few dozen crossbow bolts, 3 high-quality daggers, 2 ordinary longswords, 2 magic staffs, and 3 pieces of close-fitting leather armor in the sack that the 2 wolf riders had plundered. Apart from this, there were also some bottles and cans of healing medicine and various poisons. First, Han Shuo picked out the sharp dagger with a sapphire embedded in it and hid it on his body as if it was a matter of course. He then carefully put away the bottles of various poisons, and finally poured the weapons and armor out of the bags onto the ground. He lifted his head to look at the crowd and said calmly, "Pack up, prepare to continue fighting." When Han Shuo's words left his mouth, the necromancy teachers and students who had been sighing and furrowing their brows as they racked their brains for a solution suddenly froze. Jean froze for a moment and suddenly thought of Han Shuo's performance just now. He exclaimed in surprise and stared at Han Shuo, asking, "Brian, did you use bone arrow magic earlier?" Apart from Fanny, everyone looked at Han Shuo with a face full of shock when Jean asked this question. Lisa even shrieked in surprise and pointed at Han Shuo with her right hand, saying incredulously, "That's right, Brian, how can you use magic?" I think that now isn't the time to discuss this. A portion of the orc wolf riders have been rushing this way and I think that the damned wolf riders will arrive here before long. There's a canyon in front of us and the wide Nirolon River below. The most important thing for us to do now is to consider how to deal with the orc wolf riders that are about to arrive. Han Shuo's expression was calm as he arranged the weapons in the bags and spoke faintly. "If you hadn't brought us to this damned place, how would we be in such a predicament?" Bella looked disdainfully at Han Shuo when she heard Han Shuo's words and mocked him with a cold face. Frowning, Han Shuo's calm face suddenly grew cold as an irrepressible feeling of disgust grew in his heart. Lifting his head to look at the mocking Bella, Han Shuo said, "So you're saying that my decision was wrong?" Just as Bella was about to open her mouth to reply, she suddenly discovered that Han Shuo's gaze was cold and sinister. The way he looked at her was like that of a wolf sizing up its prey. Her body involuntarily felt a chill run down her spine. She awkwardly smiled and dryly said, I didn't mean that either." Nodding, a smile reappeared on Han Shuo's face and he smiled as if nothing had happened. "Since this is the case, let's all pick our weapons. Our mental strength is limited and the range of our magic isn't as far as a crossbow. I think we should use our weapons first and attack with magic when our weapons are no longer useful. Come, let's make some more arrangements and wait for the wolf riders to come to their deaths." Han Shuo's current performance was the style of a leader. This should have been a very comical matter. After all, he was just an errand slave of the necromancy major and had no right to give orders. However, after everyone had experienced the horrors of Han Shuo's madness in the dark forest, as well as his cold and ruthless killing of the 2 wolf riders, no one found it funny anymore when they heard Han Shuo give orders. It was as if they were getting to know Han Shuo all over again. Even Fanny and Jean came over obediently and started picking out crossbows from Han Shuo's hands. No one spoke up against Han Shuo's suggestions. Unknowingly, Han Shuo, who was originally an errand slave, had already established his authority among these people, causing them to willingly listen to Han Shuo's commands. Chapter 56. There were tall mountain slopes on both sides of the canyon, with a 5-meter wide passageway in the middle. This kind of place was most suitable for bandits to set up traps. Since everyone had agreed to Han Shuo's plan, they all began to take action. Han Shuo didn't know much about how to set up traps. First, the group used tough ropes to set up horse reins in the passageway. Then, Fanny and Jean used advanced necromancy magic to release acid bogs behind the horse reins. Acid bog was an advanced necromancy magic. It could form a large, muddy swamp on the ground. When this kind of acid bog took shape, it could corrode anyone who accidentally entered into it into a skeleton in an instant. It was one of the more sinister advanced magics of the necromancy major. However, it took a lot of mental strength to successfully release this kind of acid bog. The range of the acid bog varied according to each necromancer's mental strength. Even with Fanny and Jean's combined efforts, they were only able to create a swamp that was about 5 meters wide. From the looks of it, this was already their limit. Some enormous rocks were placed on both sides of the mountain slopes, in case the orc-wolf riders arrived and smashed them with the giant rocks. These necromancy teachers and students were all quite frail compared to Han Shuo, so the task of moving the giant rocks was naturally accomplished by Han Shuo alone. After these arrangements were made, Jean, Bella, Bach, and the others laid in ambush on one side of the mountain slope. Han Shuo, Fanny, Lisa, and the others were responsible for the other side of the mountain slope. You've changed quite a bit. If we can make it back to the academy alive this time, you've done the most. I'll definitely report this to the academy and give you a reward. Fanny's body was behind a giant rock, her bright eyes roaming over Han Shuo's body as she spoke in a low voice. Han Shuo was in the middle, with Lisa on his left and Fanny on his right. The three of them were very close to each other. When Fanny spoke in a low voice, her fragrant breath directly blew on Han Shuo's right cheek. The faint fragrance caused Han Shuo's heart to race. He suddenly felt that this crisis seemed to be filled with lust. Scratching his head out of habit, Han Shuo gave a silly smile and turned his head to stare boldly at Fanny's beautiful face. At this moment, Fanny's hair was a mess. Because she had used up a lot of mental energy to cast the acid bog, her face was a little pale, and she looked a little weak. It was completely different from her usual glamorous and domineering appearance, giving Han Shuo a different kind of beauty. Damn it, I'm talking to you. Don't stare at me like that. When Fanny saw that Han Shuo was looking at her with a burning gaze but didn't pay any attention to her, she couldn't help but feel angry. This guy was getting bolder and bolder, daring to look at her so rudely. Heh heh, Master Fanny, you're pretty. You won't lose anything by looking at me a few more times, why be so petty? Laughing lightly, Han Shuo said flirtatiously. A wave of pain suddenly radiated from Han Shuo's left arm. Han Shuo's face turned pained as he turned his head to look at Lisa on his left. When he saw that Lisa was glaring at him with a face full of hate, he hastily squeezed out a smile and said, "Of course, Lisa, you're also very beautiful, heh heh." Raising her head and snorting lightly, Lisa glared at Han Shuo and said huffily, "Don't think that I can't take care of you just because you're strong now. Humph, now that I have some free time, hurry up and tell me how you got mental strength. You've even mastered bone arrow magic. Just how many more secrets do you have that you haven't told me?" I don't have any secrets. It's all thanks to you that I can master the bone arrow magic. If you didn't use the agony of the soul to make me half dead, I would still be as useless as before. Thank you so much." Her face darkening, Lisa suddenly hung her head and sighed lightly. She said lowly, "You still haven't forgiven me. I know you've always hated me for using the agony of the soul on you, but I didn't mean it back then. I didn't know that I almost killed you in the end. No, I really don't blame you. Lisa, don't think too much. It's not like you don't know my feelings for you, why would I blame you?" Han Shuo started and suddenly remembered the role he was playing. He hurriedly spoke up to comfort Lisa. At this moment, Han Shuo felt pain in his right arm as well. He turned his head to find that Fanny's slender fingers were also pinching him hard. He couldn't help but feel a pang of bitterness in his heart. He inwardly sighed that the blessings of having multiple lovers were indeed not easy to enjoy. He said with a wry face, "Master Fanny, what's wrong now?" Fanny also started slightly when Han Shuo said this. "What's wrong with me? What does their conversation have to do with me? Why would I want to pinch him as well?" Shaking her head slightly, Fanny also snorted and then wore a faint smile on her face. She raised her voice a bit, "Lisa, what did he say about his feelings for you just now? What's that about? A frantic expression suddenly appeared on Lisa's face as she hastily waved her hands to cover up. Nothing, nothing. Master Fanny, you must have heard wrong. Isn't that right, Brian? She didn't forget to throw a threatening look at Han Shuo after speaking. Her meaning was that if Han Shuo dared speak, she wouldn't let him off the hook. Nodding with a wry face, Han Shuo laughed and said, "Yes, Master Fanny must have expended too much mental strength and something went wrong with your hearing." "Is that so?" Fanny looked suspiciously at Han Shuo and asked in a strange tone. Of course. Oh right, Master Fanny, when I return to the Babylon Academy of Magic and Force, I want to release my slave status. I've earned enough gold coins in the dark forest this time. I don't want to carry this slave status forever. Don't worry, if we really make it back to the academy this time, I'll negotiate with the school authorities. Not only will I release you from your slave status, I'll even release you from your errand slave status as well. You'll become a student of the necromancy major in the future and I'll personally teach you even more advanced necromancy magic. With your potential, I think your future accomplishments will surely surpass all the current necromancy students. Fanny looked at Han Shuo with gratification and gave Han Shuo a firm promise. She thought to herself, when he becomes a student of the necromancy major, if his magic improves quickly, he'll truly be able to break free from his current shackles. At that time, maybe. What am I thinking? It looks like I must have expended too much mental strength. Otherwise, why would I be thinking so wildly? At this moment, Han Shuo, who'd had a joyous expression on his face, suddenly furrowed his brow. He closed his eyes and thought deeply for a moment, then suddenly called out loudly to the other side, "Master Jean, be careful. I can already hear the muffled sound of footsteps. I think the orc wolf riders should be arriving soon." "Got it, you guys be careful too. Brian, Master Fanny has expended a lot of mental strength with me just now. You have to protect Master Fanny. Don't worry, since Master Fanny is here with me, unless I die first, Master Fanny won't be harmed in the slightest." Han Shuo suddenly felt another pain in his left arm after he'd finished speaking. He immediately knew that Lisa must have acted out of anger and hastily turned his head to explain to Lisa on his left. However, he didn't notice that Fanny, who was on his right, was looking at him with a slightly more complicated gaze. Finally, the muffled sounds of footsteps gradually traveled from afar. Even the ordinary necromancy students and teachers could hear the oppressive sounds and couldn't help but gather their attention, fully concentrating on dealing with the sudden attack from behind. Damn it, why is it Beecher and the others from the light major? Just as everyone was holding their breaths and preparing to push the boulder down, the sharp-eyed Han Shuo suddenly realized that the approaching people weren't the orc wolf riders, but rather Beecher, Irene, and the others from the light major of the Babylon Academy of Magic and Force who were fleeing in panic. There were also a few unfamiliar mages and warriors among them. They were all riding warhorses that were neighing wildly and looked like they were about to collapse, their faces filled with exhaustion. Fanny's brow furrowed as she suddenly poked her head out from behind the boulder. Her slender neck stretched out as she called out in a loud voice, "Master Beecher, stop right now. There's a trap that we've specially set up to deal with the wolf riders." Beecher and the others, who were about to rush towards the horse ropes, hurriedly stopped at the most critical moment when they heard Fanny's words. Beecher then lifted his head to look at the necromancy students and teachers on both sides of the mountain slope and immediately understood the current situation. He immediately yelled out, "The orc wolf riders are right behind us, what should we do?" After abandoning the horses, drive the warhorses to the back and then quickly walk over on foot. We will tell you where the traps are. Otherwise, if you stay where you are, only death awaits you. Han Shuo poked his head out and calmly yelled out. Beecher and the others only hesitated slightly when they heard Han Shuo's words, and then followed Han Shuo's instructions. They dismounted and used their daggers to stab the horses' buttocks, driving the warhorses back after being stung. Afterwards, under Fanny's reminder, the group hurriedly crossed over the tripping ropes and acid swamps, quickly climbing up the mountain slope on both sides. Another wave of muffled footsteps traveled into everyone's ears. At this moment, everyone knew that the pursuing orc-wolf riders had truly arrived. "Hide yourselves and prepare for battle." Han Shuo yelled out, and everyone carefully hid themselves. They planned on giving these orc-wolf riders, who were used to killing and looting, a bloody lesson. Chapter 57. Dust flew in the distance, and muffled footsteps pounded on everyone's hearts like muffled drums. First, a row of gleaming longswords came into view, and then the strong bodies of orcs astride giant wolves revealed themselves one after another. These orc-wolf riders had obviously gone through a round of looting. The pockets of the giant wolves beneath them were bulging. It looked like the shops in the town of Droll had been looted until not a single tile remained. Perhaps it was precisely because these wolf riders were carrying too many spoils of war that the speed of the giant wolves beneath them had been affected. That was why Beecher and the others were able to persevere until here even though they were riding on frail warhorses. Behind the giant boulder, Han Shuo grasped a sturdy crossbow in his hand and calmly took aim at the most burly orc at the very front. Beside him, Fanny also held a crossbow as she constantly changed directions, her eyes sparkling with a determined light. It looked like Fanny also knew to harden her heart in the face of life and death. Lisa's hands were empty, but there were a few large boulders next to her and the other students. These boulders had already been placed in position by Han Shuo, and would roll down with a push. They would definitely cause even more damage than a crossbow. Amidst the howls of the giant wolves, a line of dozens of wolf riders moved as fast as lightning and finally appeared in the passageway. Their speed was ferocious, and they hadn't anticipated that there would be an ambush along the way. All of them brandished their long swords and yelled wildly, already urging the giant wolves to charge over. Awoo awoo. The front legs of the giant wolves were the first to be tripped by the ropes. Their front legs suddenly bent and lost balance, and they howled in agony. The bodies of 4 wolf riders, affected by inertia, suddenly flew off their giant wolves. Pa 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 pa. The 4 orcs flailed their arms as they fell involuntarily into the acid bog in front of them, making heavy, earth-shaking noises. The 4 orcs that fell into the acid swamp suddenly let out mournful howls similar to those of the giant wolves. Along with the ghostly wails and wolf howls, their sturdy bodies seemed to have been doused with acid. Their skin, flesh, hair, and even their clothes were all corroded into a pool of blood that quickly flowed into the acid swamp. In an instant, the 4 orc-wolf riders had actually turned into 4 enormous skeletons. These 4 orc-wolf riders were the first to meet with misfortune. 3 more wolf riders behind them couldn't stop their momentum and flew into the acid bog with them, turning into 3 skeletons in the blink of an eye. This acid bog is an advanced necromancy magic all right. Master Fanny, you're so strong. You must teach me this magic when we return to the academy. Han Shuo said excitedly to Fanny in a low voice when he saw how vicious the acid bog was. However, when Han Shuo had finished speaking, he suddenly discovered that Fanny's face was deathly white and that there seemed to be something wrong with her gaze as she looked at the acid bog. He couldn't help but rub his body against Fanny and speak again, Master Fanny, what's wrong? Fanny abruptly reacted after being bumped into by Han Shuo and said in a panic, no, nothing. This is the first time I've used this acid bog magic since I've grasped it. I really didn't think that this magic would be so vicious. As Han Shuo and Fanny were speaking, the dozens of orc-wolf riders had suddenly reined in their giant wolves, and the wolf riders at the back hadn't been able to rein in their momentum. They were forced to squeeze together in a chaotic mess, and a few orcs even fell off their giant wolves. However, in this way, the tripping ropes and acid bog had already lost their effect. The orcs were trying to regain their footing amidst the chaos under the mutterings of their leader. Kill! At this moment, Han Shuo suddenly gathered his strength and roared out fiercely. Lisa and the others had long since been sharpening their blades and waiting impatiently. When they heard Han Shua's roar, they immediately made a big fuss and pushed the giant rocks beside them down the small hill. More than 10 giant rocks borrowed the momentum of their momentum and rolled or flew down towards the orc wolf riders below. Suddenly, the orc wolf riders who were supposed to be the hunters became the prey instead. The giant rocks that rolled down became lethal weapons that quickly reaped the lives of the orcs. The overcrowded wolf riders didn't have time to regroup at all and immediately paid a heavy price when the giant rocks rolled down. 4 boulders smashed down, directly smashing the 6 orcs and their giant wolves into a bloody mess. The remaining boulders rolled down the hillside. The momentum of the boulders was fierce, and when they fell into the midst of the wolf riders, they let out a series of mournful howls. By the time this wave of rocks had passed, another 15 wolf riders had died on the spot, and a dozen or so had sustained varying degrees of injuries. As the orcs screamed in panic, they suddenly discovered that the path back had also been blocked by giant rocks. Many figures suddenly appeared from both sides of the hill, and a string of crossbow bolts and magical attacks accompanied curses. These vulgar and barbaric orcs, go to hell. On the other side, Irene of the Light Major stood up from the hill and cursed lowly with a look of disgust. She then started chanting light magic and attacked the orcs with Beecher. It looked like they'd finally found an outlet to vent after being chased around so pathetically by the wolf riders. At this moment, there were still 30 or so orc wolf riders that hadn't died in the tunnel below. However, these wolf riders had to face all sorts of magical attacks from both sides of the hill. Han Shua held the crossbow in his hand and would calmly fire when he took aim at an orc. As long as the orcs were hit by Han Shua's crossbow bolts, they would fall down in a short amount of time, even if it wasn't a vital point. They would never be able to stand up again. Why is it that none of the orcs hit by your crossbow bolts can stand up, even if it's just a scratch? But those hit by my crossbow bolts are fine as long as it's not a vital point. Fanny observed for a moment and then asked Han Shua with a frown. Heh, of course. I've just dipped the tips of my crossbow bolts in some poison powder. They're absolutely done for if they get even the slightest bit of it. Han Shua accurately shot another orc and explained faintly as if nothing had happened. When these words left his mouth, Fanny started and then pointed angrily at Han Shua, saying hatefully, You're indeed a bit despicable. Where did you learn these malicious methods from? Even if our 2 countries are at war, we can't use poison arrows. This is an unwritten rule of the profound continent. Shrugging his shoulders, Han Shua said nonchalantly, It's either you die or I die. What's the point of talking about being despicable? Killing them with the smallest price is the most correct method. You're too pedantic. That's right. Brian is absolutely right. These damned orcs burn, kill, and loot in the town of Droll. Every year when winter comes, they take the opportunity to loot the borders of our empire. There's no need to talk about any rules with them. Lisa suddenly interjected at this moment, obviously leaning towards Han Shua's style. Humph. You 2 brats are both equally bad at heart. No wonder you've suddenly become so congenial. Brian, I'll let it go this time. If you can return to the Empire, don't tell anyone that you've done this. You can't do this in the future either. Otherwise, if others find out, they'll surely punish you. Fanny rolled her eyes at the 2 and suddenly warned them seriously. Han Shua understood that Fanny had good intentions. The reason why the poison powder was sold in the town of Droll was to deal with the savage magical creatures within the dark forest. Normally, no one would dare use it against their enemies in broad daylight. However, Han Shua only listened attentively to Fanny's warnings. He didn't think much of it in the depths of his heart. If it came to a critical juncture and his life was in danger, he would definitely use this kind of vicious method without a care in the world. Under the attacks of crossbow bolts and all kinds of magic, the remaining orc wolf riders could only use crossbow bolts to attack the ambushers on the 2 sides of the small hill. However, Han Shuo and the others now had the complete advantage in terms of terrain and numbers. Under the continuous attacks, the orc wolf riders fell one by one into pools of their own blood. It was obvious that they were powerless to reverse the situation. When there were only 5 wolf riders left, they finally began to feel fear. The giant wolves were unable to climb over the large rocks, so the orcs directly jumped down from the giant wolves. They even abandoned all the resources in the wolf's pockets and began to run back without a care for anything else. Oh no, they're escaping. If they escape, there'll be even more wolf riders coming. Everyone chase after them. Han Shuo's face abruptly changed when he saw the situation. He hastily yelled out, but his body remained motionless where it was. Everyone lost their heads in panic when Han Shuo's words had sounded. The group of people all rushed down from the small hill and started chasing after the fleeing orcs with all their might. The 3 warriors who had been hiding ran the fastest, moving up and down the small hill as if they were walking on flat ground. They quickly gave chase. Behind them, a group of mages led by Beecher, including Jean, Bach and a few others from the Necromancy Major, also raised their magical robes and ran out. Just as Fanny's slender body poked out and planned on sprinting out from behind the giant rock, Han Shuo suddenly reached out and grabbed Fanny by the waist. He yelled lowly, "It's so dangerous, what are you going to do?" Fanny's slender waist was suddenly embraced by Han Shuo and her body suddenly grew numb. She turned her head and saw that the Necromancy Major students were also about to walk out. All of them were looking at her oddly, especially Lisa, who seemed to be forcibly suppressing her anger. Fanny started and her heart raced when she reacted. Her face flushed red and she suddenly struggled violently. She said angrily, "What are you doing? Let go of me, what are you stopping me for? It's not like we're missing a few people. Don't we have more important things to do at this time?" Han Shuo let go of her and chuckled. "What other things are more important?" Fanny and the others asked in confusion. "Collect the spoils of war. The resources in the pockets of the giant wolves will all be worth shiny gold coins in the capital of the empire." Han Shuo laughed heartily as his body swiftly dashed down the small hill. Fanny, Lisa, and the others started, but when they saw that there were a few smart strangers who were also rushing downwards, they didn't hesitate any longer. They all cried out in pleasant surprise and ran towards the sacks of resources that the orc wolf riders were plundering without a care for their manners. Chapter 58. Fallen Undead Warrior, heed the call of the Dark Emissary and reveal your existence. Han Shuo suddenly chanted an incantation midway down the tunnel. An ordinary skeletal warrior appeared in the tunnel as Han Shuo's incantation fell. Han Shuo immediately gathered his mental strength and issued a command when he saw the skeletal warrior appear: "Steal the items." This skeletal warrior wasn't the little skull that Han Shuo had refined with his magical yuan. Its speed and strength were significantly inferior to the little skull's, and its bones creaked as it moved. Within the Babylon Academy of Magic and Force, the pitch-black little skeleton with 7 bone spurs had caused too much of a commotion. If others knew that this little skull had been summoned by Han Shuo, there would surely be a series of troublesome matters. Therefore, Han Shuo didn't dare summon the little skull at this time. "Everyone hurry up, or else the items will all be taken by others." Erin from the Light Major was among those left behind. When she saw that Han Shuo's group was charging down, she immediately rushed over with a shout. On the Necromancy Major side, Fanny, Lisa, and the others were first startled when they saw that Han Shuo had summoned skeletal warriors. They immediately reacted and started summoning skeletal warriors with delighted expressions on their faces. Suddenly, more than 10 skeletal warriors were summoned by Fanny, Lisa, and the others. Under the urging of their mental strength, these skeletal warriors reached out with their bony hands and picked up the enormous bags on the ground. The items in the wolf riders' bags had all been looted. Now that these orc wolf riders were dead, they naturally became ownerless items. Of course, they belonged to whoever grabbed them first. The skeletal warriors on Han Shua's side, who had been extremely weak to begin with, finally showed their usefulness this time. Although the skeletal warriors moved slowly, each of them grabbed a bag in the end. As the host, Han Shua, Fanny, Lisa, and the others naturally wouldn't be idle either. They all grabbed a bag each. Han Shua even grabbed 4 bags, a satisfied smile on his face. Han Shua's group had taken 80% of the items left behind by the Wolf Riders, and the other 20% had been taken by the others. The various weapons, armor, and medicinal ingredients in the town of Droll were all expensive items. If they were sold in the Empire, they would surely receive generous rewards. After ordering the skeletal warriors to line up side by side, Han Shua looked at Fanny and said with a smile, "Master Fanny, with these items and our gains in the Dark Forest, I think that our necromancy major will be able to impress the school authorities when we return to the academy." Fanny was also in an exceedingly good mood at this moment. She had long since forgotten Han Shua's previous rudeness. Her face was full of joy as she flicked a glance at Han Shua with her bright eyes, saying softly, "Not necessarily. These items belong to the shops in the town of Droll. Although the owners of the shops in the town of Droll have either fled or died, if the Empire were to learn of the origins of these items, they would surely confiscate all of them." Fanny's worries weren't without reason. Han Shua thought for a moment and suddenly remembered that he had met Fabian in the Dark Forest. When the two had parted ways, Fabian had left a card for Han Shua so that Han Shua could find him to do business. Fabian was a member of the Empire's Bast Merchant Guild. If he could find him, he should have an appropriate method to deal with this matter. When his thoughts traveled here, Han Shua smiled confidently at Fanny and said, "Master Fanny, you don't need to worry. As long as we can safely return to the Empire, I have a way to deal with these items. There shouldn't be any flaws left behind." Fanny looked at Han Shua in surprise and then shook her head, saying with emotion, "Brian, I find that I can't see through you more and more. Just how many secrets are you hiding on your body? How do you have a way to deal with these items?" Chuckling lightly, Han Shua said, "We'll talk about these things later. I think that what we should do now is to consider how to leave this place and how to quickly return to the Empire." While Han Shua and Fanny were talking, Beecher's group, as well as Jean Buck's group from the Necromancy Major, had already returned from the distance. From the relieved expressions on their faces, Han Shua knew that the orcs had most likely been killed. Indeed, when Beecher's group arrived, they immediately said proudly, "Don't worry everyone, none of those orcs escaped. We can finally relax for the time being." Beecher was halfway through his words when he suddenly looked around in surprise, exclaiming, What's going on?" Apart from the corpses of the orc wolf riders and giant wolves, all the bags had been divided up by those who had stayed behind. In particular, Han Shua and Fanny's side, a row of skeletal warriors each holding a large bag appeared even more eye-catching. Fanny was a bit embarrassed and opened her mouth, not knowing what to say. In the end, she grew anxious and couldn't help but glare at Han Shua, indicating for Han Shua to respond. Taking a few steps forward as if nothing had happened, Han Shua didn't have the slightest bit of awkwardness on his face. He put down the 2 bags on his body and called out to the mercenaries and mages who had just returned from the distance with unfamiliar faces. He said with a smile, "These are all spoils of war, brave warriors, come and pick some. We'll be going our separate ways soon, but we've just fought off the orcs together. Let these things be mementos of our battle." All right. The 10 or so adventurers who had returned all cheered in unison when they heard Han Shua's words. All of them ran over excitedly and began to pick out the goods in the bags with practiced movements. Beecher and the other light major students had originally planned on joining in, but when they saw that Aaron and the others also had bags filled with supplies in their hands, they started and walked towards Aaron after a moment of surprise. "Young man, you're a really good friend. If you need our Battle Wolves mercenary band in the future, feel free to ask." I'm very happy to make friends with you. If you need any medicines made in the future, you can come find me." These people chatted with smiles on their faces as they picked out the goods. One by one, cards with contact details fell into Han Shua's hands. "Master Fanny, why are you giving those things to them? What's Brian doing?" Necromancy major student Athena looked at Han Shua's open bag with a pained expression and huffed angrily. "His actions are completely correct. If we swallow all these goods, these people won't benefit at all. They'll definitely report this matter to the Empire. Perhaps they'll even have thoughts of robbing us in their anger. We'll be in big trouble then. Now that Brian has taken out a small portion for them to choose from, it's to drag them into the water and stuff everyone's mouths. They don't have space rings and can't summon skeletal warriors to do manual labor like us. They won't be able to take away much of the goods at all. In this way, the biggest beneficiaries will still be us. He can even win the friendship of these adventurers. Brian is really getting more and more powerful now." Fanny's beautiful eyes had been focused on Han Shua, who was chatting merrily with the adventurers, as she explained to the clueless Athena beside her. "He's getting more and more mysterious now. I don't even know where he learned all this random knowledge from, and his knowledge is actually quite useful." Lisa looked at Han Shua and thought of the secret to breast enlargement that Han Shua had taught her. She couldn't help but sigh softly with emotion. "Alright, since everyone's chosen their items, let's part ways here. If there's anything I need to trouble you with in the future, I won't hold back, On the other side, Han Shua was laughing and joking with everyone as if they were close friends. The 4 large pockets on his body were basically all empty now. These mercenaries and adventurers had more or less gotten what they needed, and their gazes when looking at Han Shua were exceedingly pleasing to the eye. Everyone exchanged some pleasantries in the end and left one by one. On the other side, Beecher and the others came to Fanny's side to say their thanks and also left with the goods. When only Han Shua's group remained, Jean finally said with annoyance, "If I'd known earlier, I would have stayed as well. If we hadn't left, the pockets in the hands of the light major would have been ours again." Fanny didn't express anything regarding Jean's annoyance at all. She suddenly felt at this moment that such a big person like him seemed to be even less intelligent than Han Shua, and a sense of contempt rose in her heart for no reason. "Right, what should we do now?" Fanny looked at Han Shua and asked naturally. Turning his head to look at the wide Niloran River, Han Shua thought for a bit and said lowly, "There are some towering trees at the bottom of the canyon. We have all sorts of sharp weapons in our pockets, as well as some tough ropes. As long as we chop down some trees, we can quickly make wooden rafts and use them to cross the Niloran River and directly reach Balthazar City." "Is that so? Then why didn't you tell the others just now?" Jean suddenly asked when he heard Han Shua's words. "What does it have to do with me if they want to leave? Not to mention that they can help us draw away the orcs' attention after they leave. We'll be in less danger this way. Isn't that good?" Han Shua smiled faintly and explained matter-of-factly. When these words were spoken, Fanny, Jean, and the others started and inwardly sighed that the current Han Shua was indeed different. It looked like he was already secretly scheming against others when he'd been talking cheerfully and wittily with them just now. Jean, Buck, and Bella looked at each other and felt a chill in their hearts when they thought of how they'd targeted Han Shua in the past. Chapter 59. With the help of the dark creatures, it only took half a day to complete the task of cutting down trees and weaving wooden rafts under Han Shua's command. 5 wooden rafts and a dozen or so wooden oars were carried into the water by the skeletal warriors. Everyone boarded the wooden rafts after the 13 sacks had been placed on the rafts, holding the oars in their hands and starting to move along the Nirolan River. Han Shua, Fanny, and Lisa stayed on a wooden raft. Fanny summoned a zombie warrior and had the zombie warrior row the oars. Han Shua and the other 2 sat leisurely on the sturdy wooden raft, admiring the scenery along the Nirolan River. It was already evening, and the clouds of sunset dyed the sky. The azure waters of the Nirolan River were calm, and a few bold fish leapt to the surface, drawing silver lines across the surface of the water. The branches and leaves of the towering trees in the distance were lush, and a few unknown insects chirped cheerfully, giving everyone a sense of tranquility and peace. As Fanny and Lisa chatted and laughed softly as they admired the beautiful scenery around them, Han Shuo sat cross-legged on the wooden raft and closed his eyes, silently training his magical yuan. He didn't waste a single moment of free time to forge his physical body and continuously open up the meridians within his body. Fanny and Lisa originally had a stomach full of questions they wanted to ask Han Shuo, but when they discovered that Han Shuo had his eyes closed and wasn't speaking, they didn't make a sound to disturb him. Instead, they sighed with emotion at Han Shuo's diligence, thinking that it was no wonder that Han Shuo had improved so quickly. The two's beautiful eyes would gather on Han Shuo from time to time, whispering to each other about something. It looked like their topics definitely included Han Shuo. After a long period of silence, Han Shuo suddenly opened his eyes and looked around when he felt the wooden raft shake. He discovered that the wooden raft had already crossed the Nerolan River and had arrived in a thicket of lush vegetation. Fanny and Lisa happily commanded the dark creatures to bring the spoils of war from the wooden raft to the shore. When Xian and the others had all gathered, everyone cheered and used their mental strength to command the dark creatures. After identifying the direction, they began to hurry towards Balthazar City. After walking like this for 2 days, the party finally arrived at Balthazar City. After arriving at Balthazar City, the first thing they did was find a large hotel, where they immediately began to bathe and change their clothes. After a hearty meal, they had a beautiful night's rest. Now, Han Shuo's treatment was completely different from when he'd gone to the dark forest. He could enjoy honorable service as a matter of course, and even had a room to himself. Even the transportation of supplies to the hotel's specialized storeroom was done by everyone themselves. No one dared to let Han Shuo do it alone. The next day, early in the morning. Dong dong dong, Fanny lived next to Han Shuo. After Han Shuo got up early in the morning, he stood in front of Fanny's door and knocked on it. "Who is it?" Fanny's lazy voice came from the room. "It's me," Han Shuo replied. "Oh, wait a moment. I'll wash up and open the door for you." After a while, Fanny opened the door, wearing a thin, white silk robe. The soft robe accentuated the curves of Fanny's slender and voluptuous figure. Her hair was disheveled as she flicked a lazy glance at Han Shuo and moved to the side to let Han Shuo in. She asked, "What are you doing here so early in the morning?" Staring greedily at Fanny a few times, Han Shuo walked to the round table and sat down after closing the door. He then said with a smile, "Master Fanny, I thought about it last night and felt that these supplies were too conspicuous in my hands. I wanted to discuss how to deal with them. It's good to deal with these supplies as soon as possible. We're not merchants, we can't always bring these things back to the academy. But these things all come from the town of Droll. If someone discovers them, not only will we not get the gold coins, but we'll also be in trouble. What should we do?" Fanny's eyebrows creased slightly as she thought for a moment. "If we have a space ring, then we can solve this problem. Master Fanny, although space rings are precious, there should be a price. How many gold coins would a space ring with a smaller space be worth?" Space rings can usually only be refined by space archmages. The materials used to refine space rings are also very valuable, so space rings are very expensive. Even a space ring of a lower quality would cost at least 1,000 or 2,000 gold coins. This isn't something that just anyone can afford, so don't let your imagination run wild. Master Fanny, you're an adept mage, and many of the necromancy students come from noble families. Why don't you have a space ring? Heh, although I'm an adept mage, I rarely leave the Babylon Academy of Magic and Force. My annual income is only a few hundred gold coins, where would I have the extra money to buy a space ring? The necromancy major is the weakest major. If these students came from great nobles, they wouldn't have chosen to study in the necromancy major. They haven't even graduated, so why would their families buy space rings for them? Han Shuo nodded his head after Fanny's explanation, more or less understanding. It looked like the necromancy students and teachers were all poor bastards. No wonder they were all so excited when faced with this batch of supplies. So that's how it is. A space ring costs 1 or 2,000 gold coins. Heh, it looks like I should get a space ring first. Han Shuo thought of the 2,000 gold coins in his crystal card and rubbed his chin in thought, speaking pensively. Rolling her eyes at Han Shuo, Fanny said exasperatedly, "You're just an errand slave, how would you have any gold coins? If you were that rich, would you have sold yourself and worked as an errand slave in the necromancy major for 6 years?" Chuckling, Han Shuo said, "Times have changed. Who says I'll always be poor? Don't worry, I have a way to get a space ring." At this point, under Fanny's astonished gaze, Han Shuo sneakily looked left and right and fished out an agate necklace with a ruby embedded in it. This necklace sparkled with a faint red light, and the ruby was translucent and was obviously a very valuable gem. "Master Fanny, this is for you." Han Shuo laughed lowly when he saw Fanny look at the necklace in his hand with infatuation and handed the necklace to Fanny. She was first overjoyed, and then Fanny's face flushed red. She reacted and hastily refused, I can't take it." "Oh right, where did you get this from?" "Of course I got it from the orc wolf rider's pockets." My eyes and hands were quick and I saw a red light flashing in one of the pockets. "That's how I found this ruby agate necklace. I thought that a beautiful person like Master Fanny would be able to set off your beauty even more if you wore this necklace. So I put it away just for you." Han Shuo's expression was normal as he said faintly. "This thing is too valuable, I can't take it. You should keep it for yourself." Fanny's beautiful face flushed red as her bright eyes stared fixedly at the necklace. She stammered as she refused. It looked like even though she liked it very much, she hadn't completely lost her reason. "Take it, there's no use for a man like me to keep something like this. Not to mention you've taken care of me all these years and I've always been very grateful to you. This is a rare opportunity to repay you and I'll be very sad if you refuse." Han Shuo's expression was serious and his usual cheeky and silly demeanor was nowhere to be seen as he spoke persistently. "I really can't. You've already saved me last time and you've helped me quite a bit along the way. How can I accept something from you? Oh, although last time in the pool, you..." Fanny's words were somewhat incoherent. When she mentioned the pool, she seemed to think of Han Shuo's mischief and her face was alluring as she rolled her eyes at Han Shuo. Her beauty almost stole Han Shuo's soul. His heart moved. Han Shuo hastily stood up with a strong sense of righteousness and said with a slight smile, "You must accept it, otherwise I'll always feel guilty. I still have matters to attend to and will be leaving first." After Han Shuo finished speaking, he didn't wait for Fanny to refuse again and directly opened the door to leave. The sound of his footsteps gradually faded into the distance. Fanny's heart was in a state of panic as her bright eyes fell upon the ruby agate necklace. Her expression was indescribably odd. Her gaze was resolute one moment, weak the next, bashful and happy the next. Her face constantly changed with complex emotions. Chapter 60. This space ring, where did you get it from?" Fanny looked incredulously at Han Shuo and asked in astonishment. "I bought it." Han Shuo responded faintly and then looked at the envious and jealous gazes of the necromancy students beside him. He added, "I bought it from a magical equipment store in the city for 1,800 gold coins. This space ring can store a small room's worth of items." "Of course I know you bought it. I just want to ask how you got 1,800 gold coins." The astonishment on Fanny's face remained the same as she glared hatefully at Han Shuo. Apart from Fanny, the other necromancy students and teachers were all present in the storeroom. Their brains were all a bit short-circuited, and they couldn't understand how Han Shuo had suddenly become so rich. You didn't sell the spoils of war, did you?" Bella stared blankly for a while and suddenly thought of something. She exclaimed softly and hurriedly flipped through the items they had stored in the storeroom. Snorting coldly, Han Shoa flicked a disdainful glance at Bella and said mockingly, "Then you'd better look carefully and see if I've pocketed anything." "Humph, all 13 bags are untouched. Do you have eyes or not? Then where did your gold coins come from?" Jean also looked oddly at Han Shoa, his eyes roving greedily over the space ring on Han Shoa's left index finger. He thought to himself, I, a necromancy teacher, can't even afford a space ring, but you, an errand slave, are the first to wear one. What kind of world is this? Don't worry about that. I have a space ring now anyways. You guys check the items in the bags and I'll put them away. When we return to the academy, I'll be responsible for selling them. We'll split the gold coins separately. Han Shoa smiled enigmatically and said faintly to Jean. Master Fanny, what do you mean? Jean started and turned his head to look at Fanny, asking for Fanny's opinion. Let's leave it at that. We were able to obtain these items because of Brian. Since he said that he has a way to get rid of these things, let's do as he says. Brian will take 40% of the gold coins, and we'll split the rest equally. Fanny pondered for a moment and suggested with a frown. Why? Why does he have to take 40%? We also put in the effort. Barker immediately voiced his disagreement after hearing Fanny's words. That's right. He's just an errand slave. He shouldn't be able to get so many gold coins. Bella, who had just finished checking the supplies, chimed in. Scratching his head, Han Shoa wore a silly smile on his face. He swept his gaze over the two and chuckled, then what do you two think? Barker and Bella had suffered quite a bit at Han Shoa's hands along the way and had long since understood that Han Shoa's simple and honest exterior was all a facade. Barker and Bella had long since witnessed his treacherous and ruthless methods towards his enemies. Now that they saw Han Shoa's silly expression, they felt their scalps go numb. They stammered and didn't dare say anything else. All right, Brian, don't scare them. This matter is settled. If it wasn't for Brian, you wouldn't have been able to make it here alive. Not to mention that we were the ones who obtained these supplies. You all went to chase after the orc wolf riders and didn't do anything. You're the ones who have the least right to speak. Fanny first rolled her eyes at Han Shoa, then put her hands on her hips and lectured Barker and Bella in a domineering manner. Since that's the case, I'll first store these items in the space ring and then we'll directly hire horses to head to Zajoski City. I've already asked around today. The orc wolf riders seem to have left after pillaging the nearby villages. I think we shouldn't run into any more danger. Han Shoa swept his gaze over everyone and said lazily. When Han Shoa saw that Fanny, Jean, and the others had all nodded in agreement, he released a wisp of mental strength and activated the space ring. As Han Shoa's two hands moved, the 13 bags disappeared into thin air one by one. The blue space ring on his left hand flashed with blue light 13 times. Han Shoa stored the spoils of war into the space ring amidst the envy and jealousy of the necromancy teachers and students. He discovered that this low-level space ring was already full after storing 13 bags and couldn't hold much more. The group then spent gold coins again to rent a few warhorses and left Balthazar City. It took them 2 days to return to Zajoski City. Using the transportation matrix in Zajoski City, everyone returned to the Babylon Academy of Magic and Force in the Empire's Asen City after a flash of white light. Looking at the familiar buildings around them, the necromancy teachers and students who had survived a great calamity felt a sense of joy at being reborn as human beings. Brian, you don't need to do errand missions for the necromancy major in the future. I'll go negotiate with the school authorities right now and remove your status as an errand slave and let you become a true necromancy apprentice. Fanny said to Han Shoa after a moment of joy when she arrived. Han Shoa was also overjoyed when he heard her promise and a faint smile appeared on his face. After experiencing the trials in the dark forest, Han Shoa's entire person had changed greatly. He deeply understood that his status as an errand slave would directly affect his future actions. Now that he could not only remove these two identities, but also become a true student, he was naturally overjoyed. Understood, Master Fanny. I'll first dispose of the resources in the space ring and come find you after I've taken care of these matters. Han Shua smiled at Fanny and then thought for a moment before taking out 3 gold coins from his pocket and handing them to Lisa. If you see Jack, give these 3 gold coins to him. Lisa looked oddly at Han Shua and put away the 3 gold coins, saying, "Who would have thought that you'd treat that little fatty so well? I really don't know how you suddenly became so rich. 3 gold coins is enough for Jack's family to live off for a year. You're quite generous." Whether it was Brian before or Han Shua now, they were all on good terms with that little fatty Jack. Now that Han Shua had money, the first person he bestowed favors on was Jack. 3 gold coins was nothing to Han Shua now, but it was undoubtedly an enormous sum of money to Jack. It could be considered as repayment for Jack's help during this period of time. After leaving the academy, Han Shua took out the card that Fabian had left behind and hired a carriage, heading south of Asan City according to the address on the card. We've arrived at the Buzzed Merchant Guild. The carriage finally came to a slow stop after traveling for a long time, and the coachman's voice sounded from outside. Disembarking from the carriage, Han Shua handed the coachman 2 silver coins and told him to leave. He then began to size up the Buzzed Merchant Guild. 2 warriors wielding long spears stood on either side of the dark iron door in front of the door. Looking from afar, rows of towering houses could be seen inside. One could tell from the grandeur that there were definitely rich people living inside. "Kid, what are you sneaking around for?" A guard in front of the door chided impatiently when he saw Han Shua looking around randomly. "This is the Buzzed Merchant Guild, right? I'm here to find Mr. Fabian." Han Shua started and swept his gaze over the 2 guards, responding faintly. "Fabian? I've never heard of him. Is there such a person in our merchant guild?" The guard asked the other guard with a straight face. "There seems to be. He seems to be working at the young Miss side. He just returned from the dark forest a few days ago, and I've heard that he gained quite a bit." The other guard responded. He paused and looked suspiciously at Han Shua, sizing up Han Shua from head to toe. A few traces of contempt involuntarily appeared in his eyes as he asked haughtily, "What business do you have with him?" "I'm looking for him to do business with." Because his status as an errand slave hadn't been removed, and he'd been rushing non-stop back to the academy, the errand slave uniform on Han Shua's body was in tatters. It looked like he'd been looked down upon by others. "Doing business? Huh, what a joke. Do you look like you're discussing business with someone like this? Our Buzzed Merchant Guild is a famous merchant guild in the Empire. I think you've come to the wrong place." The guard laughed heartily and spoke mockingly. Just as Han Shua was about to fly into a rage, a magnificent carriage suddenly stopped in front of the merchant guild. 2 tall warriors dismounted and a young, beautiful girl walked out of the carriage. This girl was tall and had a head of long brown hair. She wore a dress studded with jewels and looked elegant and luxurious. However, a faint trace of coldness was present on her beautiful face, and she had the natural arrogance of someone in a superior position. "What's the matter?" The girl looked coldly at the 2 guards when she dismounted and spoke in a clear, pleasant voice. "Miss, he says he wants to see Mr. Fabian. I've seen him looking around furtively and wearing cheap clothes. I've always felt that it was a bit suspicious, so I'm interrogating him now." One of the guards bowed respectfully and explained. "You know Fabian?" The beautiful girl frowned as she looked at Han Shua and asked coldly. Han Shua, who'd been boldly roving his eyes over the beautiful woman's body, finally reacted when he heard Fabian's question. He immediately nodded and said, "Yes, I even did business with Mr. Fabian in the dark forest. I'm called Brian. I think Mr. Fabian will surely remember me." "Brian. Brian, I think I've heard Fabian mention you before." Since that's the case, why don't you come in with me? She didn't look at Han Shuo again after she'd finished speaking and walked inside on her own. Han Shuo glared at the two guards in front of the door and said lowly, "Blind dogs." He then laughed lightly and quickly walked inside. Chapter 61. Inside the Buzzed Merchant Guild, there were rock gardens and flowing water. The environment was elegant and luxurious, and the cobblestone corridors ran through the entire building. Along the way, they occasionally saw guards wielding long swords and javelins pass by. It looked like the guild's security was quite tight. Han Shuo had already inquired about the Buzzed Merchant Guild when he'd been in Balthazar City. He knew that the guild's main business was trading. Simply put, they used the Buzzed Merchant Guild's trading strongholds to cover the entire empire, purchasing supplies and materials from various regions, and then selling them to other regions where they were in short supply, earning the difference in price. This batch of weapons and ingredients from the town of Droll would surely be handled properly if they were handed over to the Buzzed Merchant Guild. Therefore, Han Shuo had absolutely found the right person to look for Fabian. After passing through 3 corridors and walking for a few minutes, just as Han Shuo was thinking that the Buzzed Merchant Guild was indeed quite large, the young miss of the Buzzed Merchant Guild stopped in front of a loft. "Farmar, go call Fabian over." "Jays, you guard the door." You're Brian, right? Come with me." The girl stood in front of the loft and looked left and right a few times, giving instructions to the 2 strong warriors following behind her. Han Shuo didn't waste any words and nodded, directly following the girl inside. The floor was covered with a soft carpet, and a few priceless paintings hung on the surrounding walls. The interior of the room was richly decorated. There was a very spacious hall in the middle, with a circular table in the center and a few chairs around it. After the girl entered the room, she found a chair and sat down. She then furrowed her brow and didn't say a word, as if she was thinking about something. A few strands of brown hair fell on her fair and smooth forehead, contrasting with her furrowed brow and beautiful face. She seemed to have lost a few traces of the cold arrogance she'd just had, and had gained a few traces of worry. She didn't greet Han Shuo, and Han Shuo didn't stand on ceremony either. He twisted a chair around and sat down, nonchalantly surveying the decorations around the hall, occasionally glancing at her a few times. After a short while, that fatty Fabian had already walked in with a fawning smile. He closed the door and quickly walked in, bowing to the girl. "It's wonderful that Miss Phoebe has returned safely. This person is looking for you and says that he wants to do business with you. I just so happened to be looking for you to discuss some things, so I brought him here." Phoebe nodded and said to Fabian. "Heh, so it's Brian. It was all thanks to you that I was able to escape from the vicious hands of those forest troll in the dark forest last time. I thought I'd never see you again. Who would have thought that you'd come looking for me just a few days after I returned to the Empire? What business do you plan on doing this time?" Fabian had a professional smile on his face as he asked Han Shuo enthusiastically. "I have a batch of resources that came from a rather shady source. I wonder if you're willing to purchase them." Han Shuo hadn't planned on saying much when he saw that Phoebe was right next to him, but then he thought that even Fabian seemed to be under Phoebe's control. It looked like there wasn't anything to hide, so he got straight to the point. Heh, that's absolutely not a problem. Anything that comes into our guild's hands will become clean. Don't worry." Fabian turned his head to glance at Phoebe in the distance and suddenly smiled at Han Shuo when he saw Phoebe nod slightly. Since this was the case, Han Shuo didn't need to be secretive anymore. He released a wisp of mental strength and took out the 13 bags from his space ring, placing them in the room. He then said, "These are the items. Take a look and see how much they're worth." Phoebe had been sitting there coldly. Her bright eyes swept sharply over when she saw Han Shuo take out the items one by one. She suddenly opened her mouth and said, "These items should be from the town of Droll. Look at the bags, they should be the tools used by the orc wolf riders to plunder." Did you take them from the hands of the orc wolf riders? Looking at Phoebe with surprise, Han Shua thought to himself that this girl's eyes were quite sharp. She'd guessed the ins and outs of the matter with just a glance. She was the miss of the Boost Merchant Guild all right. Nodding, Han Shua didn't hide anything and smiled faintly. That's right, I took these items from the hands of the orc wolf riders. When Han Shua's words fell, the eyes of Phoebe, who'd been completely indifferent to Han Shua, suddenly lit up. She stared fixedly at Han Shua and sized him up, then opened her mouth to ask in surprise, "You're saying that you took these items from the orc wolf riders all by yourself?" "Miss, Brian is an extremely powerful mage swordsman. He alone drove away all the forest troll that surrounded me," Fabian immediately explained to Phoebe when he saw that Phoebe seemed to doubt Han Shua's strength. When she heard Fabian's words, Phoebe seemed to be even more surprised. Her sharp eyes roamed over Han Shua's body. Even Han Shua felt his heart clench when she looked at him like this, as if some secret was about to be seen through. Coughing lightly, Han Shua laughed dryly. "I didn't take these items from the orc wolf riders all by myself, but I'm in charge of these items now. I think you should take stock of them and tell me a suitable price so we can hurry up and finish our business." "All right, Fabian, make an inventory of these things." Phoebe nodded as she spoke and looked a bit oddly at Han Shua, as if she hadn't expected that Han Shua would honestly admit that he hadn't taken them by himself. An exceedingly faint sound suddenly fell into Han Shua's ears at this moment. It was like the sound of a long sword slowly being unsheathed. Han Shua's heart jumped and his expression changed slightly. He lifted his head to look at the dark rooftop and said with a cold face, "Who's on the rooftop?" Phoebe and Fabian's faces immediately changed drastically when they heard these words. However, before they could react, 3 crossbow bolts had already flown towards the 3 of them from the rooftop with a sharp whistle. Han Shua was enraged. He'd thought that Fabian and Phoebe were trying to murder him for his money, but when he saw that the 3 crossbow bolts had been shot at the 3 of them, he knew that this wasn't the case. Just from the sharp whistle of the 3 crossbow bolts, one could tell that both the strength and speed of the bolts were astonishing. It was obvious that they were the work of an experienced expert. At this critical juncture, Han Shua's expression was surprisingly calm. His body moved to the side and he quickly dodged the crossbow bolt aimed at him. His right hand had already taken out a dagger and he fiercely slashed at the other crossbow bolt aimed at Fabian. With a crack, the crossbow bolt aimed at Fabian broke. Han Shua's right hand, which was holding the dagger, suddenly went numb under the tremendous impact, and his entire right arm suddenly ached. This made Han Shua understand that the impact of this crossbow bolt was indeed incomparably ferocious. If an ordinary person had used a dagger to collide with it, their entire right arm would likely have been shattered. Dong! Phoebe's face was full of panic as she suddenly dashed towards Han Shua. The chair that she'd been sitting on had already been pierced through by the crossbow bolt. The crossbow bolt had penetrated the chair and nailed itself directly onto the carpet. The carpet was already solid ground, so one could imagine just how terrifying the force of this bolt was. "There's an assassin, there's an assassin." At this moment, Fabian suddenly screamed and pushed Han Shua with even more force, pushing Han Shua towards Phoebe. He cried out urgently, "Brian, hurry and save my miss. If you save my miss, I'll give you an extra 500 gold coins. I beg of you." It looked like Fabian already knew that Han Shua wasn't the kind of person who would play the hero and save the damsel in distress. At this critical moment, he first thought of using gold coins to bribe Han Shua. Just as Fabian's screams rang out, 3 crisp creaks sounded from the roof. 3 pitch-black figures suddenly appeared. 3 long swords sparkling with dark green light were already looming over Phoebe and Han Shua's heads. The bone-piercing chill made Han Shua feel as if his skin and flesh had been cut by the blades. Dark green fighting aura, these were 3 senior swordsmen. Han Shua understood his strength. In a real fight, even 1 senior swordsman would have a hard time dealing with him. 3 senior swordsmen would only lead to death. Judging from the three's intentions, it was obvious that they were planning on killing everyone in the room. Even if Han Shuo ignored them now, he'd still be hard-pressed to escape misfortune. The only way out was to stall for time until reinforcements arrived. Magical yuan circulated rapidly as Han Shuo's body suddenly moved. Phoebe was already in front of him at this moment. Han Shuo reached out and grabbed Phoebe's right hand, pulling her into his arms. The body holding Phoebe abruptly toppled to the side and tumbled underneath the round table in the hall. Violent crackling sounds suddenly sounded from the top of the round table. The sturdy round table shattered into pieces above Han Shuo's head in an instant. 3 sharp blades stabbed directly at Han Shuo and Phoebe after they'd shattered the round table. Han Shuo's necromancy incantation had already been completed at this moment. The little skull wielding the bone dagger also materialized in midair and charged directly at one of the assassins. Under the table, Han Shuo raised his left hand and the crossbow bolt in his sleeve suddenly shot at another assassin. Chapter 62. Of the 3 longswords that had been about to stab Han Shuo, one had split up to deal with Han Shuo's little skull, and another had changed direction midway to block an arrow shot by Han Shuo. Only one remained to stab towards Han Shuo. Han Shuo's arms that were holding Phoebe gave a push, and Phoebe rolled in Fabian's direction. Tightly gripping the dagger in his right hand, Han Shuo's body abruptly shot out from the shattered round table. Magical yuan flowed onto the dagger, drawing a faint purple light through the air as it struck towards the longsword that was stabbing towards him. The sound of metal clanging rang out as Han Shuo gave a muffled groan. His right hand that was holding the dagger felt sore and numb again. His body that had been charging out was stopped, and he couldn't help but fall down the table again. The assassin's body also trembled as he fell from the air onto the broken table. He had been holding the sword in his right hand, but seemed to have been frozen by the cold air of the mystical glacial spell fire on Han Shuo's dagger just now. He suddenly switched the long sword to his left hand and swept his icy eyes over Han Shuo. His long sword suddenly pointed forward again, and a ferocious wave of fighting aura took advantage of Han Shuo's unsteadiness to rush into Han Shuo's body through his chest. A bone-deep pain spread throughout Han Shuo's entire body in an instant. When the dark green fighting aura surged into Han Shuo's chest, the magical yuan circulated wildly and transformed into thousands of strands, firmly entangling the fighting aura and preventing it from spreading in any other direction. Even so, Han Shuo still spat out a mouthful of fresh blood as he lost his footing and suddenly fell down. It looked like the assassin had absolute confidence in his sword filled with fighting aura. He didn't spare another glance at Han Shuo when he saw that Han Shuo had been hit, and turned around, intending to make a move on Phoebe and Fabian on the other side. Except, he never would have thought that Han Shuo's body would be so strong and resilient after being continuously tempered by magical yuan. Add to that the magical yuan's miraculous effects, and this strike that should have been a sure kill didn't take Han Shuo's life at all. Just as he turned around and was about to leave, Han Shuo, who had fallen to the ground, suddenly sprang up like a ghost. A cold glint overflowed from the dagger in his right hand and abruptly stabbed towards the assassin's back. The assassin was a senior swordsman all right. He hadn't lost his vigilance even at this critical juncture. He suddenly turned around in the time it took for a spark to fly off a flint, and the long sword in his left hand once again blossomed with dark green fighting aura, blocking Han Shuo's dagger with a clang. However, while he could defend against Han Shuo's dagger, he couldn't defend against Han Shuo's sneak attack. A crossbow bolt shot out from his left sleeve and pierced through the assassin's cold, merciless left eye. As the assassin shrieked and reached out to cover his left eye, Han Shuo waved the dagger in his hand. A line of blood appeared on the assassin's neck as his body collapsed powerlessly. At this moment, Han Shuo's left hand wiped away the fresh blood that flowed from the corner of his mouth. He tightened his grip on the dagger in his right hand and began to calmly survey his surroundings. He saw that the little skull was wielding a bone dagger and actually fighting with an assassin. The little skull, who had been continuously tempered by magical yuan, was so strong that it was a little abnormal. The speed at which he dodged the attacks and swung the bone dagger was extraordinarily fast. Even if its body was occasionally struck a few times, the dark skeleton would only sway a little. More often than not, the little skeleton would regain its footing and attack again after stumbling, leaving the assassin at a loss as to what to do. On the other side, the assassin who had broken the crossbow bolt shot by Han Shuo had already flown towards Phoebe. Fabian had a panicked expression as he cried out loudly, "Miss, be careful. Brian, save me." Han Shuo was stunned. He took one look and knew that it was too late to save Phoebe even if he wanted to. Sighing lowly, Han Shuo was about to call out to the little skull and take the opportunity to leave when something unexpected happened. Phoebe's eyes were calm and indifferent despite her panicked expression. When the dark green light from the assassin's blade had struck, a slender dagger had appeared in Phoebe's hand at some point. Milky white fighting aura suddenly blossomed from the dagger in Phoebe's hand, like a lotus flower in full bloom. A beautiful light formed from the interweaving of milky white fighting aura abruptly took shape and completely swallowed the assassin. Ah! A mournful cry sounded. When the beautiful milky white light dissipated, the assassin looked as if he had been pierced by 1,000 sharp weapons. His body was riddled with holes and blood flowed everywhere. Not only was Han Shuo dumbfounded, but even Fabian and the last assassin fighting with the little skull were stunned. Han Shuo and Fabian were fine from the shock, but the assassin fighting with the little skull had lost his concentration and his left arm had been chopped off by the little skull. He howled in agony and was about to flee when the dagger in Phoebe's hand suddenly flung out, sinking directly into the assassin's abdomen. The last assassin who was howling in agony suddenly fell silent and collapsed with a rumble. "Me. Miss, you're a swordmaster." Fabian's mouth hung wide open as he stuttered and pointed at the aloof Phoebe, flabbergasted. Swordsmen, like knights, were divided into apprentice swordsmen, light blue, novice swordsman, dark blue, journeyman swordsman, light cyan, senior swordsman, dark cyan, swordmasters, milky white, great swordmasters, silver, and sacred swordsmen, gold. Han Shuo hadn't thought that Phoebe had been hiding her strength all along. It looked like even Fabian didn't know that Phoebe was actually a swordmaster of a higher level than senior swordsman. If word got out that she had the strength of a swordmaster at her age, it would absolutely shock many. "It looks like I've made an unnecessary move." Han Shuo smiled faintly and chanted an incantation. The little skull, who had been standing there blankly with the bone dagger in hand, suddenly disappeared without a trace. "No, without your help, I wouldn't have been able to kill all 3 assassins from Shadow Ghost by myself. I could have stopped them by myself, but I couldn't stop them from escaping. Therefore, your help was a great help to me. I'm very grateful to you." Phoebe looked at Han Shuo and said seriously. Pausing, Phoebe furrowed her brow and mused for a moment. She suddenly looked strangely at Han Shuo and asked, "Mr. Brian, why didn't I feel any fighting aura on your body when you made a move just now? And if I'm not wrong, you've also trained in necromancy magic. I just never knew that a skeletal warrior could have the strength to fight a senior swordsman. Mr. Brian is truly an amazing person. What an amazing woman." Han Shuo stared at Phoebe and said eccentrically, "Miss Phoebe is a truly amazing person to possess the strength of a swordmaster at such a young age. Compared to you, I'm just a minor character. You're too courteous." Phoebe didn't pursue the matter after saying this to Han Shuo. She turned her head to look at Fabian, who was still indescribably shocked, and said softly, "Fabian, take stock of the goods on the ground. Brian saved us this time, so we must give him a good price." The dumbfounded Fabian's expression froze when he heard Phoebe's words. He looked oddly at Phoebe and then looked at Han Shuo before lowering his head to take stock of the goods on the ground. Niece Phoebe, what's wrong, what's wrong?" A shocked cry traveled from the distance at this moment, accompanied by the sound of hurried footsteps. The sound grew closer and closer. An expression of disgust and hatred suddenly appeared on the face of Phoebe, who'd been aloof all this time. She then returned to normal in the blink of an eye, and even had the trace of a faint smile on her face. She said harmoniously, "Uncle Grover, I'm fine. Thank you for your concern." A group of 5 people broke through the door, with a sinister-looking, emaciated old man at the front. He was dressed in luxurious clothing, and first swept his eyes over the situation in the room after entering. He then revealed an anxious expression and said to Phoebe, "I heard cries for help just now and saw the 2 warriors in front of your door fall to the ground. I hurriedly ran over. It's a good thing you're fine, it must be your dead father who protected you. I've made Uncle worry, but it wasn't my dead father who protected me. It was this brave warrior who saved your niece's life. Otherwise, your niece's little life would have been taken by an assassin." Phoebe showed an expression of lingering fear as she pointed at Han Shoa and explained. Han Shoa looked coldly at Phoebe and Grover's conversation and observed them closely. He inwardly had a bit of an understanding. Han Shoa had clearly seen the disgust and hatred on Phoebe's face just now. He'd later discovered that Grover's attention had been completely focused on the 3 assassins in the hall when he'd come in, and he'd only expressed concern for Phoebe after looking over everything in the hall. This already indicated that the relationship between the 2 wasn't as harmonious as it appeared on the surface. "Thank you, brave warrior. I must reward you well." Grover looked at Han Shoa and exclaimed in surprise when he heard Phoebe's words. His eyes roamed continuously over Han Shoa's body, as if wanting to completely see through Han Shoa. "Uncle, thank you for your good intentions, but Phoebe wants to personally repay him for saving my life. I'm fine now. Uncle has overworked himself for the guild every day, you should go back and rest early." Phoebe's expression turned serious as she bowed to Grover. All right, as long as you're fine. I've been helping you investigate the origins of these assassins recently. Don't worry, good niece. When I find out who did it, I won't let them get away with it. You must be more careful in the future. I'll be heading back first." Grover said these words to Phoebe with false affection and turned to walk out the door with his men. When he reached the door, he suddenly turned back and looked at Han Shoa. "Brave young fellow, what's your name?" "Brian." Han Shoa bowed slightly and responded with a courteous smile. Nodding, Grover said, "Brian. A good name, a good name. I'll remember you." Grover finally left the room with his men after saying these words. "I think I've already gotten myself into great trouble under your deliberate lead. Miss Phoebe, how do you plan on compensating me?" Han Shoa's smile faded as he looked coldly at Phoebe after Grover had left. "Apart from the money for these resources, I'll pay you an additional 3,000 gold. 3,000 gold is enough to buy many lives. What do you think?" Phoebe laughed faintly, her eyes sparkling with the light of wisdom as she spoke softly. Han Shoa's heart trembled as a smile once again appeared on his face. He said with satisfaction, "I like this great trouble." Chapter 63. Han Shoa was well aware of what 3,000 gold coins meant. It was indeed enough to buy many lives. Therefore, even though he understood that he'd been mysteriously implicated in a great deal of trouble, when Phoebe raised the astronomical price of 3,000 gold coins, Han Shoa's anger was instantly shattered by the gold coins. "Don't be happy too early. At this point, I think you've more or less guessed that the one who hired Shadow Ghost to kill me was my beloved Uncle Grover. My uncle is rich and overbearing, and he has many experts by his side who can make you die unknowingly. In addition, after today's events, my uncle will surely tell Shadow Ghost that you killed these 3 assassins. Shadow Ghost is an assassin organization known for seeking revenge for the smallest grievance. I think you'll have quite a bit of trouble in the future." Seeing Han Shoa reveal a satisfied smile, Phoebe thought for a moment and couldn't help but speak up to remind Han Shoa. Heh, this has nothing to do with me. After leaving the Buzz Merchant Guild, I'll carefully hide myself. Whether it's Shadow Ghost, or your uncle, I don't think they'll be able to find me. It won't be that easy for them to kill me. When he'd agreed to this matter, Han Shua had already thought about it. After leaving the Buddhist Merchant Guild, he'd immediately conceal his tracks and wait until he'd handed over the gold coins to Fanny. He'd then apply for leave from Fanny and use the transportation matrix hidden in his space ring to go to the Cemetery of Death to train for a period of time. This way, he'd be able to avoid Phoebe's troubles. If that's the case, then I'm relieved since you've already made plans. I've pushed everything onto you because I don't want to reveal my strength too early. Otherwise, when Shadow Ghost sends even stronger experts, I'm afraid that even my strength as a sword master will find it difficult to deal with them. Nodding, Han Shua smiled and said, I understand. Since you've paid me gold coins to take the blame, then I naturally have nothing to say. I'm not the slightest bit interested in the private matters of your Buddhist Merchant Guild. If there's nothing else, can you help me take inventory of the goods? I'll leave after receiving the gold coins. Well, Fabian, take the contents of his sack and count them. Fabian had calmed down and immediately walked to the 13 bags that Han Shua had taken out when he heard Phoebe's words. He took out the various items within and counted them. He finally said respectfully to Phoebe, Miss, these items should be worth 4,000 gold coins. In addition to the 3,000 gold coins I promised you, it's a total of 7,000 gold coins. Are you satisfied? Phoebe coldly looked at Han Shua and asked. No problem, I think we'll have the chance to work together again in the future. It's just that this Buddhist Merchant Guild doesn't seem too safe. Can we do business somewhere else next time? Phoebe's dainty eyebrows creased slightly when she heard Han Shua's words. She then nodded and said, the Buddhist Merchant Guild is filled with the old thing's trusted aides. I don't dare stay here forever. Since the old thing dared to make a move in the guild this time, it means that he's becoming more and more fearless. It looks like he must have bribed everyone else in the guild. Fabian, help me find a new place to live. We'll move out today, we can't live in the guild anymore. I'll communicate with the other elders in the guild as soon as possible. As long as I can prove my business abilities and receive the support of the other elders, we can oust the old thing. Don't worry, miss, I've thought of this a long time ago. I've already found you a new place to live before you returned. The new residence is next to the Babylon Academy of Magic and Force on North Street. Many of the Empire's nobles and celebrities live there. I think that no matter how rampant Shadow Ghost is, they'll have to think twice before making a move there. Very good, we'll move out today. I won't treat you unfairly when the old thing steps down. Phoebe nodded in satisfaction and said to Fabian with a smile. It's my honor to be of service to Miss. Fabian bowed gratefully and said. He then took out a card and handed it to Han Shua, saying, this is our new address. You can come find me if you have any more business. You've saved my life twice, so I'll definitely give you the most fair price. Give me the crystal card and I'll transfer 7,000 gold coins to your account. When Fabian transferred 7,000 gold coins into Han Shua's crystal card and Han Shua confirmed that there were no mistakes, he finally nodded with a satisfied smile, since this is the case, then I'll be leaving first. If I have any more business in the future, I'll be sure to find you. Goodbye. Be careful on the road. Be careful not to be targeted by others. Phoebe's expression was still cold and detached as she suddenly spoke up to remind Han Shua before he left. After Han Shua had left the room, Phoebe finally said in a low, angry voice, just where did this snobbish scumbag come from? He grabbed my hand and hugged me, but only thought about his gold coins. He didn't even apologize. Damn it. Miss, you didn't mention this matter either. I thought you didn't care at all. Fabian's expression immediately changed when he saw that Han Shua had left and Phoebe had left. He couldn't help but smile sheepishly. Humph. I'm a girl who's been educated in noble etiquette. How could I be the first to mention this matter? I think that guy only has money in his eyes. Not only does he not feel the slightest bit of guilt, but he even seems to think that I owe him. He's detestable to the extreme. Phoebe complained angrily and then took a deep breath. She grit her teeth and asked Fabian, "Right, this person is very odd. Just where did he come from?" Shaking his head with a wry expression, Fabian responded, "I'm not sure either. I only met him by chance in the dark forest. I gave him 200 gold coins and he saved me from the hands of the forest troll. I gave him my address after he traded the forest troll's items with me. I really don't know anything about his origins." "I see. If he wants to do business with you again in the future, let me know and I'll trade with him personally." Phoebe furrowed her brow and thought for a moment. She clenched her teeth lightly and instructed Fabian. "Understood, miss." Fabian agreed honestly. After walking out from Phoebe's place, Han Shoa had made ample preparations to deal with Grover's possible revenge at any time. However, perhaps because the 3 shadow ghost killers had suddenly died, Grover didn't have the time to make other arrangements. Not only did he not encounter any retaliation on his way back, even the guards he'd run into earlier had suddenly disappeared without a trace. However, when Han Shoa walked out of the Buzzed Merchant Guild's main doors, the 2 guards he'd cursed at before seemed to have been waiting for Han Shoa. The 2 glanced at each other when Han Shoa appeared and blocked the door. One of them glared at Han Shoa angrily and said, "What did you say when you walked in just now?" "I said you 2 are blind dogs. What's the matter?" Since he knew that these 2 belonged to Grover's side and that beating them up wouldn't damage his relationship with Fabian and Phoebe, Han Shoa naturally didn't hold back and continued cursing without fear. "You're courting death." The 2 shouted angrily and swung their fists at Han Shoa. Snickering coldly, Han Shoa's body suddenly sped forward. He was already in front of the 2 of them before their fists had even landed on his body. His left and right hands pressed against their chests as he deployed the mystical glacial spellfire. 2 balls of faint demonic aura, 1 purple and 1 red, sank into their chests. Laughing loudly, Han Shoa didn't wait for them to react as he strode out with large steps and swiftly left the Buzzed Merchant Guild. Although the 2 balls of purple and red magical aura wouldn't take their lives when they entered their bodies, it was enough to make them feel pain for quite a while. After leaving the Buzzed Merchant Guild, Han Shoa's extraordinary senses made him feel as if someone was following him. Raising his attention to the maximum, Han Shoa weaved quickly through the streets and alleys, constantly changing directions and specifically looking for places with the most people. After a long while, when Han Shoa no longer felt like he was being followed, he found a random clothing store and bought a new set of clothes. He then hired a carriage and started heading in the direction of the Babylon Academy of Magic and Force. Chapter 64. Babylon Academy of Magic and Force, Necromancy Major. After experiencing the trials of the Dark Forest, the Necromancy Major had obtained abundant trial items. The student's ability to handle matters had also improved. When Fanny negotiated with the school authorities and showed them some of the magical beast cores that the Necromancy Major had obtained, she immediately received great praise from Headmaster Emma. Emma was a woman in her 70s and majored in spatial magic. She had advanced to the realm of Grand Magus a long time ago. She had made outstanding contributions to the Empire and had a great reputation within the Empire. She was highly regarded by the King of the Empire. Within the training field of the Necromancy Major, Emma wore a loose black magic robe and looked benevolently at the necromancy teachers and students. She smiled faintly. "Your Necromancy Major has been very successful in the Dark Forest this time. It's said that you've destroyed many orc wolf riders and have contributed to the Empire. Master Fanny, I hope that you can lead the Necromancy Major to the next level and restore the former glory of necromancy. I've agreed to all of your requests. The children must also work hard. Headmaster, thank you for your concern. I think that after this time's trials, our Necromancy Major students should understand the importance of strength. I think they'll study magic even harder in the future and become qualified mages for the Empire, contributing to the Empire as soon as possible. Fanny had a solemn expression as she promised Emma. Oh right, Master Fanny, why isn't the young fellow that you've always praised here? I wanted to meet this amazing young fellow. Emma looked at Fanny with a smile and asked gently. Brian has some matters to attend to outside. I think the headmaster will have the opportunity to meet him in the future. He's a very talented mage and I dare guarantee that Brian will become a powerful mage in our necromancy major before long. Emma nodded with gratification and said with a smile, I look forward to his growth and hope that your necromancy major can regain its former glory. Emma's body twisted like a reflection in the water after she'd finished speaking, giving off an extremely unreal feeling. A beam of white light flashed and Emma had already disappeared without a trace. As a spatial elemental great magician, President Emma has already grasped the true essence of spatial elemental magic. She can directly traverse short distances through space with her body. Don't be surprised, everyone. Jean couldn't help but explain when he saw Emma's miraculous disappearance and the students all let out gasps of surprise. It really is a magical spell. Han Shua's voice came from outside the training grounds. As soon as his voice faded, Han Shua's body had already walked in from outside. It's Brian. The dean wanted to see you just now, why didn't you come back earlier? Lisa immediately called out lightly when she saw Han Shua appear. There will be opportunities in the future. I've already dealt with the goods from the Orc Wolf Riders. I sold them for a total of 4,000 gold. I'll take 1,000 gold coins and you guys can split the rest among yourselves. Who has a crystal card? After Han Shua entered, he didn't waste any words and directly spoke. 4,000 gold coins. My gosh, those goods were sold for such a high price. If I'd known that they were worth so much, I wouldn't have chased after those fleeing orcs. Bach cried out in surprise and blamed himself with regret. Even Fanny and Jean had faces full of surprise, not to mention Bach. They didn't seem to have thought that this batch of goods would be worth so much. When the students heard that they could split the gold coins, they all beamed with joy and similarly displayed expressions of joy. I have a crystal card. Here, take it. Fanny directly handed her crystal card to Han Shua after a moment of surprise. Between crystal cards, transactions could be confirmed by the mental imprints of both parties through the gaps in the grooves. It was very convenient. When Han Shua received Fanny's crystal card and discovered that Fanny had already approved of the transaction, he transferred the 3,000 gold coins from his crystal card to Fanny's crystal card. When Han Shua handed Fanny's crystal card to her, Fanny also handed a card to Han Shua, saying, "This is your student card. From today onwards, you are no longer a slave or errand boy, but a magic apprentice of the necromancy major of our Babylon Academy of Magic and Force. With this student card, you can borrow books from the library, use the training fields to practice necromancy magic, and officially attend classes in the necromancy major. I've already paid for you this year's miscellaneous fees of 50 gold coins. Now you can officially use all of our necromancy major's resources, including your new residence. Brian, I hope you can treasure this opportunity and make full use of your potential to bring necromancy magic to greater heights." Han Shua felt a heartfelt sense of joy when he received the student card from Fanny. He said to Fanny, "Many thanks to Master Fanny, I will definitely work hard in the future. I want to go borrow some books from the library and will be leaving first. You can give the gold coins to them." Han Shua held the student card in his hand as he left the training fields and headed directly to the library. Little Fatty Jack was currently organizing books in the library at this time and immediately called out in surprise when he saw Han Shua appear. "Oh my gosh, Brian, you're finally back. I almost didn't recognize you. You're a bit taller and stronger than when you left. Even your looks seem to have become better." Heh, hello Jack. Did Borg and the others bully you during this time?" Han Shua was also a bit happy to see little Fatty Jack. He pulled Jack to a corner and asked him. No, it's probably because you taught them a lesson last time and they're a lot more well-behaved now. Jack chuckled and paused to look left and right. He lowered his voice and said, Brian, did you really make Lisa give me the 3 gold coins? Nodding, Han Shoa said with a smile, of course. From today onwards, I'm a student of the necromancy major. I've said before that I wanted to study magic, but you didn't believe me. Heh, this is my student ID, do you see it? My gosh, how did you do it? This is unbelievable. Jack looked at Han Shoa's student ID and exclaimed again. Alright, I'll give you another 50 gold coins. You don't have to stay here as an errand boy anymore. But be very, very careful and don't let anyone know that you have so many gold coins on hand. Otherwise, you'll be in big trouble. These gold coins will allow you to live a relaxed life. If you run into any trouble in the future, you can come find me at the necromancy major. I'll help you take care of it. Han Shoa fished out another 50 gold coins from his space ring and shoved them into Jack's pocket, speaking lowly. 50 gold coins, 50 gold coins. Jack fell into a daze when he heard the gold coins in his pocket rattle. He stood there in a daze and murmured to himself, seeming to have even forgotten about Han Shoa's existence. 50 gold coins was an enormous sum of money that Jack had never even considered. Han Shoa could completely understand his reaction. Han Shoa didn't bother with him and left Jack with a slight smile. He walked alone to the section where necromancy books were stored and picked out Beginner Magics of Necromancy from the bottom row. He walked to the door and registered it, then left on his own. After leaving the library, Han Shoa returned to the warehouse, put the other 2 books into his space ring, and left. This was because Han Shoa planned on using the transportation matrix within his space ring to directly head to the Cemetery of Death to train. Therefore, whether it was the warehouse or the new dormitory that Fanny had arranged for him, there should be people who knew about it. Setting up a transportation matrix would definitely not be safe. Creasing his brow in thought, Han Shoa headed directly to the back mountain of the Babylon Academy of Magic and Force, walking towards the cemetery. Not only was it quiet there were basically no humans or beasts roaming about. Some of the tombs were even more concealed. He wouldn't have to worry about being discovered if he set up a transportation matrix there. When he arrived at the unmarked tombs in the back mountain, Han Shoa found the most secluded one and even moved a large rock to the entrance of the tomb. After he entered, he moved the large rock from the inside and blocked up the entrance of the tomb. After completing these tasks, Han Shoa took out a candle from his space ring and lit it. He discovered that apart from being a bit damp, the tomb was still relatively clean. There were a few skeletons of broken bones on the ground, but to Han Shoa, who trained in necromancy magic, it didn't feel sinister at all. On the contrary, it felt familiar and intimate. After tidying up the interior a bit, Han Shoa thought carefully and finally summoned the little skull. He used a dagger inside the tomb and carved out a small space in the corner. This space was in the blind spot of the tomb, and only Han Shoa could enter it by turning his body sideways. Although the space inside was a bit larger, it could only accommodate Han Shoa alone. It was like a wardrobe in an ordinary room. After carefully inspecting it for a while, Han Shoa confirmed that this place was sufficiently concealed. He took out 6 magic sticks from his space ring and arranged them according to the pattern of a hexagram. Han Shoa then stood in the middle of the magic sticks and activated the magical matrix with his mental strength. A streak of white light flashed past, and when Han Shoa opened his eyes, he discovered that he'd appeared within the dark forest, within the enormous magical matrix in the central hall of the mysterious Cemetery of Death. The mysterious Cemetery of Death is my unique kingdom from now on. Han Shoa looked around and murmured in satisfaction, "You're tuning into the Han Lee's Wuxia Adventures YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories." Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.